Welcome to the Play Like a Jet Draft Night Extravaganza, night number one. Really glad to be doing this. This is the first time we're doing this on our YouTube channel, and we've got two very special guests with us. Of course, you know me, and you know that fine Australian gentleman, Luke Grant, the Thunder from Down Under, does all the great film work over at on the Play Like a Jet YouTube channel, which you're watching right now. And we've got two other guests with us right now. They're going to be doing their own stream in a little bit, but they're joining us before the draft starts. My buddy, Glenn Naughton. Glenn, I'm pretty sure I talk to you more than I talk to anybody else at this point. We must talk like 29 times a day. He's the editor over Jet Nation. Thank you so much for being with us, Glenn.
That's a pretty conservative estimate.
Yes, very much so.
Conservative estimate, glad to be here.
Yeah, that's right. Conservative estimates, probably more like 99 times. And Dylan Terman, his co-host over at Jet Nation Radio. Dylan, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me. We all survived the Aaron Rodgers saga. Time to move on to the draft. I know it kind of held everybody up, but we made it finally, and let's finally start talking about these picks.
So here's one rule that I'm going to institute right now. If we talk about Aaron Rodgers, it is only going to be in the context of how he would interlock with some of these draft picks. I don't want to talk about that trade anymore. I don't want to talk about the compensation. I don't want to talk about any of that. I'm tired, I'm worn out, and it doesn't matter anymore. So let's talk about the draft. But before we do, guys, we should talk about the biggest story of the day. And that, of course, is the fact that Lamar Jackson is now, per year, the highest paid quarterback in the league, second highest guarantee, only to Deshaun Watson. I owe Lamar Jackson a bit of an apology because I was saying all along he should have gotten an agent. He got this done without an agent. Now, I believe this is what other people have said. I think Joe Banner talked about this. These players that don't have agents do have advisors that work with them from the NFLPA. So it's not like he was doing this all on his own or his mother was doing this all on her own. That's what Laramie Tunsil did when he got that nice contract extension with the Texans. But still, Lamar Jackson, $185 million guaranteed. I believe it was $260 million in total. But the guaranteed money is the big thing here. Here's the interesting part of this. We've talked a lot about should the Jets have made a run at Lamar Jackson. Obviously, that doesn't matter now. But the point is, teams were of the belief that the Ravens were going to match anything. And remember, when you sign somebody to an offer sheet for the period of time that the opposing team, for the period of time that the incumbent team has to match, which I believe is 6 days, that amount is frozen on your salary cap. So you would have to have that money free. It would basically take you out of doing anything else until that team either matches or doesn't match. And I think a lot of teams saw that. They saw the amount of work that it was going to go into preparing an offer sheet. I know Scott Pioli talked about this. Pioli spent many years in the front offices of the Chiefs, the Falcons, and the Patriots. And so that's why I think a lot of teams stayed away here. I always believed that the Ravens were going to match anything unless somebody put in some crazy poison pill. And if somebody wanted Lamar Jackson badly enough, they probably could have done it. But ultimately, I think this is the best place for him. Honestly, he stays with a really good coach in John Harbaugh. And I know, Glenn, you and I have talked about this. Luke, you and I have talked about this a lot. Dylan, I'm not sure where you are on this, but I love the idea of Todd Monken with Lamar Jackson. I think Todd Monken is going to help bring Lamar Jackson to a whole nother level. They got Odell Beckham. I don't know what that's going to mean for them necessarily. We'll see if they make another move at wide receiver, or maybe they even get a second tight end to go with Mark Andrews, because right now Mark Andrews is clearly the top target. But this is interesting. This was out of nowhere. Lamar Jackson stays with the Ravens. And I'll be honest, if you're a Jets fan, this is not something you love to see, because I know that Lamar got hurt and he started to miss some games, but Lamar Jackson with that Ravens team is always going to be tough. And so with the Jets being in a heated battle, hopefully for the division, and then for a high wild card spot, you would hope, the Ravens add another potential roadblock for them in getting where they want to go. But this is a crazy day in the NFL. You've got the draft coming up and Lamar Jackson becoming the highest paid quarterback in the league. Luke, let's start with you. Your thoughts here. I know that we've all talked about the injuries and all of that, and certainly that weighs on the decision to pay Lamar Jackson. But if you're a Ravens fan, you have to feel good right now, don't you?
100%, Scott. I mean, I know they had a Pro Bowl quarterback they just signed to their roster, but we all know that Huntley's a backup, and Lamar Jackson's the guy that can take this franchise to where they want to go. Who would have thought, though, that all an agent does really in these deals is wait for someone to set the market? How often do we see this with the top position players, Quinn Williams and Nicole? They're waiting for everyone to set the market with Simmons and those kind of contracts. They were hoping someone else to. That's why they non-exclusive tendered him. But instead, they get Jalen Hurts falling into their lap with his extension. They set the market, and they're able to go from there. So realistically, that's what this was all about. You're right, Scott. You hit the nail on the head. No one was going to be able to pry Lamar Jackson away from the Ravens unless they did something that was going to cripple their football team. And GMs just aren't that stupid anymore. They waited for the Eagles. They got what they wanted. Credit to Lamar Jackson. He saved himself, $5-8 million by not having an agent, more than that possibly. So credit to him. He got it done, but I thought it was a good move for both parties. We can move on and now focus on the draft.
Could have saved himself even more money if he'd have gone to a tax-free state, but hey, he's in Maryland for now. The Baltimore Ravens. Glenn, your thoughts on this, including what I mentioned before, which is the AFC, a very, very tough conference. We already know about the Kansas City Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, the Bengals with Joe Burrow, who's expected to sign a big-time extension any day now. We also have, of course, the Buffalo Bills looming over the Jets in the AFC East. The Ravens, if Lamar Jackson stays healthy, are a tough team. Steelers on the rise. The Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence, who seems to be an emerging star. The Browns. People keep forgetting about the Browns. I know Deshaun Watson didn't look so great in those few games, but now he's going to have the full offseason, a full training camp. He's still a young man, I believe only 27, 28 years old. They're a tough team. So giving Lamar Jackson back to the Ravens absolutely is not something you want to see if you're a Jets fan.
Yeah, we've talked before, and plenty of national pundits have mentioned too the gauntlet of quarterbacks in the AFC. So Aaron Rodgers, is as exciting as it is to get him. It's not like the Jets and Rodgers don't have their work cut out for them. Lamar is just another guy that is stands in the way. We talked about Lamar quite a bit. I thought it was such an interesting story just because of all the moving parts and. A lot of people got really polarized by it, but to me, and Dylan and I talked about this on our show, when the whispers started that he could become available, my initial thought was similar to that of Rodgers. Like, there's no way. Like, this is just smoke. Like, he's never really going to be on the market. But then when they didn't get a deal done and it looked like maybe you could make an offer, maybe you could give up a couple of twos. My initial thought then was do it. Like, go get this guy. But I think that was probably when he was when his injury last year was fairly new, and they said, oh, just be a couple weeks. And then it was 3 weeks, and then it was 4 weeks, and then it was 5 weeks, and then it was playoffs. And I thought, man. And then someone reminded me he missed the end of last season. And at that point, for me personally, I was all out, because I think I jokingly said 50. I said, this guy might want $50 million a year. I think in my head, I thought it would be 40, 45. But I was like, you're going to give this guy 40, 50 million. Like, and the interesting thing about Lamar, and I mentioned this a couple times, Scott, and I don't know why, but with him, like all my life as a fan, you hear people say that the best ability is availability. But then all of a sudden with Lamar, that went away. And like, if you said that, it was like, oh, that's crazy. What do you, like I mentioned, we saw Keyshawn on ESPN and he kind of like, oh, so he got hurt. Like, guys get hurt. It's the NFL. Like, just trying to downplay it. I'm like, yeah, guys get hurt. And if a guy wants 40, 45, 50 million and he gets hurt, me personally, I'm not making that investment. But as I said all along, and I didn't think he would leave Baltimore. They drafted him. They developed him. He's a hero in that city. There's not a team in the NFL that knows or loves him more. And that was part of my reasoning was if Baltimore's not giving him enough, nobody's going to give him enough because no one's going to go as far as they will. And it obviously took a lot, but it got done in the end. He got his money. They got their quarterback. And again, that's their prerogative. But if you ask me, any player, if you tell me we want to give this guy $50 million a year and he's missed, what was the number, 11 or 12 out of his last 25 games or 30, I'd say, no, thank you. I wouldn't do it, but they did it. And now they got to, they're going to obviously hope and pray he stays on the field.
What's interesting here, Dylan, is that I think the fact that the Baltimore Ravens are generally regarded as one of the best franchises in the NFL. Ozzie Newsome was there for a really long time running things. And now Eric DeCosta, who's developed a really strong reputation. You put that together with what Howie Roseman did with the Eagles, putting together that contract for Jalen Hurts. And when you look at those deals, we haven't seen the exact numbers yet for Lamar and how they break down year to year and all of that. You sort of have a trust in Howie Roseman, in Eric DeCosta, guys like that, don't you? Because I think if this was the Texans, you would look at it and say, okay, what did they do here? What did they do here? But when it's the Ravens, when it's the Eagles, when it's a team like that, when it's a decision maker that generally has a good track record, you instinctively think this guy must have structured this in a way that isn't going to be poison for the team, right?
Yeah, I certainly think that. And although I don't think it's going to reach the cap number as low as Aaron Rodgers for 2023, it's certainly going to be a low cap number. I mean, like you said, they're a storied franchise. They're historic. Everybody looks to them to be the mold of what to do. And although they do have a little bit of friction with some of their players, obviously Lamar, before the deal got done, Rashad Bateman has tweeted a couple things that he hasn't certainly liked about the team. I believe J.K. Dobbins has as well. But you look to the Ravens, and if they have question marks, most other teams in the league should have question marks. And that's something we've talked about on our show with Glenn. So you would think that they structured it in a way where it benefits both him and the rest of the team, because there's also those rumors of DeAndre Hopkins, and you can't pay Lamar Jackson a large sum of money and expect to add a contract like DeAndre Hopkins. So if they want to continue to make moves post-draft, they have to keep that number low. And I think they did. And I want to add to it real quick. Jeremy Fowler was on a Twitter space, I believe, last night, and he, after the Rodgers trade, listed the Jets as like the 7th best team in the AFC. And I really scratched my head at it, and I didn't like it at all. I mean, you can obviously KC, Cincinnati, Buffalo, I think we're in that tier, but he also added Baltimore. Now with Lamar in the fold, I certainly think they're in that tier. And then he added the Chargers and Dolphins. So I don't know about those last two teams, but I think the Jets with Aaron Rodgers are probably better than 4, if not 5 of those teams that he listed.
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have. You can certainly make the argument that the Dolphins roster is just as good, if not better, than the Jets. I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but it's definitely an argument you can make. Now, it obviously hinges on the health of Tua Tagovailoa, because if Tua goes down, we all love Mike White and all of that, but the Dolphins with Mike White are just not the same team as the Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa. I know that he had struggles at points after those 4 concussions or however many it was, but when he was healthy last year, he was really, really good. He was probably a top 10 quarterback last year. And it's funny, by the way, and this is where it all comes back to the draft. 2021, everybody was saying best quarterback class since 1983 with Marino and Kelly and Kenny O'Brien and Elway. And then you look at that 2021 class, and who's the only one that is definitely proven right now? Trevor Lawrence. Justin Fields, maybe he at least showed some signs he could improve as a passer. Maybe he becomes something. Mac Jones, it seems like he is what he is, maybe a middle-of-the-road quarterback at best. We have no idea what to expect from Trey Lance, and obviously we know what the story is with Zach Wilson. But in 2020, you had Tua, you had Justin Herbert, and you had Joe Burrow, and that was not thought to be a strong quarterback class. There were people that liked Burrow. They didn't think as highly of him as they did Trevor Lawrence. But the other two guys, it was puzzling to some people why the Chargers would take Herbert. A lot of people said tank for Tua, which is what the Dolphins essentially did. Why? He's an okay quarterback. He's never going to be that good. That quarterback class ends up being really, really good. So it just goes again to show you that as much as we think we know, no matter how much we watch, no matter how much we think we understand about these quarterbacks, in the end, we really don't have any idea. Just look at Lamar Jackson and that class in 2018, right? Lamar Jackson was the one that was picked right at the end of the first round. All of us were scared to death of Josh Allen. We were thrilled when Sam Darnold fell to the Jets. Some people even were saying they should have taken Josh Rosen. There was a thought for a while, Baker Mayfield, although he ended up going number 1. And now look what happened. Baker Mayfield's on his 3rd team, and who knows how much longer he hangs around. Sam Darnold just signed with the 49ers. We'll see what they do with him. But he's largely been a massive disappointment so far. Rosen is out of the league. I'm not entirely sure where he is. And it's Allen and Jackson, the two guys that a lot of the film guys hated. They are the ones that turned out to be really good quarterbacks. So it's really interesting to see how the quarterback situation plays into the draft narratives and also into what you were talking about, Dylan, as far as where the rankings are in the AFC. And Mark Ross, who came on the show, he comes on Play Like a Jet a lot. Love Mark. Very smart guy. In fact, if you remember, before they hired Mike McCagnon, Mark was a candidate for the GM job with the Jets, and he ended up not taking it. Nowadays, he's the executive VP of football ops at the XFL, does stuff with the NFL Network. I love picking his brain because he's one of those people that he's been there. He sat in that chair, so he understands how this works. And he talked about Aaron Rodgers and said that he would have him as the 8th best quarterback in the AFC, I believe. And a lot of people were really upset about that. They were like, how could you say that? But it's a makeable case. It really is. I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but you can make the case. If you look at it, you've got Burrow, you've got Allen, you've got Herbert, you've got Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, who you assume is going to bounce back. Lamar Jackson is somebody that you could put ahead of him. And so you could say he's the 7th or 8th best quarterback. I would argue, and some people would disagree, that Tua, if he didn't outplay Rodgers last year, he was right there. Now we know that Rodgers had the thumb fracture and all that, but these are all reasons why I think, Dylan, you made the point that you think the Jets are on that tier with the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Bengals. I'm not sure. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. It's sort of debatable right now. A lot of things would have to go their way one way or the other, but that's why this draft is so pivotal, because if they can pick up some guys here that can help really make this team turn the corner, impact players like they did last year. I'm not expecting them to have a draft like last year, but if they can have a draft that's even somewhere close to that in terms of adding 2 guys that can make an immediate impact, either in the first round, second round, or later on, whatever, because they do have a high second rounder still, and they do have that 15th pick. That could be a major difference in whether the Jets are in that second tier or whether they bump up a little bit into that first tier. Luke, who do you think they could get reasonably? Now, we could sit here and talk about guys that they have no chance to get. We could do that, but I'm not going to bother with that. Reasonably, who are some guys that you think the Jets might be able to land on day 1, day 2, that could help bump them up a little bit, or at least give them a chance to be in that same discussion with those 3 teams we talked about?
Yeah, if you're looking for weapons and instant impact starters on day 1, Scott, for me, there's 2, and that's JSN and it's Dalton Kincaid. I think Mayer also has a role on a team. I don't know if he's the type of tight end to take the Jets over the edge right now. I don't think he's an option at 15, but I'm a guy who loved Dalton Kincaid. I actually hate that the Jets invested so much in the tight end position last offseason. You had a really good free agent class. You had Dalton Schultz in free agency, and now you've got one of the best tight end groups that I've seen in the draft in probably the last decade. But Kincaid just has those special movement skills for me. I think he's a mismatch nightmare. He's not going to be an inline blocker, but I actually really liked his blocking out in space when he was, flexed out and he was asked to block in front of a screen or for a jet sweep. I think he has some skills to do that. You see the Travis Kelce comp. I'm not saying he's that caliber of player or prospect, but he's that type of athlete and that kind of special a mover. Caught over 60% of his contested targets. He had, I think, a 35% target share for the offense there at Utah. He's a weapon that would just elevate the offense. And then, Scott, we've talked a ton about JSN and about his skill set. Yes, he's going to play in the slot in the NFL. But in college now, they're putting their best players in the slot and saying, this is our player to showcase. We can do so many things with him from this position. With JSN, it isn't just about being a good route runner. It's the most overused dry term that you hear in the draft. It's about the nuance that he has, Scott. It's about the fact that he can alter the tempo in his release and at the stem of the route and then blow past people with acceleration without having that deep top end speed. He's able to change direction so well. The effort and intricacies he puts into his release packages, that route that everyone sees online against Penn State when he has a little double shoulder fake, gets space at the top of the route on the stop, and then sticks his foot in the ground and gets upfield. He's just a special mover. He's a guy who I think can be a huge difference maker to this offense. And if you make Allen Lazard the 3rd wide receiver, you are in an incredible spot. I know, Scott, you thought it was good. I thought it was incredible. But I think Allen Lazard's a top 5 wide receiver 3 in the NFL. And I think JSN and Kincaid are the 2 guys. Outside of that, I'll let the other guys kind of handball it. But I love Laporta. I think he's another guy who could be just as good as possibly a Mayer or someone like that. The other wide receivers, I'm not big on Quentin Johnson. I worry about the contested target rate. He was up there with Denzel Mims and Butler and those guys who couldn't separate and were busts in college. He doesn't like to catch the ball above the rim. He's great after the catch. And it's not through wiggle. It's through speed. It's through his spin move. It's through his ability to break tackles with that big frame. But I don't see him as a difference maker day 1. More an ease him into a role. But that's kind of my take on the weapons.
Glenn, I don't think it necessarily has to be an offensive player, and it doesn't have to be a skill player either. Luke just identified a couple of them. Predominantly, he really likes Dalton Kincaid or Jackson Smith-Njigba. They may or may not be available at 15. Who knows? And if they are, maybe the Jets take them, maybe they don't. But there are other routes they could go. There could be offensive linemen or even defensive players. We've talked quite a bit about players like Kalijah Kancey, for example. When I watch Kalijah Kancey, I'm not trying to say that he's going to be this good. But it does remind you a little bit of when you would watch these smaller, more explosive inside defensive tackles, guys like John Randall. Again, not trying to say he's going to be John Randall. John Randall is one of the greatest players to ever play the game. And for those that didn't get to watch John Randall, go back and find a way to watch. This guy was incredible. Warren Sapp, again, not trying to say he's Warren Sapp, but another guy that was smaller and was very explosive. So sometimes those guys can really make a difference. You put a guy like that next to Quinnen Williams, and look, you can get to the quarterback from the edge. But if you can get to the quarterback consistently from inside, that's what bothers them more than anything else. And it's the most direct spot, the most direct line to the quarterback. Very few teams have elite pass rushers that can get to the quarterback from the inside. The Jets are one of those few teams now with Quinnen Williams. Obviously, a team like the Chiefs or the Rams, those guys are there as well. But if you had a second guy, if you believe in Kalijah Kancey like that, and you have two guys that can get to the quarterback quickly from the inside, that could be very dangerous. What do you think about somebody like him? Are there other players beyond what Luke talked about that you think on offense or defense could come in and right away help really differentiate the Jets from some of their competition in the AFC and in the AFC East?
Well, yeah, listen, Kancey is a guy, I've mentioned this, Dylan and I have been talking about him since last year. I love that pit front seven. And we talked the other day, through Twitter, about how there was a mock draft that the Daily News did, and the beat writer, Antoine Staley took Kalijah Kancey in that spot. I thought 15 might be a little high just because it's one of those things you haven't seen him up there that often. He does that. We talked about his size and how it hasn't affected other guys, but there are obviously it could affect him. Like we talk about these guys because we like them and we love the attributes, but at the end of the day, 50% of them are going to bust. And I think of all the guys that I love, Kancey being one of them, that's the biggest red flag to me. I'm not saying I wouldn't take him, but he's the guy I'd be like, oh man, I'm a little worried there. But I would take him because you see that potential. You see that you want that beeline to the quarterback. If you have him and Quinnen Williams lined up next to each other, that can be a hell of a tandem. They can make life miserable for quarterbacks, and we know what the secondary can do in terms of, the quarterbacks. They're going to need time for their guys to get open against these corners. So obviously the secondary is set, or at least the corners are set. So that brings in the question, do you consider a safety? People have talked about Brian Branch. I'm not a huge fan of that early on. I think it's a weak safety class, to be honest. There are those who seem to feel that Brian Branch, because of his versatility, big time performer, big time games, he might be a pick there. Maybe he can help. I don't think that's the way they go. Luke mentioned JSN, who, after weeks, months of thinking about this, he's kind of my top guy now. I discussed with you how Jordan Addison really, JSN to me is a fit thing, like I said, because the way Aaron Rodgers is so good with the timing and getting the ball out quickly and how quickly he can get open. I still think all around, I would still probably say Jordan Addison is still my top guy, and I would have no issues with the Jets taking him. But I think the fit, it makes JSN the better pick, and he may very well be the better pro. I think either one, you come away with a win. Then of course there's the possibility that the Jets move down, and do you look at Zay Flowers? And you mentioned Matthew Bergeron at tackle. He's a guy, obviously you're not taking him in round one. Although I did hear one of the NFL analysts say earlier, he could be a surprise round one pick, and some guys might be. But I think there are ways they can help themselves on defense, on offense. If you're going to go defense, I think it's got to be front seven early on. If you're going to go offense, I think it's got to be O-line or receiver. And we're hearing a lot of talk about Broderick Jones, and I'll leave that because I'm sure Dylan will want to touch on Broderick Jones. He just did a profile for him on JetNation.com. I have my concerns with him. There, I would prefer a Skoronski. Paris Johnson, like you said, will be gone. I think Skoronski's going to be gone too. And that's going to leave you with sort of Wright. I like Wright a lot. He was a guy before the hype train pumped him up to this point. I mentioned him as a guy that, maybe you get him at 42, 43. And then he starts having these monster games. And I'm like, no, he's not going to be there at 42. The only thing that worries me, I wouldn't even say worries me. The only thing that makes me prefer some of the other guys, we saw last year how important versatility is. And he played on the left a little bit, but he was much better on the right. Yeah. And I think a guy like Paris Johnson, a guy like Skoronski, they can play so many different spots. I would prefer them, but I'll let Dylan get into Broderick a little bit and some other players.
Dylan, I want you to talk about Broderick Jones because we're talking about guys that we think could come in and really help lift the Jets right away. Do you see Broderick Jones as one of those guys? And are there other players that we didn't really touch on? Because listen, you know how the draft goes. Sometimes there are players that you love that other people aren't as high on. and vice versa. Talk a little bit about Broderick Jones here, what you think about him potentially being the pick at number 15 if he's there. Do you think he could come in right away and make a big impact? And who are some of the other guys that you like there?
Yeah, so the short answer of it would be no, I don't think he would come in and make an immediate impact. And I put that into my scouting report. I think this is more of a pick with an eye to 2024 or as a 2023 failsafe. That comment from Jimmy that was just up said that he's a little raw. He has a bit of he said terrible technique. I don't think it's terrible technique. I just think it needs some refinement. And I think with a coaching staff like the Jets, they can get him right where he needs to be. I think at the worst case scenario, you're talking about a guy who's going to be a top swing tackle in the NFL, at least for 2023. I'm very confident in Dwayne Brown playing left tackle all season for the Jets, barring health, obviously. But I think when you look to 2024, he could plug in as that left tackle of the future, and then you have him and Mekhi Becton left and right tackle. He's not my top tackle. I have Skoronski, like Glenn mentioned. Skoronski's my number one tackle, and I have Paris Johnson. JSN is sandwiched between Broderick and Paris Johnson. So it's splitting hairs between Broderick and Paris Johnson. So I just took the guy who I think has a little bit more upside. I like his blend of movement in space as well as that little bit of nasty to him. I think Paris is a bit more of an athlete all around, but I think his strength needs to get a little bit up there. He needs to refine his strength, whereas Broderick Jones needs to refine his technique. And I think I would bet on the technique getting refined faster than the strength aspect. So he could be a help to 2023, but also 2024. And just to touch on Jordan Addison again, he's another outlier, just like Kalijah Cansey. But at 15, I don't see a scenario where he's not on the list of players that they're considering. I've joked about it on our podcast that he would make Aaron Rodgers a 6,000-yard passer with Garrett Wilson and Allen Lazard. And like you said, it would make Allen Lazard a top probably 5 wide receiver 3 in this league. So you're talking about a Biletnikoff winner from 2021 who transferred and went across country to USC. Obviously probably a better system with the Heisman winner and Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley coming over from Oklahoma. But he's an outlier at the end of the day, so he's probably bumped down the list. But if there's no offensive tackles or JSN and Luke's kind of scenario of JSN and Dalton Kincaid, moving back to 15, that could be the nightmare scenario for him. Kincaid at 13, JSN at 14, and then we're stuck. And I think if the offensive tackles go, I think one will be there. But if they're all gone, Jordan Addison is like my guy. He's my number 3 player on the board just behind Carter and Will Anderson. I didn't scout any quarterbacks because I was confident that we weren't going to take one, thankfully. And Addison, is my number 3 player overall.
Guys, I want to talk about the narratives that are going on right now in terms of who's picking what, all these rumors, and I just can't stop laughing because everybody's contradicting each other. What you saw today was Rich Cimini of ESPN New York come out and say he thinks the Jets are going to take a tackle, but gets the sense that it wouldn't be Darnell Wright. You also heard Peter Schrager say that he doesn't think the Jets are going to reach for a tackle. He had Lucas Van Ness, the pass rusher from Iowa, going to the Jets at number 15. My buddy Walter Cherepinski over at walterfootball.com said on the show today in our final preview that he is of the understanding that Darnell Wright, aside from Paris Johnson, who the Jets will believe will be long gone, that they have Darnell Wright as their top tackle on their board, even above Peter Skoronski. So Walter's sort of out there on an island. We've seen a couple of other people now say that they don't think Darnell Wright would be a good fit with the Jets. I want to talk about this and the tackles and the different narratives and what's going on right now. First of all, smokescreen season. Who's getting what intel? Who's right about what? Remember last year, we kept hearing up until like the day before the draft, no way the Jets pick a corner. No way the Jets pick a corner. Robert Saleh doesn't value corners in his system. If I had $1 for every person on Twitter who yelled at me when I kept telling them, yes, the Jets need a corner. Yes, they are valuable in any system. And yes, the Jets will and should consider a corner at number 4. I would be a very rich man right now. And I ended up being correct about that. As far as what ended up happening at number 10, that was a situation where essentially the Jets had decided if they had Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson all in their top 8. They had Sauce as the top of those three guys, Wilson next, and Jermaine Johnson. The backup plan if Sauce was gone, if he had gone, say, number 3 to Houston instead of Stingley, was going to be Garrett Wilson at number 4. If Garrett Wilson was gone at number 10, the backup plan was going to be Jermaine Johnson at number 10. And then they had hoped to use one of those second rounders to trade up and grab Breece Hall at the end of the first round. Well, guess what? They got all 4 of those guys. So everything sort of fell into place. That may or may not happen this time. But at number 15, we are hearing so many different rumors about what's going on, about who the Jets like, who they don't like, who's a fit, who's not a fit. Luke, your thoughts on all these different narratives, everything that's being said by all the different insiders, and also as far as Darnell Wright. You put up a review on our YouTube channel, which people are watching right now. So on this very channel, you have a lengthy All-22 review of Darnell Wright. People are saying they don't believe that Darnell Wright is a fit for the Jets. Some have cited his weight issues in the past. He was a little bit bigger. I know 2 years ago, he was as heavy as 360 pounds. But as far as I can tell, he played at about 330 to 335 fairly consistently the last 2 years. There's some rumors that he had to cut a lot of weight to get to the Senior Bowl, to get to the Combine at about 330, 335 pounds. Who knows? But in terms of fit, it's odd to me that people are saying that he wouldn't be a fit for the Jets as an offensive tackle, because I don't see that at all. Talk about all this, Luke, because Darnell Wright is a guy that you really, really like. You would pound the table for. So you obviously have some strong feelings here.
Yeah, to be honest, Scott, I was borderline putting Darnell Wright above Paris Johnson at times throughout the draft prospect. I think Paris Johnson has a much higher ceiling, but I looked at the window the Jets have right now. I look at Darnell Wright and how ready he is in pass pro. What impressed me about him was how versatile he was with his hands. There were reps and there were times in games where he would be aggressive and he would shoot his hands and he would land his punch and he had a powerful strike. But then there were games against Ojulari and Anderson where he said, I want you to use your hands on me. I want you to come through my chest because you can't beat me with the bull rush. I'm not going to give you a target with my hands because you want to swipe and bend, or you want to cross chop to the outside if you're Will Anderson. I think he's so incredibly intelligent, and the way he varied his plans really impressed me. You can see this running rep on the screen now. This is where I think people think that he's not an amazing fit. It comes back to a lot of the combo blocking, the climbing. He's not the best mover in space. That isn't, the strength of Darnell Wright. He's good as a down blocker. He's good at getting his hands underneath the armpit in the run game and pushing you down the line of scrimmage and getting displacement. But I still think there's enough movement skills there that he can be effective enough in that outside wide zone scheme that you're going to see with Hackett continuing on from what we've seen with LaFleur and these kind of offenses. Is it the perfect marriage? I don't think it is in the running game, but I'm still so impressed. I think he is the most ready tackle to plug and play right now. You put him on the right side, you're going to get a guy who's going to be an average starter to a slightly above average starter for 2 contracts. And as far as the rumors and speculation, it's so hard to know who has intel. A guy who I think I'll listen to a little bit this week is probably Connor Hughes, who I've talked about a little bit with my opinions as a reporter, but I think Connor is very plugged in. You know that the organization are feeding him information, and that's the kind of relationship those two parties have. He's the person that JD will tap on the shoulder to get messages out there, and he will therefore kind of look after them in the press. So I think he's someone, I haven't seen who he said the Jets are going to take, but he's someone I'd look to because I think they have a pretty good relationship with the front office.
What's interesting to me here, Glenn, is that I've seen only Walter step out and say the Jets would take Darnell Wright unless something unexpected happens. Like, for example, somebody like Jalen Carter slides to 15, which I can't imagine happening, or Paris Johnson slides to 15, which I can't imagine happening. That he says if that doesn't happen, the guy to watch is Darnell Wright. But everybody else is saying the Jets don't like Darnell Wright. He's not a fit for them. And it almost makes me wonder if the lady doth protest too much. In other words, if all these reports are saying the Jets don't really like Darnell Wright, is this Joe Douglas really liking Darnell Wright and making sure that other people think he doesn't?
Well, listen, that's why we call it lying season and smokescreen season. And, you mentioned earlier that Connor Hughes was the guy who was like, it is not a corner. Like he's the guy that I think we all agree, as Luke said, like he gets fed info, and he was the one, almost the thought of taking one, he almost made it sound offensive. listen, guys, I'm really trying to help you out here by explaining that this is a thing that will not be happening. Boom, it happens. So that teams want info out there. How much it's a funny thing to me, because if all the teams are doing it and all the teams know they're doing it, which teams are the ones that are going to fall for it? Like, that's kind of ironic. Like, we're going to feed this info like we know everyone else is feeding info, but then we're going to give credence to these teams and what their reporters are saying. So it's real. I think a lot of it is, especially if you're paid to cover the team, you don't want to be wrong. So let me jump on board with what everyone else is saying, because I don't really have any info. But Rich Samini and Connor Hughes and so, like, everybody's saying it, I'm just going to jump on with that. So at least if I'm wrong with everybody else. Which, for those people who do go out on an island, it's like you're either just rolling the dice and saying, hey, if I don't know anything, but if I hit, I'm going to look like the guy with the inside info. Or maybe you do have it. Maybe you're the guy with the legit source and you turn out to be right. I think so much of this, and I talked about it. We had Chris Schubert on our channel a couple weeks ago from the Draft Network, and we did a little conversation about what we hate about draft time, because we all love the draft. We think about it all year, especially if you're a Jets fan. But we were saying about things we hate, and I said I can't stand how you get these reports, that are clear that they're just sort of nonsensical, or that people will buy into some of the stuff that floats around out there. And it happens every year. And, is it going to be right? Like, like I said, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I like the fact that he, he does fill a need. But yeah, I think it's mob mentality. Like, I don't want to be wrong, so I'm going to jump on board. But yeah, look for those folks who go out on a limb and hit, because, they deserve the props if they get it right.
I will say this. Last year, Walter told me the Jets were going to take Sauce, Garrett Wilson, and that they were going to trade up for Breece Hall. He nailed all three of those. The only one he didn't have was the Jets trading back up for Jermaine Johnson. So that's pretty good. Now, that doesn't mean that he's definitely right here. And his guy, Charlie Campbell, is the one who is his reporter who gets all the intel at walterfootball.com. He may very well not be correct. Maybe all these other reports are true, and the Jets actually don't like Darnell Wright at all. But Dylan, it really is fascinating how these things get out there, and it all contradicts. One day, this team likes this player. Next day, no, they don't. This team loves this player. No, they don't. They kind of like him. No, he brought him in for a visit. They're not bringing him in for a visit. They went to his pro day. Oh, he didn't go to the pro day. They definitely don't like him. There's so many things that are woven into this. I thought it was fascinating. Walter pointed out to me that the Patriots in the last 9 drafts have only taken a player in the first round that they brought out for a top 30 visit once. So it shows you that some of these teams use those top 30 visits as misdirection. And it's interesting if you think about it. I think that's smart, because if there's a player you really like, odds are you're going to probably go to his pro day anyway, especially if he's a higher profile player. For example, let's say you really like Paris Johnson. You don't need to waste the top 30 visit on him, because you're going to the Ohio State Pro Day. So stuff like that sometimes is really interesting. The way that, as Glenn said, liar's poker, if we could go back and quote Michael Lewis, the prolific author, that's really what this is. And it really is interesting to see which teams are constantly blowing smoke and which teams sometimes it's like, oh, I guess this is kind of face value here. What do you think in terms of the Jets? What's going on here? Is this Joe Douglas trying to get a bunch of smoke out there and have people look in the wrong direction? Or do you think it's probably true? Maybe they don't like Darnell Wright. They're going to look somewhere else. I don't know what to believe this time of year, because I almost view everything with a natural skepticism, because that's what this process has brought out in me.
Yeah, so like you said about Connor Hughes, he was kind of fed last year that they're not going to take a cornerback, and I think a lot of Jets fans hopped on board. I myself, after mocking Sauce and actually Kyle Hamilton to the Jets, talked myself back and was like, no, they're going to take a Kwanu for sure. I even had a tweet saved in my drafts for the draft day last year that if they took a corner at 4 or 10, I would eat a baseball on live Instagram Live. Thankfully, I didn't send the tweet because I'd look like a moron. But this year, I could kind of see Samini being played out as that same type of smokescreen beat writer. Like, oh, he's been pumping the no Darnell Wright, but I could see a scenario where they do. I guess this would probably turn more into a question for Luke at the end of this, but I view Darnell Wright probably as a sole right tackle. I don't know if he'd be able to move over to the left side. So unless they're going to put eggs into the basket of Mekhi being healthy and Mekhi moving over to left tackle after Dwayne Brown either is cut or moved on from retires, whatever, I feel like that's a lot of eggs in the basket of a singular player who you're passing up for potentially somebody with offensive line versatility. You also look at the top 30 visits that they took, and they only took visits with Broderick Jones and Paris Johnson and from the offensive tackle class. They didn't take and Anton Harrison, excuse me. So they didn't take a visit with Darnell Wright. And you look at 2021 or 2022's list, excuse me, they met with Sauce, Garrett, Jermaine, everybody but Brees out of their top 4 picks. They even met with Max Mitchell. And I believe Michael Clemens was a private visit or like a virtual visit. So they met with most of their draft picks last year. Now that's only a 1-year sample size to carry over into this. But if I'm looking at it, I would think that it's probably not Darnell Wright. And maybe Rich Cimini has this one. But like you said, it's really tough to tell. And I haven't been trying to like read too much into the last 2 weeks per se of like who's going where, because Will Levis would probably be the pick at every selection if we listen to all the smoke screens. So it's tough. I wouldn't take Darnell Wright if there was another tackle there, but if he's the top tackle on their board, I certainly don't have a problem with it. But I'll parlay that into the question for Luke of, do you see him as a left tackle as well?
Luke, I see him as a right tackle, Dylan. I think you're spot on. I think having the insurance of Dwayne Brown as left tackle this year with Mekhi Becton gives me hope that they have another 18 months to sort this out if Mekhi Becton isn't that answer at left tackle. Look, it's obviously not ideal. For me, it was just looking at pretty much the next 2 to 3 years. And look, I don't love drafting like that, but I think Darnell Wright gives you, obviously good play beyond that as well. But I like the plug and play readiness of him. I like that, look, the versatility is great for a Skoronski or the left tackle, slight advantage of a Paris Johnson or a Broderick Jones. But for me, I just feel like Broderick Jones, you don't have to worry about him on the edge. You can have Max Mitchell compete with him if something goes wrong, and then you have Becton try and kick him back over to the left and see, because that's his best position. I know there was a big dialogue last offseason when the Jets were moving him to right tackle about where his best fit is, and people saying that he's only a mauler. Mekhi Becton's 2020 season in pass protection was one of the best we've seen from a rookie until Tristan Wirth just knocked that out of the water and you didn't even think about it. People look at sacks and he had like 6 sacks. His pressure rate was fantastic. He went up against the Bosa brothers, against Myles Garrett, a really tough slate of pass rushers. I think he had Max Crosby that year as well. Ironically, he struggled most against Cleveland Farrell of anyone in his rookie season. But I think he's a left tackle. And I think having Dwayne Brown gives you that insurance policy I mentioned. So I'm willing to take that risk when you have a 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers and kind of the window the Jets have right now.
Versatility is important, but I think when you look at somebody like Darnell Wright, it really comes down to, do you think this is a guy that could be there for the next 5-10 years? Because if you think he can, then as you said, Luke, you've got Mekhi Becton and you've got Dwayne Brown on the left side. It gives you another year. If Becton has another setback and then Dwayne Brown retires or leaves at the end of the year, you can go get a left tackle. You were going to need a right tackle anyway, unless you believe very strongly in Max Mitchell. So I don't really think that should be a big deal. Yeah, you would prefer if he could play both the right and left side. But if you really like him, don't make the Tristan Wirfs mistake. I don't know if this is true, but there was some buzz that part of the reason that the Jets preferred Becton to Wirfs and preferred all of the tackles to Wirfs, quite frankly, is because they viewed Wirfs as a right tackle only, which, okay, maybe, but he's a hell of a right tackle. So, and this is, by the way, not to disparage Mekhi Becton, who I still think can be awesome. Maybe in the long run, he could be right up there with Wirfs if he can stay healthy. I don't know. But obviously, we've seen from Wirfs already that he can be an elite tackle in the NFL. And so if you can get a guy at right tackle that you think can be on that level, if they believe that about Darnell Wright, or maybe not even elite, just really, really good, I don't think that the fact that he can only play the right side should be a reason to disqualify him. But it is interesting to see what these narratives are going in. I think everybody expects the Jets to pick an offensive lineman at number 15. And I'll say this, and I wanted to see if you guys agree with this. I believe that outside of Paris Johnson and Peter Skoronski, the rest of these tackles are all to varying degrees, good to very good at best. And I don't know that the gap between, say, somebody like a Darnell Wright or a Broderick Jones and somebody like Matthew Bergeron or Anton Harrison or one of those other tackles that you might be able to get either with a trade up from late in the second into the end of the first round, or even at number 42, 43. I can't remember which pick it was. Was it 42 or 43 that they ended up keeping after the Rodgers?
43.
Was 43? Okay, either way, that's fine. Same deal, basically, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if that gap is enough to say, just reach for the tackle rather than take whoever the best available player is. Because to me, look, if you're taking a guy that you really, really, really don't need, and granted, I don't think he's going to be on the board, but let's say it's like a Christian Gonzalez, and he's easily the highest rated player on your board, and then you sit there and say, okay, but we're well-stocked at corner. Do we do this? That's a difficult conversation. But to me, if, say, I'm just throwing this out there as an example, there's a guy like Kalijah Cansey, and you just love him, and even though you think the tackle position is more important, Cansey's a guy that you think could be a much bigger difference maker, not only immediately, but in the long run. You could say the same about wide receiver, whether it's Jackson Smith-Njigba or whoever else, whether it's Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison or somebody along those lines. At what point does your need get outweighed by the quality of the player? And for me, it's always about what's the gap, and also what's the gap between the position you need and where you are and the next tier. And that's why, like, if you look at 2020, we talked about this. I saw 4 tackles that had potential to be real difference makers. And Joe Douglas saw the same thing, which is why he had that deal in place to move up a couple spots if he felt he needed to. Then we all said, whatever it is, very rarely do you see a tackle class like this. Depending on who you talk to, everybody agreed that those 4 guys were all top 10, top 15 prospects, whether it was Becton, Andrew Thomas, Tristan Wirfs, or of course Jedrick Wills, who ended up going to the Browns. You had that. And so it was get one of those guys or there's a massive drop-off. I don't know that that's the case here with the tackles. And so that's where I think you've got to go and take the best available player. And then also, you look back, 2019 is another example. Luke, you and I thought we were going to be standing on the street corner with a megaphone screaming, draft Quinnen Williams, draft Quinnen Williams, draft Quinnen Williams. I said that all along. What I said, you remember this, Glenn, I'm sure you remember this too. I was saying, look, if Kyler Murray goes first, the Jets are handed a gift, because clearly, far and away in that draft, I thought the 2 best players were Nick Bosa and Quinnen Williams, whichever order you want to put them in. And so whichever one of those 2 is there, do not trade, do not pass go, do not collect $200. Take that guy and consider it a gift from the football gods. And one of the few smart decisions Mike McCagnon made was to stay at number 3, take Quinnen Williams. And it was a very controversial pick at the time. Why? Because of what I just said. The Jets didn't, quote, need an interior defensive lineman. They needed an edge rusher. There were a bunch of other positions they could have used and needed much more than that spot. But they went with Quinnen because he was so far ahead of the pack. And I would argue, and I think it's a pretty strong argument at this point, that they made the right move because he clearly was the guy that was above the pack, and now we see what a dominant player he can be. So, Luke, I'll start with you. How do you weigh this? I know you don't want to reach, but then there's that area where if it's close enough, maybe you go with the need. As far as who's the best player on your board, at what point does it become absurd to draft that guy, even if there's a sizable gap between him and that next guy? Christian Gonzalez would be an example of that. And as I said, if there's a position you need, how much do you weigh the gap between the guy you're thinking about and who you think you can probably get in the next round?
Scott, this is why NFL front offices put so much weight into ranking their draft boards by position first. And then from there, they'll put players into tiers regardless of position, but weighing in some positional value. The understanding that I have from most NFL front offices is they don't want to step down a tier to take a player to fill a need. If it's within that bracket they have of players, and they've got 6 players, which consists of 3 tackles, a corner, and maybe a defensive lineman, they'll take the tackle because that matches up with the need as well. But if that that tier doesn't have an offensive lineman. They don't want to drop back and then go into that next band of players and take a player that's outside unless they trade down. So I think, look, overall, bad teams draft for need unless it's outside the quarterback position or a team that's literally ready to go outside of one tackle or whatever that may be. You always reference what Howie Roseman says, that today's luxury is tomorrow's necessity. And that's something that I think a lot of NFL teams live by, especially at tackle, at corner, at quarterback. They're the positions you need to keep restocking because they're the blue chip positions. For me, I want talent first. I want to look at the positional value, the positional scarcity, and then the need. That's kind of, I think, the four factors, and that's kind of how I preference them. Need is important, sure, but the moment you start reaching for a player who isn't the caliber of someone else, that's when you miss a generational talent, or you miss a guy like an Aaron Donald because you want to draft a tackle, and that tackle ends up being a swing tackle for the next 3-4 years. That's when you run into problems. That's kind of my stance on it.
Glenn, I tend to agree with Luke. I think if it's close, or at least reasonably close, you might want to go with the guy who fits your needs better. But ultimately, this league is about getting premier talent. And if you can get a guy who's a difference maker, again, there are the examples of positions where it might be insane overkill. But Kancey would be an example of maybe they need a defensive tackle, but they don't need it as badly as an offensive lineman. A wide receiver might not be as big of a need as an offensive lineman. A safety might be a bigger need than a cornerback, but a cornerback, even though it's not as big of a need, is a premium position. So it's so tough to figure these things out. And I think a lot of it also comes down to the individual players themselves, right?
Yeah, I think so much of it is it's like anything that has a lot of moving parts. Like there's complexity and there's every team is different, and every, we talk about, do you take the best player or do you take the guy you need? That's a year to year thing. Like where's the gap from the best player that you don't need versus the best player you need? Like let's say you're on a 0 to 100 scale, and you're looking at a guy who's a 74. He's the best player on your board right now. You don't need him necessarily, but then there's a guy who's a 72.5 that you do need. I would imagine you're going to take that need. You're not going to let a point and a half lead you to go overkill at one spot and leave yourself short at another. And I know teams always say, best player, best player, best player. And every year I watch the draft and I'm like, what an amazing coincidence that like 99.9% of the picks from the time I started watching the game always happens to be the best player, always happens to be someone the team needs. You know what I mean? Like, what are the odds? Like, wow, 32 for 32 again this year. Everyone's best player just happened to be a need. So I think it all gets factored in. You're obviously not going to let yourself get caught short and say, well, we've got 4 guys ranked ahead of this guy, but he's our biggest need, so we're going to skip all of them. It's so many moving parts, but you're not going to put yourself in a situation where you're drafting someone who's clearly not as good as the guy who's at the top of your board. But I think anytime it's close, if you have a dire need, that's why we don't see the Chiefs take a quarterback ever. How long was Brady? When did the Patriots ever take a quarterback in the first? Like, you don't. Like, that position is set and we have other needs. So I think it all gets weighed in. But, if all things are equal, then yeah, you say who's the best player. That's like my dream scenario, right? Like you want to be that team that's picking 31st, 32nd, where you're so stacked and you're so set everywhere that you can just say, doesn't matter to us. Best guy on the board is who we're taking, and we're going to move forward with that. We don't have any needs that are so pressing that we have to reach, because reaching, you can get away with it a little, like, again, a point or two. But when you start really taking guys who aren't in the same class, like Luke said, breaking these guys up by tiers, when you start going too far outside of that, that range, you're really taking inferior players. And you don't want to put yourself in that position.
Dylan, when it comes to this tough situation of figuring out how to navigate need, quality of player, as Luke said, scarcity, and of course, as I said, the gap between the various positions and all of that, where do you come down on this whole discussion? Would you take a player that you don't need nearly as much because you thought he was a clearly superior prospect to somebody that you did need? And then how about this? This is something that I want to throw in there too. Does the situation of that team factor in to a high degree the same way that everything else does that we just talked about? For example, most times you would say, never pick a running back in the top 10 or the top 15 or whatever. But let's say Bijan Robinson's there at number 10. You're the Philadelphia Eagles, and you're sitting there saying, okay, a luxury for almost every other team. But if we get this guy, we think he could be the missing piece that gets us not only one Super Bowl, but maybe several of them, because he's going to be here on a cheap 5-year deal. We could franchise tag him another 2 years, get 7 elite years out of him potentially. Plus, look at what else we've got. We've got A.J. Brown, and we've also got Jalen Hurts, who we just signed up, and we've got Devonta Smith, and we've also got all those players on defense that are some of the top players in the league. They brought back both Bradbury and Slay, for example. Jordan Davis seems to be a young emerging player. That offensive line is one of the best. So what I'm saying is the outlier type stuff. How does that factor into this as well? Where do you come down on the question in its totality?
Yeah, so just as Luke and Glenn were explaining their points, I just wrote down simply bad teams draft for need, competing teams draft with a blended approach. Like Luke was saying, if you have a guy that's a need and there's a guy with a very similar grade that's probably not a position of need, I'm just looking at my big board here. Players 20, 21, and 22 all have the exact same grade. It's John Michael Schmitz, Darnell Wright, and Keon White. But I then put them in that order based on how I felt that would affect need. Obviously, I think center is a huge need. Obviously, this was before McGovern, so maybe it's a little, closer. But Darnell Wright would then be second offensive line, and then Keon White edge. I don't think edge is a top need, but I think it is a need that needs to be addressed at some point. So I said competing teams draft with a blended approach, and then great teams. And great teams are probably like the Chiefs and the Eagles. They have the luxury to solely go best player available. I think the Ravens try to force it a little bit, and that kind of holds them up, I'll be honest. But like a team like the Eagles, they could go and take Bijan Robinson at 10, and nobody would really bat an eye because their roster is meant for it. So there's not many teams in that bucket, but I would like if the team could solely go best player available. And to add on to that, I think Devon Witherspoon is better than any of the players we've talked about on this podcast so far. So if Devon Witherspoon was there at 15, I don't care. Somebody could be a really great cornerback 4. Like, let's just get the dogs, So it's not the realistic approach with the Jets with their current situation, but that's just how I feel. Is there's always a position that's not of need that you could say, shoot, could we add him to the mix? But you want to go with that more blended approach. And I think that's where the Jets are at currently.
The Houston Texans are, not the Houston Texans, the Carolina Panthers right now are on the clock as the festivities have kicked off in Kansas City. Glenn, Dylan, thank you so much for coming on. I know you guys got to run and do your own Jet Nation feed. Make sure you check out everything those guys are doing, Jet Nation Radio and all that. Glenn, you're going to be back with me in a couple of hours because we're going to be doing Play Like a Jet, where we go over night 1, everything that happened. We'll break down what the Jets end up doing. So, guys, thank you so much for coming on. This was a lot of fun. We got to do more crossovers like this. Have fun on your stream. And, Glenn, you and I will talk in a few hours. Dylan, it was great getting a chance to talk to you for the first time, man.
Yeah, this was awesome. I definitely want to do another crossover. You guys are more than welcome to come on Jet Nation anytime. We've talked about adding you guys to the show every week, and it's just like, okay, let's do it. And then schedules don't line up. So anytime you guys want to come on, for sure.
Awesome. Gentlemen, have a great time, and let's hope that the Jets get this one right. Whoever it is they pick, we may think it's – what's that old line by Billy Joel? I may be right. Yeah, you may be right. I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Let's hope that whoever it is the Jets get, if he's a lunatic, he's a really good lunatic. So we'll see what happens tonight here for the New York Jets. Gentlemen, have fun. Glenn, you and I will link up in a couple of hours.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Good to see you guys.
All right, take care.
Guys.
Thanks a lot, guys.
So, Luke, we're going to be having people jumping in and out all night. It'll be you and I as the two constants. Anybody who's got questions, by the way, first of all, thank you for joining us on this Play Like a Jet live stream. Really appreciate it. We know you have a million options for where to spend your draft night, and we're really grateful that you took some time to be with us. So if you have questions or you have any comments or anything you want to throw in there, I think we can enable the super chats, right? I'm not sure how that works. Luke, that's more your domain than me. I'm not.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah.
So we could do that. By the way, if you're wondering why you can't see me, very simple. I'm John Cena. You can't see me. No, the real reason is because I have no idea why, but there's something going on with my video camera, so you can't see me. It feels like Play Like a Jet now because you can only hear, you can't see. But the festivities are now underway at the NFL draft in Kansas City. And Luke, I'm kind of nervous now. I was nervous before the Jets made this trade down. You and I have talked about, look, just to peel the curtain back, Luke and I are in a chat with the man behind everything. I like to call him the Wizard of Oz, Chris Walker. He's the guy that pulls all the strings behind the scenes. We talk all the time about this stuff. And so Luke and I have been very nervous about different scenarios playing out. We were nervous enough at 13. Now with the Jets behind both the Packers and the Patriots, who are strong candidates to take some of the players we both like for the Jets, it becomes even more nerve-wracking. By the way, I'm hoping that we can get Chris in here at some point tonight because A, he's a lot of fun to talk to, and B, if you have never heard Chris Walker do his Charlie Casserly impression, it is awesome, and it's especially great. I'm going to send Chris the link right now, by the way, for this, but it's especially great on draft night because Charlie Casserly breaking down the Jets draft picks is something that we could all use a little bit more of in our lives. So this is going to be a fun night. I think, Luke, that when it's all said and done, we're going to have a lot to talk about. And the question now for me is, do the Jets decide that no matter what, they've got to do something for Aaron Rodgers? Because remember, one complaint that Aaron Rodgers had over and over and over and over again is that the Packers were just not doing enough to help him all those years. They weren't using their premium picks on spots that he felt were a real aid to what he was looking to do on offense. Do the Jets feel that pressure now, having spent all these picks to bring in Rodgers, investing so much, trying to make him happy and put him in the best position to lead this team? Or, as we said, do they look at the defense and say, well, maybe there's some player, whoever it is, that's just too good not to take in this spot? Like Tyree Wilson. I'm not saying you have to love him or hate him, but maybe they think he's so good that if, I don't think this ever happens, but if he makes the 15, have to take him, got to neglect that offensive spot at number 15. This is going to be a fascinating dynamic to watch.
Yeah, Scott, I don't think they're going to lock themselves in. It's not Joe Douglas's approach. I think Aaron Rodgers is pretty pleased when he joined us with the offensive weapons and infrastructure that's there. Obviously, with Nathaniel Hackett at the helm, all the way through to Garrett Wilson, the tight end group is solid enough. You've got three good options there. I don't think Joe Douglas is ramming his head saying, I need to draft an offensive lineman. If all works out perfectly, Paris Johnson, maybe Darnell Wright, Peter Skoronski is probably a New York Jet at number 15 at the end of the night. But I don't think he's going to force it to the point of taking a player that he doesn't really want just to appease Rodgers or just to fill that need, kind of like what we talked about with Dylan and Glenn earlier. So I think for me, it's going to be that best player who brings value, who can help the team right now in this window. If Jalen Carter starts falling because of the off-field stuff, and he sees he gets to 9 and the Bears want to get out, even though the Bears would probably take him, maybe he looks to move up. I think he'll be aggressive to get a player that can help this team right now, and that's going to be his focus. But for me, Scott, this draft starts at pick number 2 and pick number 3. I have no idea what the Houston Texans are going to do. Is this a smokescreen? Are they going to take CJ Stroud or Will Levis at number 2? Are they going to take a defensive player? The Cardinals want to trade out. We know that. So maybe for the Jets' sake, we can have quarterbacks 1, 2, 3. We get that kind of situation. That would be incredible. You're going to force a better player down the board, and that's going to make Joe Douglas's job a hell of a lot easier.
Luke, let's talk about what's going to happen here at the top of the draft. It seems like everybody has agreed that Bryce Young goes first.
Yeah.
And there's Patrick Mahomes, by the way, who is introducing the draft. He seems pretty pumped up. I might be too if I just won a Super Bowl. I was married to Brittany, and I had all that money, and I was a part owner of the Kansas City Royals. I think he's got a lot going for him, is what I'm saying. But it looks like Bryce Young is going to go number 1 in the draft. There are people that agree and disagree. I think Bryce Young is probably the best quarterback, at least on tape. The question is, for a guy that's 5'10", 180 pounds, which is what he really is. I know he weighed in at 205 at the combine, but everybody believes his playing weight is closer to 180. That's tough because he's nowhere near as thick as even Kyler or Russell Wilson or guys like that. And we've seen what's happened to Kyler Murray the last couple of years. He's really broken down, especially the second half of these seasons. It's tough with these smaller quarterbacks when you're going up against guys so huge. So Bryce Young looks like he's going to be the first pick. You could debate whether he should be or not. From there, like you said, gets very interesting. Do the Texans go quarterback? Do they trade out of the spot? Do they pick somebody else besides a quarterback? Now, this is where it gets kind of crazy. I think if you're the Texans, if you just don't like the quarterbacks, you should try to trade out. If you like the quarterbacks, then you should take one. If you don't like the quarterbacks, but you just love a player and you're not getting good trade-up options, then you could just sit there and take whoever it is you like best. One thing that I have heard from several different people, and I wonder if this ends up being the case, will the fact that CJ Stroud is represented by David Mulligetta, who is Deshaun Watson's agent, deter the Houston Texans from taking Stroud at number 2? Were they never that high on him to begin with? I don't know. But as you said, the draft really seems to start at 2 here. There have been times in the past, Luke, before you were, I guess you were born, but would have been before you left football. I remember when the Jets took Keyshawn Johnson at number 1 in 1996, and we were at the draft, and it wasn't as fun as normal because there was no suspense. The Jets had signed him a week before the draft. That doesn't seem to really happen anymore. I guess teams really want to leave their options open, although I would argue that in 2021, the Jaguars may have just gone ahead and signed Trevor Lawrence because there was absolutely no way they were going to do anything but draft him. But number 2, it gets fascinating because, as you said, Luke, I think people have debated, is it in the best interest of the Jets for 4 quarterbacks to go? Or is it better off if there's one of them sitting there at 15 when the Jets pick and hope that somebody at the back of the round is looking at a quarterback or really wants to jump up? I tend to think it's better if these quarterbacks go early. And the reason for that is because I just don't think that there's a team that's going to be that eager. If a quarterback drops to 15, I don't see a team being that eager to give up a king's ransom to get to 15. I think it might be different if the Jets were sitting inside the top 10 or certainly in the top 5, but at 15, it doesn't feel like a king's ransom type of spot. I think you're better off if the Jets have 4 quarterbacks go ahead of them. And as you said, it pushes guys down. So let's just say, for the sake of argument here, that the Houston Texans don't take a quarterback. We then look at the Arizona Cardinals, and that becomes very interesting too. Walter Cherepinsky said on the show yesterday that he believes that the Arizona Cardinals are desperately trying to get out of that spot. But as he said, it takes 2 to tango. So can they get out of that spot for a deal that's worth it to them? Or do they sit there and take a position player because they're not going to take a quarterback? Then things get really wild. So you hope, I think, if you're a Jets fan, that somebody moves up to number 3 and that the Texans either draft a quarterback or they move down with somebody that wants a quarterback. Of course, at number 4, you got the Colts sitting there. I'd be pretty surprised if they don't take a quarterback. And then the order of the quarterbacks, Luke. We know Young will go first, it appears. What happens the rest of the way? Is Anthony Richardson going to be in the discussion for the second quarterback, which we had heard for a while? His stock seems to have cooled. Or is it just that people are not talking about him? Levis, all of a sudden, he's being talked about a ton. Is that real, or is this more like Mac Jones a couple of years ago where, Kyle Shanahan's going to take him at number 3, and then he actually ended up going 15th? And CJ Stroud feels like he may be Justin Fields in this scenario where he's a guy that all along everybody said, it's Young, it's Stroud, it's Young, it's Stroud, it's Young, it's Stroud. Does Stroud fall a little bit? And then somebody either jumps up or somebody unexpectedly is able to get him. Like, let's just throw this out there, the Raiders or the Falcons sitting at number 7 and number 8. So really a lot to watch here with these quarterbacks early on in the draft and how it's going to impact the Jets.
The team that's going to trade up, Scott, is going to be the Tennessee Titans. And I know there was smoke around that this morning, or this morning for me when I woke up at 5:30. But you look at where they are on the draft. They are sitting behind those 2 teams you just mentioned, the Raiders at 7 and the Falcons at 8. If they want to take a quarterback, that means there will be no one, or certainly not one of their top 3 quarterbacks, left for the Tennessee Titans at, I think, number 11 they're picking. They're the team, I think, to watch, especially for number 3 with the Cardinals. I think that makes a ton of sense for them. They're in a rebuild. They're not in a win-now mode right now. They traded away A.J. Brown. They lost Taylor Lewan playing tackle for them. I think it makes sense. There's been talk about them trading Derrick Henry. Speaking specifically about C.J. Stroud, look, I want to preface this by saying I haven't watched these prospects at the quarterback position like I would if the Jets were taking a quarterback. But obviously I saw enough when I was looking at Garrett Wilson last year, looking at JSN's tape. I think C.J. Stroud has a few issues. Off the field, you're talking about the S2 test, which has replaced the Wonderlic test. Reports are he did terribly in that. And that test doesn't necessarily predict whether a player is going to be a great player, but it has always detected in the early sample size who has been unsuccessful. And he fits that band, and that is scaring a lot of NFL teams. Chris Sims was talking about it yesterday. He has just some inconsistencies off script, Scott. And this is a league now where you can't just win from the pocket. You have to be able to make plays outside. I look at the Iowa game, I look at the Michigan game, and there were 4 or 5 turnover-worthy plays that were dropped. And I went, CJ Stroud got out of structure and panicked and threw a ball, and that safety should have caught it. And that's not going to fly in the NFL. So I think there are things working against him. Look, I just hope the Texans take a quarterback, whether it's Will Levis, whether it's CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, although I think Richardson makes so much sense for the Colts. You want to talk about a fit. I know you've banged this drum, Scott. You look at the coaching staff there and the Eagles' roots they have there. They've worked with Jalen Hurts. You've got a roster that's crying out for offensive skill position help. What's the best way to do that? It's a quarterback running game with Jonathan Taylor coming back behind one of the best offensive lines that has now taken a step back and regressed, but it's still probably a top 10 unit. That's how you lift it up, and that's how you get a great start to your regime. So look, it's going to be fascinating, but I'm with you. I think the more quarterbacks, the better. I don't want the Jets to trade back because A, I don't think you get the value that late, and B, I think the draft just gets really skinny after about the top 12 or 13 non-quarterbacks, and the Jets will miss that band if they trade back.
Luke, I'll tell you one thing I've been thinking about today. I feel like if the Jets are sitting there at 15 and there's not somebody they really, really want, and they're looking to trade back, I would almost rather they collect picks for next year's draft to help offset the loss of whatever that pick ends up being, most likely a first rounder. And especially since everybody seems to agree that next year's draft is going to be a better draft. I know that flies in the face of got to get players right now to help Aaron Rodgers, and it's a win this year. But I feel like you're kind of doing yourself a disservice if you're stockpiling players that maybe aren't going to be as big a difference maker over the next couple of years, because I really feel like the Jets have a 4 to 6 year window. Realistically, Rodgers isn't going to be here that long, but if they can figure out something for after Rodgers, whether that's the unlikely resurrection of Zach Wilson or something else, they have talented young players on cheap deals. And if they can figure out a way to juggle this, like I said, the window could be 4 to 6 years. And so I think if they trade back, it would be a good idea for them to get some picks for next year's draft as opposed to this year's draft. We'll see. But I agree with you, though. If there's a player they really like at 15, it's probably a better idea to just stay there, because if you trade back and pick up extra picks, yeah, you've got the extra picks, but this is sort of a thin draft. On the Around the NFL podcast the other day, they were talking about how some anonymous general manager made a comment along the lines of, it's a weak draft if you have 15 guys that only 15 guys that have a first round grade. I have fewer than 15 guys with a first round grade. That's what this guy said. By the way, Bryce Young officially the number 1 pick in the draft. No surprise there. We're going to get to that in a second. But this is a very weak draft class. And so in a way, it's kind of good that this is the year the Jets don't have a pick that's super duper high, because you wouldn't want to necessarily waste it on that. But I think that if the Jets find a guy at 15 they really like, they should take him. And if they are going to trade back, pick up extra picks for next year to help offset the loss of whatever that pick ends up being.
You know what? It's funny, Scott. I was laughing when you said that, because when you talk about quarterbacks in the draft, it's probably my most hated thing is people saying, but you should see next year's class. You don't need to take a quarterback. You look at next year's class. Mm-hmm. We do it every year. And then look what happens to a guy like Rattler. Look what happened to Sam Darnold with the way he regressed in his, sophomore season, or junior season, I should say. The same could happen to a Caleb Williams. But in this respect, you're 100% correct. Next year's draft, no matter what it looks like, is going to be better than this year's draft in the top 35 to 40 players. That's just going to be factual based on how poor and thin this class is. So I think if they do, it's that balance between what you're trying to achieve right now and making the smart business decision. But you're right, that is the best decision if you want to trade and accumulate assets, is to get them for 2024. So I'd agree there. It's going to be fascinating. I don't think they will. Something we haven't discussed, Scott, will he trade up? Is Joe Douglas going to see the tackles falling like he did with, you talked about the deal with Wills to move up and possibly get him last in 2020. Is he going to have a deal in place to move up to maybe number 12 with Houston and go and get JSN, or go and get one of the tackles that he loves, whether it's Peter Skoronsky or whoever else? It's going to be incredible to watch. I love the uncertainty. It's going to be a great draft, and it's just kicked off with Bryce Young.
Let's talk about Bryce Young now. We touched on this a little bit. I think if you watch his tape, he certainly seems to be on paper and on tape the best quarterback prospect. But how worried are you about his size? You just don't see a guy that size succeed in the NFL all that often for a long period of time. As we said, Kyler Murray had his moments, but now he just seems to keep getting hurt all the time. The only one that appears to be a long-term answer at the quarterback position who's continued to do this year in, year out is Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson has to be 25, 30 pounds heavier than Bryce Young. So I think you've got to worry about this guy really being durable at the next level. He had been hurt at times at Alabama. So if that was the case, you look at what could happen here in the NFL. He goes back to pass and say somebody like Quinnen Williams at 6'4", 320 pounds, running a 4.6 40 or whatever it is, smashing into him on every play, or guys like that. I don't know how much his body can hold up or how long it can hold up. I think he might be a guy who has a good couple of years and then flashes out. Who knows? But it's an interesting gambit here by the Panthers. They gave up a lot to move up and get Bryce Young. This is, to me, sort of risky and sort of safe. It's safe in the sense that you have to feel confident that if you can protect him, Bryce Young can be at least a solid NFL starter, but it's risky because at 5'10", 180 pounds, how long does he hold up? And you just gave up an enormous haul to go up and get him.
Yeah, I think there's two things with the size, Scott, when you look at Bryce Young as a prospect. You have the thinness and how lean he is, and then you have the height. Speaking on the lean physique and build first, that's the thing that would worry me most from an injury perspective. If I'm the Carolina Panthers, though, I'm looking at how can he avoid being hit, and that's his ability to move in the pocket. His pocket presence was fantastic. There were so many great highlights you saw on Twitter and watching the games on a Saturday of him being able to manipulate the pocket, to shift in a muddy pocket, to stay clean and to fire a strike. And the other thing is he's very good with his timing routes. He gets the ball out and he's an intelligent footballer. So that's how you avoid hits. As far as the height, that's not a huge thing in today's NFL when you look at some of these smaller quarterbacks, your Drew Brees and those guys. But where it affects it is seeing the middle of the field. And this is when I knew Russell Wilson was cooked, and I still think he is, and I may get proved wrong. But he could not see the middle of the field when he came back his last year in Seattle. He was skittish. He couldn't see. He wasn't accurate there. That has been an issue for these shorter quarterbacks coming out of college. But if you stack up Bryce Young's numbers over the middle of the field in the intermediate range against a guy like Baker Mayfield, against a guy like who's shorter that's come out the last few years, there was another one, Kyler Murray. He has the best numbers, according to PFF, in the intermediate part of the field between the hashes and between the numbers. So he seems to be pretty good at finding that throwing lane and still understanding that he can see the picture without obviously being able to see over his 6'5" linemen. So I think he's going to be able to overcome that. Look, the Panthers have rolled the dice. They've shot their shot. They have not a lot of weapons for him right now. He's going to have a difficult first couple of games, I think, because there's not a lot of playmakers, and you're coming from an Alabama side that last year had some of the best playmakers in the sport. They took a step back this year in 2022, but it's going to be fascinating. I think he's the best quarterback in the class, but I think you're right. He has the most inherent risk as far as longevity, but I think he is the safest quarterback as far as a prospect. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition, but I think it's the right move for them. I'm not sure if I would have traded up, but now that they're there, I think Bryce Young's the guy. Interesting though, Scott, the Texans pick is in. We talked about, would they trade down? Would they want a quarterback? They've made that pick pretty early in the clock, so I'm fascinated to see what happens now.
I think it may be Will Anderson. And that Alabama connection would be a big part of it. And by the way, as we said, Arizona, very intriguing as well. Mike Florio over Pro Football Talk had reported that there were talks between the Arizona Cardinals and the Tennessee Titans for the Titans to move up. They involved DeAndre Hopkins. Now Ian Rappaport is saying there have been conversations that has nothing to do with DeAndre Hopkins. I never understood why DeAndre Hopkins would be involved in that, because why would he want to go to Tennessee, and why would Tennessee, a rebuilding team, want to take on an aging wide receiver like DeAndre Hopkins? It just seemed weird to me. And there is the pick right there. Wow. The Houston Texans have made their selection. Luke, I don't know if you want to put that up on the screen there so that we can talk about this one here at number 2. But as we now see him walking up to the podium, the Houston Texans, I thought for sure that there was validity to the trade rumors, that they were maybe going to go ahead and make a move, but instead they used this pick. What do you think here, Luke?
Look, I'm stoked from a Jets perspective. That's the first thing. This is a great result because now if someone likes Will Levis, they have to go and trade with the Arizona Cardinals right now. So that is a fantastic result for the New York Jets. Outside of that, look, I think CJ Stroud has an opportunity to be really good. I think he has some obvious deficiencies. I talked about him outside of structure, but he's an extremely accurate quarterback when he's inside the pocket. He's a guy who's now going to a franchise who has a few weapons. Again, it's not OSU, but he's going to have that adjustment period. They've got a new coaching staff in Houston, but they found their guy. And I'm glad that this was smokescreen because some of the off-field stuff and the testing, you know what, let's see if these kids can play football, if they're good people. And if you get them in the building and that's the way you feel about them, let's give them a chance to be the franchise guy. And look, CJ Stroud has seemed like a fantastic leader at Ohio State. Day and that group has talked really highly of him. I know Garrett Wilson likes him. So he's now got an opportunity to be the face of this franchise, to give them a cleanse coming off Deshaun Watson, everything that happened there. And you talked about it. He has the same agent as Deshaun Watson. That could have been a sticking point. They've looked past that. McNair, the owner, has not, stood in there and let his pride get in front of himself. And that's good. Get out of the way. Let the football people make decisions. And CJ Stroud is now the quarterback of the Houston Texans.
Here's what's interesting. First of all, I agree. It's weird because I thought with a team like the Texans that might actually impact the agent situation. But now you brought this up. Does somebody get nervous now and want to move ahead of the Colts to grab somebody at number 3? That's what the Stroud pick at number 2 really does here. And so also the other question is it possible that we see 4 quarterbacks go in the top 4 here? If Levis goes at 3, does Anthony Richardson go at number 4 to the Colts? And here's another one. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but while we're walking on the wild side here, Luke, if those 4 guys go as early as that, does that mean that maybe somebody like the Tennessee Titans, who, by the way, Tennessee, do they get a little funky? Or as Dusty Rhodes, the late great Dusty Rhodes would say, funky like a monkey, baby, and grab Hendon Hooker at number 11 and shock some people? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but boy, would that be a gift for the New York Jets as well. So this is interesting. I think what you want here, ideally, if you're the Jets, is you do want Arizona to move this pick, because if Arizona moves this pick, you would assume it's almost certainly for a quarterback, whether that's Levis or Richardson. I think you'd rather it be Levis because I think the Colts would be more likely to take Richardson than Levis, but I don't know. This is just me thinking about what Shane Steichen likes and what could happen there. I do really think that Indianapolis is a great landing spot for Anthony Richardson. And it's funny because, you and I have internally debated about this. I don't disagree with you. You've talked about this. Our friend Alex Rollins has talked about this. His tape hasn't been consistent. We know that. But I think what we've learned about quarterbacks is that people will talk about how Josh Allen, he's the outlier, and that's true. But you got to remember that Anthony Richardson, he only played a handful of games as a starter at Florida. So really what you're doing there is you're not looking at a guy who, say, had 3 years and steadily got better. He didn't have a chance to. He was so talented that he left for the draft because he knew he could get drafted so high and somebody would take a chance on him and develop him. So you look at him and you say, okay, do I think that I can take him and get him anywhere close to his ceiling? If I could get him to 75% of his ceiling, then he's well worth the pick here. And so that's really what you're banking on. And look, there are various degrees of risk involved, and it depends. But I think if you're the Colts, you got a new coach. You got Shane Steichen, who had success with Jalen Hurts. To me, it makes a lot of sense to do that if you believe in his talent. Now, if you're not that big of a believer in his talent, different story. Will Levis is a weird one, though. I've watched Will Levis, and I can't really wrap my head around it. I don't see it with him. Now, maybe somebody does. And look, Lord knows, we've been wrong, all of us, all over the place about quarterbacks over the last few years, right? Josh Rosen, a lot of people really loved him. Complete and absolute bust. Sam Darnold, we all loved him. Didn't work out. Bust. Baker Mayfield, at one point, looked good. Then, now he's basically a journeyman, right? We already talked about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. And then look at 2021. Many of us really like Zach Wilson. So far, not looking so good. Justin Fields, we don't know yet exactly. Trey Lance picked 3rd overall, and we still have no idea what the heck's going on with him, right? And then the 2020 class, as I mentioned, I think people thought Burrow would be pretty good, but I don't think anyone thought he was going to necessarily be a top 3 or 4 quarterback in the NFL. They certainly didn't think that about Justin Herbert. In fact, if you remember, the talk was the year before, it's like you said, oh, just wait till next year's class. That's what people were saying with Darnold and all that. Oh, Herbert will be the guy next year. And then he had a bad year the following year. And it's like, oh, all right, I don't know about him. But now he obviously has become an outstanding quarterback. And then you take a look at Tua Tagovailoa, who we said was somebody who everybody all along had thought would be the number 1 guy, got eclipsed by Burrow. Then there was talk, I don't know about this guy. He doesn't have a huge arm. And so,
Scott, I got to cut you off. I'm so sorry. The Texans are back on the clock. The Houston Texans traded with the Arizona Cardinals. They're on the clock back-to-back at 2 and 3. They're going to go defense here, obviously. So that's throwing a spanner into our works here, talking about quarterbacks.
I got to think, and I could be wrong, but I got to think this is Will Anderson. It makes sense because Will Anderson, again, we talk about the Alabama connections. There are so many times when those type of things really play into these picks. Tyree Wilson, obviously another possibility, a guy who obviously is a Texas product, went to Texas Tech, maybe even Jalen Carter, who knows? But wow, this is kind of interesting. I haven't seen the compensation yet here, but this is not the result you necessarily wanted. If you were the Jets, you would have preferred that they deal this pick to somebody that wants a quarterback. But on the bright side, Stroud did go. So you do have 2 quarterbacks off the board already. Like I said, I have a feeling this is going to be Will Anderson because you're looking at D'Amico Ryans, Alabama guy,
Correct.
Very tight with Nick Saban. So that would make a lot of sense. And they know that Will Anderson is probably, the latest he would go would be like 6 or 7. So if they want him, they got to make a move here.
They want their Nick Bosa. This is DeMarco Ryans, who, yes, has the Alabama ties, but he's also got the San Francisco ties, and he's got the Robert Saleh blood and everything they built there on defense, and he's going to want his edge. Look, Jalen Carter is the best player in this draft class. He's the closest thing I've seen to Quinnen Williams since Quinnen came out in 2019, but those off-field things are serious. We'll touch on those a little later as he either slides or gets selected. But I think the pick's going to be Anderson here. Look, Tyree Wilson's got some injuries with the foot. I think he's a very raw prospect for a 24-year-old this year. I think it's going to be Will Anderson, but we'll see what happens.
It's kind of crazy, like you said, Luke. 24 years old and to be that raw. I'm not saying Tyree Wilson can't be really good, but that's just kind of crazy for an older prospect.
Yeah, it's funny as well because I heard someone talking about Keon White at Georgia Tech, who Dylan mentioned earlier was the 23rd or 24th player on his board. I'm not a fan. Someone said, who's pretty well known out in the scouting area and on Twitter, said, even if he doesn't give you much in 2023, he's going to build into a great player. Keon White's going to be 25 this year. But as we see Robert Goodell on the stage here with the Texans pick, it's Will Anderson. There it is right there. It's what we thought, Scott. It throws a spanner into this draft.
And you know what? Listen, say what you will about the Texans, but realistically, they just got the guy who they think can be their quarterback. They just got a guy who they think can be one of the centerpieces of their defense. You explained how he could potentially be their Nick Bosa or something like that. I don't know that he's necessarily quite that level of prospect, but they just got 2 guys that could be centerpieces of their team for the next 10 to 15 years if they're lucky. And so this is really interesting. And again, the Alabama ties played in here. You've now seen the 2 quarterbacks and Will Anderson go off the board, which is what you thought would very well be the case maybe a month ago until all these whispers started happening. Everybody seemed to think it would be Stroud and Bryce Young, 1 and 2 and 1 in some order. Originally, everybody thought it was going to be Stroud, and then it shifted to Richardson, and then it shifted to Young. And everybody thought that Will Anderson would probably be the first position, non-quarterback rather, off the board in this draft. And so that's what we see. And like you said, look, I think Jalen Carter is probably the superior prospect, but that off the field stuff is quite serious. You hear a lot about his work ethic as well. And look, the truth is we're not privy to the type of information that these NFL teams have. So they obviously know more than we do. How comfortable they are, I don't know. There's a lot of buzz that the Seahawks are sitting there waiting for Jalen Carter at number 5.
Yeah.
If he slips past them, I don't know. Then, of course, you have people that say the Bears really love Jalen Carter, so maybe there. He could very well even go to the Colts. I don't know. I assume the Colts are going to pick a quarterback here. The question is, is it Levis or Richardson? Like I said, if I'm the Colts, if I like Richardson, if I'm Steichen and I like Richardson and I think I can develop him into something, sit him behind Gardner Minshew for a year. The Colts aren't winning anything this year anyway. It's fine. And then sort of build the team up around him. And I think, honestly, if I were a betting man, I think Anthony Richardson is who ends up being the pick here at number 4. But some surprises that ultimately wouldn't have been surprises a month ago until we started talking ourselves out of this. Although, look, it's funny. We had thought that the Texans might take Will Anderson at number 2. This is what the conventional wisdom was. They might take him at 2 and then trade back up for a quarterback, right? We had heard that. Instead, they took Stroud and traded back up for Anderson. So they did it the reverse way. I haven't seen what the compensation here is, but to go from where they were, which is they were at what, number 12?
12, correct, yeah.
Yeah, so to go from number 12 all the way to number 3, they must have given up a pretty hefty package because, I mean, look, it's not going to be what the 49ers gave up to get Trey Lance, but that's a similar jump. In fact, I think it's the exact same jump, isn't it? Didn't they go from number 12 to number 3?
Yeah, really close. And Scott, they've got 12 picks this year, the Houston Texans. So they've got some wiggle and capital. I'm not sure, as you said, I haven't seen the capital either on Twitter and what the trade compensation is like. But look, it's going to be probably a future first or a couple of seconds. It's going to be a hefty package because this is moving up, and that's a lot to give up for an edge. Does that mean, though, that these teams aren't high on the quarterbacks, and that means they didn't give up as much because no one would trade up for a quarterback? That always inflates the package. So this could have a flow-on residual effect to the next couple of picks. But speaking about Will Anderson, Scott, I think he's the best edge in this class. I think he has the highest floor by far. He's got fantastic hand utilization. He's great on the twists and stunts. Lacks a little bit of power, but he's just a polished edge. I compared him to Khalil Mack. Yeah, Mack had a bit more power coming out of Buffalo, coming out of college, but it's the hand usage. He's not going to be a bend around the edge guy like a, Von Miller. He's not that kind of profile. He's speed. He's aggression, he's violence with his hands, and he's going to be playing a 3-4 stand-up linebacker, or in this system, a 4-3 edge, and he's going to wreak havoc, and it was a good pick.
Listen, in DeMeco Ryans' system, and we know DeMeco Ryans is one of the best defensive minds in the NFL, you'd have to say, if you were going to bet today on who wins Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson would be the favorite, based on the quality of player he is, the system he landed in, the coach he has. I think that it winds up being a really nice day here for the Houston Texans, getting a guy in Stroud who gives you hope for the long haul, and then Anderson, who should be able to come in and make a big impact right away. The interesting thing, too, about Stroud is I think there's probably going to be the expectation that he plays right away, and he might. But they do have Davis Mills there if they need to sit him for a little while. So that gives them a little bit of breathing room and a cushion, too, which is nice. As we turn to the Colts here, at number 4, my friend George Bremer, it's funny, I keep thinking about him and how I had mentioned a while ago that Anthony Richardson was a great fit at number 4. And he just kept saying, they can't do it. They can't do it. They can't have a guy that they may have to sit for a year. Chris Ballard will never survive it. They have to get somebody that's going to make a difference right now, on and on down the line. But I can't help thinking what I've thought the entire time, which is that Anthony Richardson is the perfect pick for the Colts, given the situation, given who's there. I just think that it would make the most sense for them, and it would be a great landing spot for Richardson. And so I'm curious to see what happens here at number 4. I think the Colts are going to go quarterback, but they could very well shock some people here as Roger Goodell goes to the podium. Luke, what do you think? Is it going to be Richardson?
I think it is. And here's the misconception, Scott. People think Richardson can't play right away.
And by the way, to interrupt you, sorry, Luke, it is Richardson.
It is. You can just see it there on the screen. We'll pop it up for you. But the thing and the misconception with Anthony Richardson is that you can't play him early, that he's this huge high ceiling prospect. Look, I get that. He's got incredible traits. He's got the cannon arm and he's got incredible wheels. He runs like a wide receiver, for goodness sake. But that athletic skill buys a front office, buys a guy like Chris Ballard time, because you can play him and you can say, look what he's done here, like Justin Fields or like Jalen Hurts. You can see the athletic traits. Just wait till we get him more live action reps. Just wait till we turn him into a passer in 3 years, that Josh Allen approach. You don't have to sit him. Yes, they could, and they're in a position to with Baker Mayfield. Gardner Minshew, who's been brought into Indy to play there on a 1-year deal. But they have every right to play Anthony Richardson, and they could do it because it's great to take training reps. If they set that standard with their fan base and say, we're going to play him because we're going to get him live reps because this kid has not played much quarterback. That's the way he's going to get better. You can unlock those running skills to start with the offensive line and Jonathan Taylor, and you can let him grow, and you just need to give him time. But is there going to be the balls, I guess, for lack of a better word, by Ballard to put him on the field, risk him looking bad, and then get the boot? It's going to be fascinating.
I'll say this, Luke. He's a freak of nature, 6'4", 245. The explosion is unbelievable. I remember seeing people say, well, what's the big deal about the high jump? That's not going to help him throw a football. And it's like, yeah, it's not going to help him throw a football, but what it shows you is how explosive of an athlete as he is. And I think what we've learned over the last few years, whether it was Josh Allen, Justin Fields last year, and still TBD with Fields, obviously, Jalen Hurts, guys like that. If you have a player that can make plays with his legs while he's becoming a more polished passer, what that does for you is it allows you to play the guy while he's developing as a passer and still get positive plays out of him. Because, look, I don't want to pick on Zach Wilson, but we've seen this. Not that he's a bad athlete, but a lot of times when he would panic, he would bail from the pocket early, run backwards, and either throw the ball away, toss up an interception, or get sacked for a 10-yard loss or something. With Richardson, if he panics or maybe he doesn't trust what he sees or whatever it is, he can take off and get you 5, 6, 7, or even 10, 15 yards like that. And so that to me is so enticing about a guy like Anthony Richardson. Again, Steichen, a great coach for him. And I feel like we talked about this with Mekhi Becton when he came out of Louisville. And I think this applies to a guy like Lucas Van Ness, who I know I like a lot better than you do. There are things that they can do that you just can't teach. There's nothing you can. Bryce Young is always going to be 5'10", 180 pounds. Yep. Nothing you can do about that. Now, it doesn't mean that Richardson is a better pick. We can sit here all day and debate that, but that can't be changed. What can be changed is certain things in terms of the way that Anthony Richardson anticipates throws and his mechanics and things like that. Stuff that can make him a far more effective quarterback, but the physical freak thing will be there, right? Becton was the same thing. It was like, if you get him an average technique, this guy could be a beast. Van Ness, look, you go back and look at Van Ness's reps. Now, there are a lot of reps where you're like, well, what, you didn't do anything. Or, hey, I'd love to see him do something other than a bull rush, which I know you've talked about a lot. But at the same time, his speed to power is otherworldly. And he's a guy that's a redshirt freshman, didn't even start at Iowa. But you look at his size, his speed, his strength at 6'5", 275. They call him Hercules for a reason. And he's the kind of guy where if you think you can coach him up and you can get him the average technique, even add a move or two, maybe even 3, to a point where he's average with those moves, his speed to power is so overwhelming that I think he could be a really, really good player. If you look at some of those reps where he's just running over Peter Skronsky, running over Paris Johnson, arguably the 2 best tackle prospects in this draft, that shows you. So that's what you see a lot of times. And that's what is happening here with Anthony Richardson is they're looking at it and saying, yeah, his tape was erratic. Yeah, he did this wrong. He did that wrong. But we love this. We love that. We looked at his numbers. We saw the elite physical traits. And we think that we can coach up the fundamental stuff to get to the point where if it's even somewhere in the middle of the pack with his physical traits that are elite, he can be a real difference maker quarterback. It reminds you a little bit of Cam Newton or somebody like that, or even Josh Allen to an extent. I'm tired of comparing guys to Josh Allen, but you get the idea.
Yeah, exactly. And look, we mentioned the fit. It's perfect too with the Colts. They've got a staff that's fresh off working with Jalen Hurts. It just makes too much sense. And now we pivot to 5. There's 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Scott. Seattle's on the clock, and they love to trade back. But you have to imagine that they're banging the table for either Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter if the off-field's okay. I think that has to be the pick. If they're comfortable with Jalen Carter, you might see Pete Carroll take his shirt off and run up to the stage in Kansas City himself, because he would just do so much for the inside of their defense. He is just so disruptive. And he was only playing like 50% of snaps at Georgia because they were so deep. So look, it's going to be interesting to see if they actually stick and pick, which is something that John Snyder doesn't do very often, And I think it's going to be a defensive player here. So will we see Levis come off the board before 15? That's now where we turn our attention to if you're a Jets fan, because that means you're getting the 11th best non-quarterback prospect in the draft, which could be a huge win. So really nice pick there for the Colts, a win for the Jets. And now we'll see what happens with Seattle with 1:40 left on the clock. But I have a feeling you're going to see either Carter or Wilson from Texas Tech as the pick here.
Jalen Carter really makes a lot of sense to me. If the medical checks out, he'd be a big difference maker for Pete Carroll. Like you said, see him running around with no shirt on. By the way, here's a reaction from George Bremer, who covers the Colts for CNHI Sports, our friend. He's been on my show more times than pretty much anybody who doesn't cover the Jets. Here's what he said. I'm skeptical about this. We'll see what plays out. Don't love anyone behind this line. And with these receivers, lack of starts, poor stats scare me to death. But he is a physical freak, so we'll see. So, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I understand the apprehension, but look, sometimes you got to take swings, right? And so we've talked about this a bunch. The Jets, and I talked to somebody about this today. They said, you got to get somebody like Aaron Rodgers. How many times can you fail picking a quarterback? Well, look, yeah, fine. The Jets got Aaron Rodgers, but in a year or two, maybe, he's going to be gone, and they're going to have to go back to the well. At some point, you're going to have to go back to that well and draft a quarterback, unless you're one of the extremely rare teams that has a situation like Drew Brees falls in your lap, and you wind up getting him in New Orleans because the Chargers had given up on him, and then he had a really good year after they'd already drafted Phillip Rivers in the top 5, and then he hurts his shoulder, and so they end up letting him leave, and that was a whole weird outlier type of situation. For the most part, if you want a long-term answer quarterback, you can win in the short term with a guy who's a veteran. But generally, if you want a long-term answer, it's either going to have to be the draft, or it's going to have to be a situation where you have a young quarterback who you take a risk on because something didn't go right in his first situation or whatever. You know, look at what the Panthers tried to do with Darnold. It didn't work, but you know, another example would be what the Packers did with the Falcons, trading for Brett Favre, and we later found out that Favre had some problems off the field, and that's why the Packers were able to get him and the Falcons had given up on him. But short of something like that, it tends to be long-term answers are only found in the draft. Doesn't mean it's the only way to get a quarterback, but it does mean that if you want that guy for 10 to 15 years, you have to keep taking swings. Doesn't always have to be in the first round, by the way, but sometimes you got to just be willing to take that risk. And look, I think the Colts are in that spot. They're a team that's clearly toward the bottom now. They're trying to build back up. And so this is the type of guy that you go and get if you believe in his talent and you think that he can become a player that can be a difference maker in the long haul. As Roger Goodell walks back out to the podium, by the way, I think
who's it going to be, Scott? What do you reckon?
I think you're right, Luke. I think it's going to be Jalen Carter. That's what all the indications have been, and I do think he's the best player in this draft, just as you do. It depends on, oh, wow, a curveball. It's Devin Weatherspoon. How about that?
There you go.
So now the Seattle Seahawks, are they recreating or trying to the Legion of Boom? Because Tariq Woolen last year, who they got in the 4th round, I think it was the 4th, right? Was it the 4th round, Tariq Woolen, or was it the 6th round? Something like that. He turned out to be one of the best corners. Now, let's not get into the Tariq Woolen versus Sauce thing again. I've had enough. Sauce is better. Deal with it, Seahawks fans. But the difference, of course, is that Sauce was picked 4th. He was expected to be really, really good. I don't think anybody expected him to be that good, but they expected him to be really, really good. Woolen was a guy that was raw. He played in UTSA, and so it was like, all right, how good is this guy going to be? He outpaced any reasonable expectations. And now you take a guy like Witherspoon, who, as you heard Dylan say earlier, may be the best cornerback in this draft. Now, Christian Gonzalez is awesome. You heard Walt talk yesterday about how a couple of these other guys are really rising up the board as well. We'll see where Joey Porter Jr. goes. For example, you're going to see some of these cornerbacks come off the board, but ultimately, the more players at positions that the Jets don't need coming off the board is a good thing. So Witherspoon going at 5 is nice. You would like to still see Will Levis go somewhere. If he goes to Tennessee, that would be cool. The other thing you wonder is, with that Arizona trade, does that mean that Arizona would not be a candidate to say necessarily pick a receiver at number 12, whereas the Texans might have been. So that's another aspect we didn't talk about. But Witherspoon's a really good player, man. That Illinois secondary is something. And let's not forget, there's a tie in there because who was one of the better players in that Illinois secondary in 2022? In 2021. The 2021 season. The answer to that is Tony Adams, who, by the way, at this moment would be the front runner to be the Jets' starting free safety, which is kind of crazy as an undrafted free agent. But look at that defensive backfield in Illinois. You have Devin Witherspoon, arguably the top corner. You have Quan Martin, who's probably going to go later, but he's a Swiss Army knife type of defensive back. He might be able to be a free safety, but he could also do some strong safety, play a little bit of linebacker, a little bit of slot corner. And you got Sidney Brown, who you heard Mark Ross on the show talk about this. Mark Ross, who, of course, was the longtime right-hand man to Jerry Reese in the Giants front office that built 2 Super Bowl winners. He said Sidney Brown is his top safety in this draft. He actually thinks Brian Branch is the 5th best safety, which is definitely different than a lot of people have said. But look at how good Illinois has been at developing defensive backs over the last few years. Speaks a lot to their coaching staff, but it also tells you that Witherspoon is in good company. And now, of course, as a Jets fan, you wonder with Tony Adams. But what happens with Sidney Brown and Quan Martin? Do they go off the board relatively early later on? And then how does that compare to like past classes with all these defensive backs from one team going off the board? But we should have known that this was a possibility with Pete Carroll because he loves defensive backs.
We lived this last year, right, Scott? This scheme doesn't value cornerback talent, right? They've only been good when they've had Jalen Ramsey at quarterback, or when they've had Richard Sherman at quarterback, or now Sauce Gardner. Seattle 3 cover 3 doesn't care about corner play, does it? But yeah, you're right. The fit's perfect. For me now, another great pick for the Jets. You see a non-corner quarterback slide. Mm-hmm. The next 3 picks are fascinating. And we've got one of our guests who I'm going to pop in just now who's covers the Atlanta Falcons. But the next 3 picks are the Detroit Lions, the Las Vegas Raiders, and the team who Miles covers, and that's the Atlanta Falcons. Miles, welcome, mate. How you doing? Must be an interesting draft and where it's sitting now for the Falcons, because you're one of these 3 teams sitting there who you could go quarterback. You've also got Desmond Ridder. How's the draft gone for the Falcons, and how do you see it playing out these next 3 picks?
Yeah, I think it's getting really interesting right now, especially seeing that the Cardinals are now trading up to this spot now. So we've got another trade coming up. From what I'm hearing, it appears that the Falcons are looking to trade down from their number 8 spot. I know there's been a lot of talk of a guy like Nolan Smith or Bijan Robinson going to them. The Falcons have really been in a wait and see process, so things have been kind of interesting for them at this point. I wasn't expecting to see Devin Witherspoon go at number 5. That was pretty high from what I was seeing. But his stock has been rising lately. So a little bit surprised to not see Jalen Carter off the board yet. Maybe he comes off the board right here with Arizona. But that could be one to monitor, because if Jalen falls to Atlanta, I don't expect them to pass up on a guy like that. I don't think a talent like Jalen Carter deserves to be falling to pick number 8. I know he has the off-field concerns, of course, that everyone's well aware of, but I think the Falcons are among a bunch of teams right now that are sort of in the wait and see process of who goes where right now. So really, I think it all depends on what happens with Arizona and Vegas here. I think we've got some stuff to sort of figure out still, even with just these 3 picks left now. Yeah. There's not even that many picks left before the Falcons go here. So they're sort of in a wait and see right now.
Scott,
Miles,
do you think there's a chance here? Scott, can I just interject for one sec? Do you think there's a chance that the Cardinals get their guy who they wanted at 3 all the way down at 6 here with either Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter? This could be an incredible move for them. Acquiring the extra pick, obviously they'll lose some of that in this trade up again, but then getting the guy they coveted at 3, this could be really nice work for the new GM there in Arizona.
I'll say this. I don't know for sure, but what I had heard is that if the Cardinals were stuck at 3 and couldn't move, it was going to be Tyree Wilson. So if that's true, you expect that to be the pick here. Miles, if that happens, the Falcons, there's been heavy rumors, as you said, Bijan Robinson, right? I'd heard that that's who they would go with if they're stuck there at 8. But again, it's draft season. Who the heck knows what's really going to happen? What do you think is the likelihood of Robinson at number 8? And then also, Is there a possibility? I know they've talked about Desmond Ridder. Is there a possibility of looking at a guy like a Will Levis or something like that as a curveball?
I don't think that kind of curveball will be on the ropes here. I think the only chance that Atlanta would have taken a quarterback would be if Stroud fell. I think Stroud was the only quarterback that they were potentially interested in taking if he fell in their lap. I think that was the talks of potentially if they moved up, that was a guy they could have been interested in. But now that Stroud is taken, I don't think that they're going to go the quarterback route. I think the door has been opened, however, for potentially a Christian Gonzalez to be the pick at number 8. I don't expect Bijan Robinson to be the pick at number 8. I kind of think he's the guy if they trade back. That's the same way I kind of feel about Nolan Smith. I think Lucas Van Ness could also fall into a category for them if they trade back, one of those guys. But if they do stay put and the things are playing out as they're currently going right now, I'm not sure what the Cardinals are going to do or any of the other teams, but I do think that Christian Gonzalez could be a guy that may end up falling in their lap since Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, some of those other guys are on the board. Most likely, I think, will be taken before their pick. So in that regard, I could see Christian Gonzalez falling in their lap at number 8.
I'm going to interject here because Roger Goodell is at the podium about to announce the Cardinals pick, and it's Paris Johnson. Wow.
Wow. Oh, man.
We had heard.
This is getting really interesting.
It really is. It really is. We'd heard, though, one thing that has been consistent is that Paris Johnson was somebody that the league was much higher on than the internet scouts, as they called him. I had said all along I never expected Johnson to get out of the top 10. I also had heard that the Raiders really love Paris Johnson. And so if that is the case, this makes sense because if the Cardinals wanted him, they knew they had to jump the Raiders. And they just showed that the price to make this move was the number 34 overall pick. So I haven't seen exactly what they got to move down with the Texans, but you have to figure that more than outweighs the second rounder they had to give up to go back up to number 6. So now getting Paris Johnson here to help block for Kyler Murray is interesting because I don't know if you've seen this, but apparently Murray had been lobbying relentlessly for Paris Johnson. Loved Paris Johnson, thought he would be the perfect protector for him. In the past, Murray had lobbied for different offensive linemen, and the Cardinals, I don't want to say told him to pound sand, but they certainly didn't give him his wish. This time, it appears that they have. And like I said, the interesting dynamic here is everybody seemed to think that the Raiders love Paris Johnson. So the Cardinals knew that there was a guy their quarterback wanted last year. Remember, they went and got him his buddy, Hollywood Brown, in a trade. Now they go get him the offensive lineman. They're all in on Kyler Murray, and they were smart to do what they needed to do to jump the team that they thought was going to take the guy that they were looking to get. So, Miles, this adds another wrinkle here with the Falcons as we sit at number 7 with the Raiders. I wonder what Arthur Smith is thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a situation now where you're going to be able to draft one of Jalen Carter or Tyree Wilson now. And I think those two guys should be, I don't know if they are, at the top of their draft boards because those are two elite guys on the defensive line. They've addressed the defense heavily this offseason free agency-wise. They added Calais Campbell. They added a few other guys this offseason, especially in the secondary. So they released Casey Hayward, so that could be an option to still go after a cornerback if Christian Gonzalez is high on their draft board. But, I mean, it's really, really difficult to pass up guys like Jalen Carter and Tyree Wilson, who I consider generally to be elite players in this draft, especially Jalen Carter. I think he is a top 3 prospect overall in this draft. Just I think the off-field stuff has been the thing that's kind of causing his stock to drop right now. But, yeah, I mean, this draft has been one of the most unpredictable ones. Everyone's been talking about it. I mean, I wasn't expecting Paris Johnson to go this early. I wasn't seeing Houston trade up back to number 3. Just a lot of these guys. So, I mean, the doors wide. I wasn't even expecting Anthony Richardson to go 4. I picked Will Levis for that pick. So, yeah, and then you have Seattle taking Devin Witherspoon, of course. But, yeah, no, things are about to get really interesting. I do apologize, guys. I got to hop off. I'm doing some Falcons social stuff for Fox right now. But,
go ahead.
I do certainly appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you.
Miles, thank you so much for hopping on. Good luck to the Falcons. I hope they get the player that you're looking for, which would be obviously Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter, or trade down and get a great haul. So thank you so much for coming on with us. Appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Good luck to the Jets this season, guys.
Thanks, Miles.
Thanks, Miles.
So,
Scott,
Luke,
I love this pick.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's talk about Paris Johnson. Before we get to your thoughts on the pick for the Cardinals, I just want to tell a little backstory about Paris Johnson. Willie Anderson, a 10-time Pro Bowler for the Cincinnati Bengals, who, by the way, should be in the Hall of Fame, and maybe at some point he gets there. Great player at Auburn as well. When he retired, he started coaching and mentoring young offensive linemen, and he had ties to some youth pastors back in Cincinnati where he played all his years. He had done some nonprofit stuff and they had helped him. They were friends with Paris Johnson's mother. And so when Paris Johnson really grew and started to get bigger, he was going to transition in the offensive line. The mother was talking to the youth pastors. They said, we know Willie Anderson. They called Willie. They said, will you help this kid? He said, sure, take a ride out. I'll do what I can. Takes a ride out. He's putting him through the drill, says this kid was clueless. Never seen a kid that knew less about the offensive line. But he was staying with me that week. Every morning he would wake up. He would look at my trophies. He would ask me questions. He would try to get better. He would ask about technique to the point where I was ready to strangle this kid. He wouldn't leave me alone. But then by the end of the week, I said, you know what? Kid's still not that great, but he's getting better and better. Over the years, since that time, I believe that was his sophomore year of high school, Paris Johnson stayed in contact with Willie Anderson. They talk at least once a week. His mother would film him doing drills on her cell phone and send it to Willie. And Willie would constantly give him pointers and tell him what to work on. And he would do exactly what Willie Anderson told him. Willie Anderson joked, this kid listened to me more than my own kids did. And you can see the progression. Luke, you've talked about his special feet and why that gives him such a high ceiling. You said you love this pick. Talk a little bit more about this. Obviously, I'm sure Willie Anderson is smiling somewhere, knowing that his protege just went number 6 overall in the draft.
Yeah, and actually I'm frustrated at myself, Scott, because if you think about it, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm incorrect here, the betting market for the number 3 pick when it closed today was Paris Johnson. So there was a lot of heat that he was the guy that, you talked about Kyler Murray lobbying for him, and the front offices listened. Good scheme fit. I think in pass pro, you talked about the feet. They are special. He's got the most upside as a pass protector in this class. Sometimes his hands get a little wide. He'll play with bull rushes through his chest. That's why a guy like Lucas Van Ness gave him a lot of trouble against Iowa early in the year. But as a run blocker, he's got a nasty streak. He's got good movement skills in space. I think he's the best pure tackle. Skoronski's kind of a tweener, and I had him as number 1. I think he might play guard in some schemes. Paris Johnson is a left tackle no matter where he got drafted. He goes to the Cardinals, and they're building around their young quarterback, well, now a little bit older, and Kyler Murray, who they've invested a ton of money in. They got him Hollywood Brown, his guy. They now get him his guy at tackle in Paris Johnson, who was banging the table for. I just think this makes a lot of sense. They don't have Cliff Kingsbury anymore. He's holidaying over in Thailand, but I think they've finally got it right. They've got the infrastructure there offensively, and if they're going to have any chance, it's going to be at the offensive side of the ball and having to score points against the Rams defense and the 49ers defense.
This is something, like we said, this is what you call playing the board. They moved down, they picked up a bunch of picks, and then when they realized that they could still get the guy that they wanted all along, they made the aggressive move back up. This sort of reminds me a little bit of what the Dolphins did a couple of years ago, although it was a little bit different. Instead of actually making the move on draft day, they did it before draft day. You remember they traded down, and then they traded back up, and they got that pick, and they were able to go grab Jalen Waddle. And I'm pretty sure that there's no Miami Dolphins fan that would be complaining about that right now. So we'll see if Paris Johnson provides the same kind of results for the Cardinals that Jalen Waddle.
Can I ask you a question, Scott? Sorry to cut you off.
Sure.
If Jalen Carter doesn't go here, do the New York Jets and Joe Douglas start to think about making a move here if their off-fields have checked? Look, we understand that Jalen Carter is moving down the draft board because of the off-field stuff, the speeding, and then obviously being involved in the racing incident. He's the best player in the draft. We know that independent of it. If he doesn't go to the Raiders, who have traditionally been a team who will throw caution to the wind and take those kind of risky picks with Mark Davis, who just loves those characters and he's that kind of guy, hired John Gruden as a head coach that tells you everything you need to know. If he doesn't go here, how far are we going to see Jalen Carter fall?
Well, I'm going to answer that in a second because Roger Goodell is at the podium and we are about to find out if it is Jalen Carter, and it is not. It is Tyree Wilson. So Jalen Carter still on the board. I'll tell you what this says to me, Luke. It says to me that the noise about Jalen Carter off the field is very, very strong. Because if all these teams are passing on him, and I agree with you, I think he's the best player in this draft, I think by a considerable margin, actually. And so for him to still be there at pick number 8 tells me that there's some serious problems here. This could be a Randy Moss type of situation. If you recall, Randy Moss was easily a top 5 talent. He slid all the way to, I believe it was 24 with the Minnesota Vikings before he got picked. And so something must be going on beyond even what we know if he's still sitting there at number 8. I will say also, you got to wonder if Jalen Carter made a big mistake. And we'll see, look, he may go to Atlanta here or something along those lines. Did he make a big mistake in not meeting with teams outside the top 10? Is that something that, look, people talk a lot about what Geno Smith did when he skipped the Senior Bowl and how that cost him dearly. Geno Smith at one point was thought to be in the running for the number 3 overall pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Instead, he fell all the way to the second round where the Jets got him. And so people criticized that and said, look, you didn't go. People didn't get a chance to look at you in this All-Star game or throughout the week. And look at what E.J. Manuel did. He went there. He became the MVP of the game. And he rose his stock. And he ended up being the only first-round pick in that draft, not Geno Smith. So is this a situation where Jalen Carter outthought himself? And maybe, to be honest with you, Luke, I wonder this. If you're a team, let's say he does drop outside the top 10, on top of all the things that might have caused him to drop outside the top 10, do you think that it's a character defect that he did that he said, I'm too good to meet with teams outside the top 10? That could tell you something about his attitude. There's already been questions about his motor. And so maybe that tells you something about his character on top of everything that we know and maybe don't know about Jalen Carter. And again, he could go 8th here to the Falcons, but this sort of reminds me a little bit. We said Randy Moss. How about Warren Sapp? This just got brought up again. Warren Sapp dropping to number 12. That was an interesting one. Warren Sapp had tested positive for marijuana at the combine. There were cocaine rumors with Sapp. Now, nobody knows for sure if that was true, but those were the rumors at the time. And so that's why Warren Sapp, who everybody thought was a lock to be a top 5 pick, wound up falling all the way to number 12 with the Bucs. He ended up, of course, becoming one of the greatest defensive tackles of all time, first ballot Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion, all of that. The difference, I think, though, is that there was never a question about Warren Sapp's motor. Never. In fact, if anything, it was the reverse. Warren Sapp was constantly on the move. He was a dynamo. Jalen Carter, the buzz is he takes plays off, and you've seen that on tape a little bit. I think this is sort of that Muhammad Wilkerson thing, too. If you remember, and this is in Collision Low Crossers, Muhammad Wilkerson, during his interview with the Jets at the Combine, is ironic knowing what happened years later. He said when asked what he thought his biggest weakness was, sometimes I feel like I don't try my hardest. Now, at the time, Mike Pettin stood on the table for Wilkerson and said, look, he's the most talented player available at this spot when they were about to draft at number 30. And so we should take him because as coaches, it is our job to get the most out of this kid, to break him of his bad habits, to turn him into the best football player he can be. And to Pettin's credit, Muhammad Wilkerson, under Mike Pettin and Rex Ryan, was a fantastic player. He was one of the best players in the NFL, absolutely dominant. People forget how good Mo Wilkerson was before he got paid and got hurt and all of that. And so I think that dropped Wilkerson in that draft is that he was seen as sort of a lazy player. Does that drop Jalen Carter? Now, I'm not trying to say that Muhammad Wilkerson is on the level of prospect of Jalen Carter, but it's kind of that situation where do you look at that as a character flaw? So there's so much to unpack here with Jalen Carter that you wonder if he keeps sliding like this, does it get to the point where it's so bad that there could be something really, really ugly there that we don't know about him? Or is it a case of these teams just straight up outthinking themselves and putting too much premium on certain things that maybe aren't as significant? It's really interesting. And I'm very curious to see if he goes here to Atlanta or stays on the board.
I said on Twitter a couple of weeks ago that I would be terrified about taking Jalen Carter if I was a top 10 team, just with what we knew. I want to break this down a little bit for people at home who may not have the context. Jalen Carter was pulled over for speeding, high-range speeding, I think about a year ago now, and was about 40 miles over the limit. Obviously, a big discretion. You start to question decision making. Then after that, he's involved in a high-speed racing incident, one vehicle crash, with the loss of lives of a teammate and someone on the coaching staff over at Georgia. That speaks volumes about decision-making to me. The fact that you can have such a serious indiscretion with the speeding originally, you're a high-profile person, and then still have the lapse of judgment to be involved in something as serious as street racing, that would be terrifying to me when you look at a young man and his decision-making skills as a father and as a person. Then you look at, he turns up to the combine and he's gets sent home. Turns out to his pro day, he's overweight. He can't finish the drills. Again, I understand it's a young man with a lot going on in his life after these off-field issues, but that tells me something about his perseverance and ability to work through these issues. And then you talk about the decision-making of not visiting with the top 10 teams. What does he think? Teams can't trade up? Does he think he's just above everything else and above the process? I'm not surprised by this. I know I said this to yourself and Chris in the group chat a few weeks ago that I thought Carter could fall because there's a lot of scary stuff there. And that's without knowing anything else behind curtains and closed doors that NFL teams do. So fascinated to see if he's the pick here for the Falcons. Look, I don't know if
Luke. So keep talking as we await this, but you bring up some interesting points here, certainly with Jalen Carter.
Yeah, look, I don't know if Arthur Smith is that guy that's going to take a risk on a low character dude. He's always been a guy who seemed at Tennessee to value strong characters. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but Jalen Carter is falling, and no one thought he was getting past Seattle. They thought that was his stop point, and he's made it past Seattle. And now we've seen Tyree Wilson with the foot injury go before him, and he's a much inferior prospect compared to Jalen Carter. So here comes Roger Goodell. I got no idea what's going to happen, Scott.
By the way, the other stop point is people saying he would never make it past Chicago at 9. If he doesn't go here, we're going to find out if that's true or not. So we'll see here what Atlanta does. A lot of buzz about Bijan Robinson if they stayed in this spot. You heard Miles say he didn't think so, but we're about to find out. Would the Falcons take Robinson? That would be crazy to me. To me, if you're going to take a running back this high, you've got to be a team that's ready to make a push for a championship. And now we're going to see if the Falcons make that move, or if it's Jalen Carter, or if it's somebody completely different. It could be Christian Gonzalez, as you heard Miles say. I don't think that would be a bad pick. I think Christian Gonzalez is an outstanding cornerback. So if that's the pick, then I think that would be a good one too. As the selection is being read out right now at the podium, let's see who this ends up being. And it is Bijan Robinson. So kudos to our friend Walter Cherepinski, who told me last night and said it on the show, if you are a betting person, bet Bijan Robinson to go number 8 to the Falcons. He told me it was pretty much a lock, and he was right. So Bijan goes number 8, and now we're going to find out, is Jalen Carter indeed a lock at number 9 to the Bears? And if not, then what? Because, look, the Bears certainly, they made some moves on the offensive line, but their defense is bad, and they could still use another offensive lineman. And let's remember, who's the hometown kid in Chicago? Yep. Played at Northwestern. Peter Skoronski, certainly a possibility. Jalen Carter, on paper, would be the perfect pick here. You have to imagine, if you were the Bears and you thought that Carter was as good as people like you and I do, and they traded and got all that to move out for a player that they might have considered at number 1 anyway, if they can get him here, if they really truly feel like that about him. Now, look, Matt Eberflus, and I'll say this based on my conversations with George Bremer, who knows Eberflus fairly well from his time as a defensive coordinator with the Colts. He's a very big believer in his ability to motivate and to get the most out of guys. Look what he did, for example, with Darius Leonard. He turned Darius Leonard, or helped turn Darius Leonard, into one of the best linebackers in the NFL. And there were numerous other players that he really did a great job with during his time with the Colts, even in Dallas, working there as part of their defensive staff. So if he believes that he can get the bad work habits out of Jalen Carter, then that makes a lot of sense to me here. But if he doesn't take him, this really tells me that Jalen Carter could be in for a slide, because something's up here. Like you said, there are a lot of red flags, and teams are nervous. You've seen this over and over again. Look at what happened with the Raiders. Nobody wants to be the Raiders. Nobody wants to be the team that has 2 first-round picks that wind up facing felony charges. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to be that drastic, but you don't want a situation where you're always having to worry about what's this guy doing off the field. Is he going to cause trouble? Is he going to get suspended? Look, I'm not trying to compare it, but look at Jamison Williams just getting suspended for 6 games after missing most of the year last year with an injury. And by the way, I was told after the Jets grabbed Garrett Wilson last year, I had somebody who is somebody who at one point was in the league texted me, I think Jamison Williams is the better pure receiver, but Garrett Wilson was the better pick because Williams is not the best decision maker, is how it was phrased to me.
Interesting. And okay.
Now you see maybe that's what he was alluding to. And Jalen Carter is a guy here who you have to let. So now they're showing the Eagles draft room. By the way, you have to wonder, would Jalen Carter potentially be a possibility for the Eagles? Can you imagine that if the Eagles
That's not fair.
Carter? I will say, I was told yesterday by Walter, it was on the show, that barring something crazy happening, which maybe Jalen Carter falling is something crazy, that the Eagles were most likely going to be looking at either Peter Skronsky, who could potentially be the long-term replacement for Lane Johnson, or the other or of course at guard if they make a move after, because what they could do there obviously is they could slide him to guard, and they could slide what's his name, the kid they picked last year, into center once Kelsey retires. Either way, or it could be Nolan Smith or Lucas Van Ness. Apparently the Eagles are very, very high on Lucas Van Ness. But if Jalen Carter doesn't go here at 9, the Eagles, now listen, if there's any team that could take a risk like that, it'd be the Eagles. Because imagine if that risk pays off. Could you imagine plugging Jalen Carter into that team that's already a Super Bowl caliber team? It'd be crazy. So the Bears become very interesting to watch here, and then the Eagles too. But I will say this, the more and more players that come off the board that are quarterbacks or players that are not in a position need. Look, Christian Gonzalez is another one that's a possibility here. You've heard that with the Eagles. The Eagles could go with a cornerback as well. So I don't know, but Jalen Carter is going to be one that you're going to want to pay attention to here. Absolutely. He is the dominant.
The Eagles have traded up, Scott. The Eagles have traded up.
Goes to the Bears, then the fall stops. But if he doesn't, again, knowing that everybody has said there's no way he makes it past the Bears, you're going to start to think there's something very wrong here.
Scott, the Eagles have traded up. I think this might be the Jalen Carter pick. They've jumped in front of the Bears, who've obviously said that they don't want him if that's the decision they've made. But there has been talk on Twitter and coming out of the Eagles camp and people that knew Jalen Carter at Georgia that the one person who could take him under his wing and look after him was Jordan Davis. And I read that report and went, that is the stupidest positive tweet I've ever seen. I can't believe this guy needs a bodyguard as a 20-something-year-old kid in a building that's not going to play. But that guy is sitting there on the interior defensive line in Philly. So that fit is right. They've got the runs on the board as Howie Roseman. He's won a Super Bowl. He made another one last year. They're a team on the up. They've just signed their quarterback. This could be Skronsky. This could be Christian Gonzalez. But moving up, you just felt like they might have got edgy. And I feel like the player that someone else would have jumped them for was Jalen Carter. So I think this might finally be the spot where he comes off the board. We'll see, though. We'll see. Scott, are you still there? Scott, we might have lost Scott quickly, but the Eagles are traded up one spot. It's going to be fascinating to see what they do here. We've mentioned the options. You've got Peter Skronsky. They've got Jalen Carter on the board. Howie Roseman. Big decision to make here. Is he going to add to Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, the dogs they have on the outside there for the Philadelphia front seven? It is a fantastic group, just making a strength an even greater strength, which is something that I love in the draft process. Fascinated to see what happens here with the Eagles trading up. Roger Goodell coming here up to the stage. They're on the clock. They've made their selection. Who's it going to be, guys? Don't be afraid to drop a comment. Let me know what you think. How's this draft going for the New York Jets? Goodell, the number 9th pick for the Philadelphia Eagles 2023 is, who's it going to be, man? There it is. It's Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia. I'm not surprised. Look. This is the best player in the draft, guys. Jalen Carter was, without a doubt for me, the number 1 prospect at a position of value because the interior defensive line is no longer thought of as a weak position or a position that isn't valuable. They get after the passer, and a guy like Bill Belichick believes that it is even more valuable than a position like edge, getting that interior push. Jalen Carter, number one player for me as a defensive lineman in this class, but he just won with raw power, with strength. He flashed the ability to do a swim move. He had a cross chop from the 3-tech position. He had a great ability to stack moves on top of one another. He had something like a 20% pass rush win rate. I think it was 17.6 in 2022. But the decision-making issues are going to scare some teams, and we saw that. But the Eagles have taken that risk. I would bet that Jordan Davis being there is going to be a significant factor for them taking Jalen Carter. They have the intel. They've got some guys that have links to Georgia in that front office. They've taken him. The fall finally stops for Jalen Carter. And now we look at it, guys. We're 5 selections away from the New York Jets taking it. There's going to be 5 players left. You've got Christian Gonzalez on the board. You want to hope he goes. You've got Will Levis on the board. You're praying that those 2 players go before number 15. Because if that's the case, have a look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen. I've got the guys that I think would be my top 5 targets. Let's replace Paris Johnson with Peter Skoronski, because report came out from Albert Breer that they value and see him as a tackle. So you've still got Peter Skoronski, Darnell Wright, JSN, Kincaid, and also Cansey all on the board. There is a lot of talent here for the Jets. The draft has gone extremely well thus far. I wasn't a big fan of Tyree Wilson. I didn't really want him. We've had 3 quarterbacks taken already. You also had a corner taken. We're at that point now with 1 or 2 picks go our way. We might have a very, very good player drop to number 15, but we'll see. Recapping how the picks have come in so far, number 1 overall was Bryce Young. Houston Texans then parlayed picks 2 and 3 and took CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. At number 4, great fit. The Colts take Anthony Richardson, one of the best fits for him in the whole draft with that coaching staff coming over from Philadelphia. At number 5, finally, the Seattle Seahawks stick and pick, and they took Devin Witherspoon, possibly the biggest surprise so far in the draft. That was one that kind of surprised me as Scott joins us again. Scott, just recapping the draft here and everything we've seen so far. We finally saw Jalen Carter come off the board. We talked about the risk. We talked about the fit. It's happened. And what are your thoughts on it?
Man, it's crazy, Luke. The Eagles saw arguably the best player in the draft sitting there. And the team that everybody said he'd never get past sitting at number 9, and they made that move up. And like I just said before, if there's a team that could afford to take that risk, it's the Eagles. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm reminding Jalen Carter every single day, just the same way that it happened with Warren Sapp with the Bucks. 8 teams passed on you. You were the best player. We believe you're the best player in this draft, but 8 teams passed on you. The Bears, who everybody said was going to take you, they passed on you, which, by the way, if the Bears liked Jalen Carter, this is kind of a crazy move. I guess they couldn't have loved them. But if you're the Eagles, you try to keep that chip on his shoulders. Say, look, we believe you can be Quinnen Williams, Chris Jones, somebody like that. You put in the work. You listen to our coaches. We're a Super Bowl team, and they have that culture built in. So, look, I haven't seen what they've given up, but for a team like the Eagles, this strikes me as being well worth the risk. And I think it's a great move. Now, the Titans are sitting here on the board. The Bears are sitting here on the board at 10, and then the Titans. The question becomes, does Will Levis come off the board at number 11 to the Titans? There have been talk about them maybe moving up. Assuming the Bears keep this pick, they're clearly not going quarterback. You figure they may go with Christian Gonzalez or somebody like that.
Yep.
Do the Titans take Will Levis? If they like him, certainly seems like a good spot to take him.
I don't know. I don't know if he's a fit in what they want to do schematically. I think he's the right player to sit for a year behind Ryan Tannehill. I heard Chris Collinsworth actually kind of summed up Will Levis really well. He said, I put on his best plays and I put on his worst plays. And I went, man, how is this guy being talked about as a top 10, 15 pick in the draft? But then what kind of convinced him that he could be an NFL player was looking at his, evenly graded plays, those mundane run-of-the-mills, get the ball, check it down to the flat, throw the 10-yard speed out. We're going to hit the dagger route. And we're going to hit the in route coming from the boundary. He does those things well. And when he's outside of structure, he's a million miles an hour and he's making incredible plays and he's having incredible failures and throwing interceptable balls. But when you can keep him in structure, he's been quite successful. And the Texans have quite a rigid offense. They lean on the running game with Derrick Henry. He can sit behind Tannehill. So I think it's not a terrible fit. I just don't know if they like him. I don't know if anyone likes Will Levis. We've been so inundated with smoke. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know how you possibly figure out what these teams are thinking with these quarterbacks at this point. Yeah. I think, it's so weird to see all the chatter about, and there's Darnell Wright, by the way, who goes to the Bears at number 10.
It's ironic, Scott, because Darnell Wright was my guy through this whole draft process, right? And the other guy who was my guy last year was the tackle with the back injury. What was his name a couple of years ago coming out in AVT's class? Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins was my guy. He ended up at the Bears. They kicked him inside to guard. Now, with drafting Darnell Wright, you can keep Tevin Jenkins at guard, and they've got two of my guys on the right-hand side of their line. They're building with plug-and-play players. They're going to try and protect Justin Fields because he's a great runner, but his decision-making needs to get better. How do you improve your decision-making? You give your young quarterback time. I'm not at all surprised by this. I think he was one of the market favorites once Paris Johnson started getting pushed up the board, and we could see he was going earlier than that. Great selection here for the Chicago Bears. They get an extra pick. They get my number 2 or 3 tackle in the draft. Beautiful play.
It's funny, Luke, because like I said, I was told by Walter yesterday on the show that the Jets had Wright as their top tackle aside from Paris Johnson. And most people thought that was crazy. They thought, Broderick Jones, or they thought Peter Skoronski. But here you go. And you have to think that a big part of this is that a lot of teams probably view Skoronski as a guard because his tape is really, really good. He's an excellent player. There's versatility. But if teams are viewing him as a guard, they're going to go with a guy who's going to be a tackle. And so here's Darnell Wright at number 10. And it's kind of funny because you heard all this stuff about the Jets don't like Darnell Wright. The Jets don't like Darnell Wright. Now we're never going to know because somebody else ended up taking him 5 spots ahead. So the Bears decided here that as much as they needed help on defense, what they really needed to do was to protect their guy in Justin Fields and get him a blindside protector. As, by the way, I see that we've got somebody from the same state that Darnell Wright plays in, Tennessee, is waiting to join us here.
How you going, Travis?
Hey
Welcome
there.
in, man. What have you thought of the draft so far?
The trades definitely surprises. I was really afraid we were going to go on a tear of offensive linemen. It doesn't seem like that's the case. I did not like Darnell Wright from the get-go. And I do agree with you, Scott, on Skoronski at guard. That's what I've seen the whole time. But he does have the versatility to play center, any inside, to be honest, in my opinion. So I've been very high on him pretty much the whole time, and I've been eyeing him for us. I'm surprised that JSN hasn't gone yet, although I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans go after him if that DeAndre Hopkins trade is not happening.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Titans here because Levis is certainly a possibility if they like him. The Ryan Tannehill, final year of his deal, they just released half their team. So, they're rebuilding. And so if they like him, this could be a spot. Or they could even throw, I don't think it's going to happen, but they could throw a curveball and take somebody who Darnell Wright was blocking for. And that's Hendon Hooker. Unexpected, but crazier things have happened already.
Every single UT fan around me is screaming for that. It's hilarious. Like I like Hooker. Like I've gone on record and said that if he does drop to the second round, I would not be angry at all if the Jets took him and set him behind Rodgers for 2 years. The guy's got great pocket presence, makes really good decisions. You don't really see him do much scrambling, any kind of out of the pocket throws. I think that he definitely needs some work on that, but I've watched a lot of this guy because every single freaking bar in a 3-hour radius of me plays every single UT game. I don't think I've gotten to see a UVA game since I moved. But everyone's in love with that guy. So that would be hilarious. I've got people texting me right now asking if Hendon Hooker's going to go to him.
Yeah, it's something to keep your eye on. I wonder if they go quarterback here. I think if you're a Jets fan, that's your hope. You want to have as many players that you might want to see the Jets draft on the board as possible. And obviously they're not going to take Will Levis. So you're hoping that Levis or Hooker come off the board here for Tennessee. But then after that, obviously, you've now got Arizona trading down from they had traded down to 12, then traded back up to 6. And so now that pick is back in play at 12. You've got the Packers now sitting in front of the Jets, the Patriots sitting in front of the Jets. And so you have to wonder what the domino effect will be. Well, Luke, do you think it's going to be Levis or Hooker here? Or it will be somebody else?
I think it's going to be Christian Gonzalez. I think they're a team that struggled with their pass defense. We'll see what happens.
I'm seeing
what do you think,
that
Travis?
I might have jinxed it.
I'm
seeing on Twitter that Skronsky is going to the Titans.
Oh,
there you go.
Well, there you go. That makes some sense too. Well, listen, no more spoilers, Travis. But yeah, that looks like it's going to be what happens here.
I had to say something. And
Travis, you buzzkill.
Ryan Bassett.
Hello, hey guys, how you doing?
Look who it is! Look at this.
Yeah, I'm at a work event. We have like a team retreat, and so we're at like a super fancy bowling alley, having dinner. I've been drinking for about 3.5 hours, so this could be terrible. This could be terrible. Travis, I don't see anybody in the parking lot like emptying a diaper or anything. I know that's your kind of.
I did have Little Caesars tonight. Did not get in a fight.
Oh, nice. You got the cheesy bread?
Bread? No fight.
Wonderful. You see, your therapist is really doing a good job with you, Travis. Well done. Well done. So, so what do you guys think? Like, I'm at this bar. I'm kind of watching on TV. I saw Bijan Robinson go a while back. I love that, not because I love the fit. I mean, Duckins are an interesting team, but like more because he's off the board by the time the Jets pick. So is that what we're rooting for? Yeah, we want to see guys like Darnell Wright and Bijan and the quarterbacks like go off the board. Yes.
Yeah, as many quarterbacks as possible, for sure, I think is what we're looking for. As Peter Skronsky is apparently about to get picked here by the Tennessee Titans, this is interesting because the thought process all along was that Paris Johnson was going to be the top tackle. He was. And then after that, it would be Skronsky, but it ended up being Darnell Wright. And now Skronsky goes. I wonder if Skronsky ends up being a guard in the NFL. We talked about that before because of the arm length. But now things get interesting for the Jets because you know that they're not going to pick a quarterback. Is it possible that a quarterback goes ahead of the Jets? Could somebody trade up? It doesn't look likely. We were kind of hoping that Tennessee was going to do it. And now you're looking at a situation where the Lions, who traded back, are there. Now, I suppose the Lions could take Levis and sit him behind Jared Goff, but I don't think that's going to happen here. The Lions had a lot of trouble with their defense last year. Christian Gonzalez, who you just mentioned before, Luke, they just got rid of a player who was picked in the top 5, who they traded away for pennies on the dollar. And now they're looking at a possibility of trying to fix that pass defense. We know that Aaron Glenn, our old friend, all-time great Jet, is the defensive coordinator there. Their pass defense was so bad, and he could certainly use reinforcements. Do they go with Christian Gonzalez here, Luke? What do you think?
You know what? The two people I want to see come off the board outside of Will Levis are obviously Gonzalez, because the Jets don't have a need at corner. It's a good fit there. I mean, I don't want the Jets to draft Broderick Jones. I don't know what your thoughts are, Travis and Brian, but I'm not a Broderick Jones guy. I just want to see him come off the board. I don't want to be sitting here at 15 and have JSN off the board to the Packers and Kincaid gone at 14, and we're sitting there picking Broderick Jones. That would be a disaster for me. I know I'm much lower on him than most, but that's what I'm worried about right now.
What do you think, Travis?
I am definitely on record as not a Broderick Jones fan. I mean, he started the fewest games of any of the offensive linemen. I'm not willing to take a chance on that. I've always been an Osiris Torrance fan. I've really, that was my number 2 on this one. I think he's that or JSN. Like I hate saying that because I'm not ever that guy that's like, yeah, go get that wide receiver. But if we are dropping into that next tier, which I think Torrance is the start of that next tier of linemen, I would rather push that off to the second and get another playmaker.
Yeah, Luke. Scott, to your point, like, I don't know if anybody's willing to come up to 15, but like, I definitely don't want them to go up from 15 to get JSN. Like, just have some nuts and like see if he falls to you. And then if you get
wow, by the way, Brian, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Jahmyr Gibbs is the pick at number 12. We've now seen 2 running backs. Two running backs in the top 12. Wow. Well, Luke, that's certainly a result that we would like.
That's a huge win because, you know, they lost Jamal Williams. So apparently they felt the need to spend the 12th overall pick on another running back, which is just insane. It's not just the fact that running back is such a replaceable position. It's the fact that they're locked into this contract structure with the way the NFL's done it now with the draft. They're going to be paying this kid $8 million in year 1 or whatever that slot is for number 12 to be the 10th best running back. And it's just, for me, it's a waste of assets. This team has other needs, mainly defense, when they were pretty good, averaging 30 a game for the majority of last year. But I'm not worried about the Detroit Lions. This is a huge win for the New York Jets. We're one step closer to those guys that we just mentioned and that Travis was rattling through the list. So I think this is a big win for us.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the move, Luke. Like, you want other teams to F it up, and then, like, you get to scoop up someone that makes it to you, right? Like, don't go chasing players. Let them fall to you because there's so many bad GMs. Like, they're going to mess it up. Like, I don't know where – if Jahmyr doesn't get picked there, I don't know how far he falls, but probably to at least, like, 20 or something, right? Like I don't know. Where are the Cowboys? Where are the Cowboys?
Yeah. 24, 25?
Yeah. So like that was like just a horrible reach. Like, but that's like I like Dan Campbell, but like, and the organization there, but like, that's like a, hard-nosed kind of pick there. And I think that's a waste of a first rounder. That's rough. Yeah. So like JSN creeps one more pick closer, or one of these, potential tackles, like, right. Maybe somebody wants Broderick, and then you can kind of move back and, get a late first or another second or something. So yeah, I like the way this is playing out. I'm bullish on kind of how this works for the Jets from here.
Are the Packers going to break our heart after we trade it back? And that was kind of the final nail in the coffin of the Rodgers trade. Are they just going to take JSN and end it here?
Would the Patriots? I feel like the Patriots could do that too. Like, well, they definitely need
a lot of assets lately, though, haven't they?
Yeah. Good. Yeah. I mean, Tyquan Thornton and they've made some horrible wide receiver picks. I mean, I like
Bill Harry. That was a good one.
They picked him.
Yeah, this is going to be wild. I am right now kind of nervous, Luke, that the scenario that we didn't want, which of course would be Broderick Jones at 15, is what you could see. I don't know how highly they think of him. And look, we joked about this earlier. All day, you heard person after person coming out, other than Walter Cherepinski. Walter was the one that said Darnell Wright was the top tackle on the Jets board, other than Paris Johnson, who they expected to be gone. Yep. Everybody else was saying the Jets are not in on Darnell Wright. He's not a fit. He's not a fit. He's not a fit. I wondered the whole time if that was, like I said, the lady doth protest too much, a little bit too much of a misdirection, a little bit too obvious. Now it doesn't matter. We're not going to know. Are the Jets locked in on an offensive lineman? Is it a situation where they wouldn't reach? Remember, you heard what Peter Schrager said this morning, and he's also very connected, but again, a lot of these guys are. And what Peter Schrager said is that if the Jets don't see a tackle they see worthy of that 15th pick, they are not going to reach. He had them taking Lucas Van Ness, who, not so coincidentally, is still on the board right now. Yep. And so maybe that's a direction they go in. I don't know, though. I guess a lot of it depends on who goes where here with these picks. I mean, Are the Packers going to draft an offensive weapon for Jordan Love? Are the Patriots going to draft an offensive weapon for Mac Jones? I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to say. There's so many different directions they could go. And if they do draft an offensive weapon, look, I mean, you talked about Dalton Kincaid before. Is that a possibility for one of these two teams? Because remember, Jonnu Smith is out now with the Patriots, and Hunter Henry, who knows how much longer he's there. Maybe they look to recreate the Rob Gronkowski years there, where I'm not saying that Dalton Kincaid's going to be Rob Gronkowski, but that difference-making tight end presence.
I would
with
say
Gesicki. Sorry, with Gesicki in the slot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Mhm.
I would say the answer for the Patriots is going to be, I would say Christian Gonzalez or Broderick Jones. They love collecting Joneses. They've already got 4 of them on their roster, for God's sake. So add a 5th one there. But I think looking at Gonzalez, we know what Belichick values from the corner position. They've got Jones there on the outside, but they're always looking to upgrade. They probably couldn't play as much man as they would have liked last year. Gonzalez can do a bit of everything. He was a really good prospect out of Oregon. So we'll see what the Packers do first. It would be incredibly ironic. We talked about them taking our guy and how annoying that would be if they drafted a first-round offensive skill position for the first time since they drafted Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, and then it's not even a skill position. So we'll see what happens, but the pick's in, and they're going to be taking someone at 13.
By the way, I should throw this out there. How funny would it be? I'm not saying it's a good idea, but how funny would it be if the Jets pick Christian Gonzalez just because he's too good not to pass? They couldn't pass him up.
I know, right? It would be ironic.
I don't expect it to happen, but I do. Oh, wait, there's a trade. Oh, wait, no, never mind. They're just recapping the trade from before. Sorry, false alarm.
What are you doing?
It looked like they flash trade on the screen, but they're just recapping the Rodgers trade, which I believe we said earlier in the show we will not be talking about at any point because I've had enough. The Packers pick is in.
They want the 13th pick. They want JSN, so they're trading John. Back. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, actually, I think Aaron Rodgers has been traded back to the Packers for the 13th pick, and so Rodgers gets traded for the 13th pick after all. As Roger Goodell comes to the podium, and we wait to see what happens here with the Green Bay Packers. A variety of directions. They could go offensive weapon here for Jordan Love. Let's see what happens here. And the answer is Lucas Van Ness. So the Packers go defense here. So this is interesting. What do the Patriots do here? Do they go with an offensive weapon? Do they go with a Christian Gonzalez? I'll be honest with you. I think Christian Gonzalez would be filthy in that Patriots defense. I really do. I don't know if they're going to do that.
Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board, right?
Correct.
So
he is.
If he's still on the board, like Bill Belichick cannot pass up a legacy player. So I know it's a reach, but he loves legacies. So and he always does crazy stuff. His valuations are just totally out of whack with everyone else in the league, and it's mostly work for the most time. But I think he's going to do something we're not going to expect, and I think. I would not be surprised if someone like Christian Gonzalez is available at 15, and we'll have other decisions to make. But maybe trading down if you want.
I've had a weird feeling, like Luke brought up, that they're going to go after and they're going to get Broderick Jones. I've had this feeling for a week now, and that's fine with that because I don't freaking want Broderick Jones.
I hear you there. It's a win-win, right?
Do they feel confident? Without Scarnecchia involved in the organization anymore?
That's a good point.
Do they have the horses, the coaching horses, to make someone like Broderick Jones work? I don't know.
It's an interesting question. I mean, Scarnecchia, I think, is still a consultant, but it's not really the same thing. I wonder, but it's still not that. I mean, he's not an active coach, but I do wonder. I mean, there's a variety of ways the Patriots could go offensive weapon here. They could go with, like you said, a Broderick Jones. They could go with Christian Gonzalez, who would be a great pick. What if they threw a crazy curveball and drafted Will Levis? I don't see that or Hendon Hooker. I don't see that happening. But with the Patriots, you just never know. And then, obviously the domino effect here is how this impacts the Jets. I mean, I don't know. Look, Lucas Van Ness is interesting because this was a guy that, as I said this morning, you saw Peter Schrager project to the Jets. A lot of people thought that the Packers.
The Steelers have traded up. The Steelers are on the clock. They have traded up.
Joey Porter Jr., baby. Joey Porter Jr. It's happening.
Could it be? Now, where would they go with this, do you think? Are they looking for an offensive weapon?
I'm just saying. They need a tackle. They got to protect Kenny.
Yeah,
Broderick. That would make sense because if it's Broderick Jones, they might be afraid the Jets would take him. So it could be. I mean, I wouldn't hate it if I was the Jets if they went and took Broderick Jones here. But it makes sense if they want Broderick Jones. This could be a spot. I mean, is it possible that it's an offensive weapon for Pickett though? Could be that too, right?
They got Deontay Johnson. They've got who did they draft? Pickens last year. They drafted him. They've got Freiermuth as that tight end kind of position. So look, they could do. I mean, Mike Tomlin kind of
Najee. Got Najee.
They got Najee Harris. I would go either defense here in the secondary, or I would go offensive tackle.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I would imagine that if it's a corner, it would be a weird spot to trade to, because the Steelers trade up from 17, I believe. Yeah, it's Broderick Jones. Oh wait, no, it's not. They're just showing him. I'm sorry, they're just showing him in his dressing room. False alarm again. They're just showing Broderick Jones. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, but
Scott, I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it's Broderick Jones.
It's got to be Broderick Jones. I guarantee you.
They did show him in the dressing room, so it makes you think that there's a good possibility that it's going to be Broderick Jones, and we're going to find out momentarily, and then it makes things very interesting for the Jets because if it's Broderick Jones, if it's Broderick Jones, we're about to find out. If it is, that would mean that okay, so here are the terms of the trade. It was a 4th rounder. Wow, that's it. And I think that tells you a lot about the quality of this draft, that it only took a 4th rounder to move up from 17 to 14. You would have thought maybe a 3rd rounder. But if it's Broderick Jones, that means that, the Jets could still reach for like an Anton Harrison or somebody like that if they like that guy. But at that point, I mean, do the Jets look to trade down? Or, well, we're going to, before we start to speculate on that, let's see if it does end up being Broderick Jones for sure. But Broderick Jones would make a lot of sense for the reasons you guys said. And also, if you're trading up ahead of the Jets, it makes you think that they looked at it and said, Skronsky's gone, Paris Johnson's gone, Darnell Wright's gone. The only other guy that we might have that type of grade on would be Broderick Jones. So it does make a lot of sense here. And if it is Broderick Jones, then again, we're going to find out, Luke, we had that whole conversation about need versus talent, premium player versus the guy that you desperately needed a certain position. And so that's what we're going to find out if it's Broderick Jones, which we are about to discover right now as Roger Goodell comes to the podium. And Roger Goodell is about to tell us who the Steelers have picked right in front of the Jets. And the answer is, here we go. Little drum roll, please. I don't have a drum, but let's just say that I had a drum. The answer is Broderick Jones. And so here we go. Now if it's me making the decision, I mean, everybody knows what I would do. I'm taking Jackson Smith-Njigba, and this is not even a close call for me. Do the Jets feel that way, though? Because to me, look, I think the argument is, and you heard Glenn Naughton talk about this, and he wrote a great piece at Jet Nation, and then I want to give this to Brian for a second, because, Brian, we had a long chat on the phone the other day about this as well. When it comes to Jackson Smith-Njigba, the thing that I think is so interesting about him for the Jets is that, number one, he obviously has that built-in chemistry with Garrett Wilson. But number two, Aaron Rodgers is at his absolute best when he's got receivers that can get open very quickly and he can get the ball out. And Garrett Wilson can do that. Jackson Smith-Njigba can too. And if you put those two guys together, you have the potential to build a wide receiver duo that could be one of the best wide receiver duos in the league for years to come. So it's an interesting question here because they could go offensive line. I mean, Osiris Torrance, I suppose you could take him and then move Elijah Vera Tucker to tackle or something. But, I mean, look, if it were me, barring a trade down, to me, Jackson Smith-Njigba is too good to pass up. And how many times have we heard about Aaron Rodgers isn't getting the weapons? Aaron Rodgers isn't getting the weapons. Look, if I'm Joe Douglas, I'm taking Smith-Njigba here. and I'm monitoring the offensive tackles toward the back end of the first round. And if I see a guy that I like, that I think I can jump up and get, maybe a Matthew Bergeron or an Anton Harrison, that would be my strategy here. So I don't know what they're going to do. Brian, what do you think? Is that something that you think makes sense?
Well, I mean, I think JSN is, this is not the greatest wide receiver class. Luke can, go into more details on that. But like, he is the tier, like, one player, and there's one player in that tier. Last year, there was a lot of really good players, and it was kind of like, is Jameson Williams better than Garrett Wilson and, or Olave? And like, there were merits to all of those guys. There's one guy at wide receiver in this class that if you don't get JSN, like, you might as well wait till day 3 or something. Like, I saw early on, I'm sure you guys saw it too, like, they had Jordan Addison kind of slotted to the Jets on the NFL Network, and I just was like, oh, gross. Like, I do not want, the leftovers of, like, who's at wide receiver. And I like JSN. He's not the most, like, twitchy, athletic guy, but like, I mean, I don't know, Luke, you probably know better than I, but like, he's more of like a Mike Williams type player, right? Like, he's kind of, tough, and he's quick enough, but not super speedy. And so you have Garrett Wilson. It complements him well. It's kind of like, maybe it's like an upgrade on Alan Lazard. Like, I think Alan Lazard obviously has the veteran skills, but you could see someone like JSN supplant Lazard, and then you use Hardman as a flanker. And that would be a really interesting, group of 3 receivers. You have a clear out player, you have a boundary player, and then you have, kind of a more, tough receiver type. So like, so I like JSN here, but if you're not gonna take JSN and you don't want a defensive player like a Christian Gonzalez or whoever, or Nolan Smith or whoever the Joe and the organization like this is a great place to trade down, because there's some clear values that have slipped to 15. So I'm gonna go on my soapbox again and say I'd love it if they trade down, but like, I'm not gonna get mad if they take JSN or Gonzalez or Smith or any of those kind of guys.
Scott, I want to give you 3 names. I think you touched on one there, Brian. Nolan Smith, I think, is an option here for the Jets. I think they realize they need more help. I think Dalton Kincaid is an option here if that medical checks out. Sure. I know the Jets have tight ends, but this is an average room that you could turn into an elite offense with an elite mismatch tight end. And the other guy who I think could be an option here, for the Jets is even a guy like Anton Harrison. I would not do it, and I wouldn't be an advocate for it. But if Joe Douglas gets desperate, that's a guy he may reach for. I guess one more as well, Kalijah Cansey. We talked about him at the top of the show, Scott. He's a dynamic playmaker coming out of Pitt. Yes, he's a 3-tech as well. You have to get creative with his usage with Quinnen Williams. But I think they're the 4 guys that I'd be surprised if it wasn't one of those. They could trade down if someone wants Levis or Gonzalez. I don't really see them going far. But the Jets are still on the clock with 3.5 minutes left, and they're in a great position. They can't take Broderick Jones. They can't take Tyree Wilson. I'm feeling pretty good about life.
Travis, did you open up a bottle of the bubbly that they didn't get Broderick Jones?
No, I'm actually I am abstaining from alcohol tonight so that I don't throw something at the TV. And now that Broderick Jones is off the board, I might be able to crack one in a minute. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I agree with you guys, especially on Nolan Smith. I really freaking like that dude. And I wouldn't be mad. Again, you've got the freaking guy thumping for an offensive line all the time, but I'm pipe dream now.
Luke, I'm curious. Like, Kalijah Cansey is a guy who's like kind of stormed up boards, right? Like, so do you think this is like the zone where he'll get picked, or do you think like if he misses a couple teams, he might drop to the end of the first? Or what do you think?
He's someone that could easily drop because he's such a specific scheme fit. He's got to play in a 4-3 front. He's got to play 3-tech, Brian. So I think you're right. If 1 or 2 teams pass on him, but honestly, I had him as a top 10 talent in this class. Like, I watched him and thought, I could almost talk myself over liking this guy more than a Tyree Wilson and Nolan Smith. I think can be a better pass rusher than those guys. Yes, he has a specific skill set. Yes, he's going to be a penetrator in the run game. He's not going to hold up to double teams. That's not what Sulla wants, though. He wants to go and get the quarterback. He wants to go and get the running back and one gap penetrate. So we'll see, but there's still 2 minutes on the clock. The Jets haven't locked anything in. We'll see what happens.
That screams to me.
But yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, they're trying to trade. Yeah, I think they're definitely trying to trade. But yeah,
they are showing. They are showing Nolan Smith in the green room for whatever that's worth. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the pick, but they are showing him in the green room. So for whatever that's worth.
Wow. Interesting.
That doesn't mean it's the pick, but they did show him, so we'll see what happens here. It's interesting.
Kyle Brady mad, but
I feel like it looks like they made a pick because everybody's high-fiving each other. So I don't know. They're high-five. Listen, the way I look at this is, we talked about this before. Do the Jets feel pressure to get a weapon for Rodgers, or do they feel like having Rodgers means they're okay at offense and all of that? So they're high-fiving. Is it Nolan Smith just because they showed him in the green room? I don't know. Is there somebody that fell that they weren't expecting? Would Nolan Smith qualify as that guy that has fallen that they weren't expecting? We're going to find out any second now.
Wasn't Connor saying like JSN? I can't remember who said it, but someone said the Jets were in love with JSN. So in the last week, but it's all smoke and mirrors. So
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I can't keep track of it. We were talking about that before. Like every other guy was like, they love this guy, they hate this guy, they love this guy, they're lukewarm on this guy, they kind of like this guy. So at this point, I've lost track, Brian, of who said what about who. But we're going to find out who they actually really value here. But it is interesting because there are people that would say, well, this is the doomsday scenario, right? If you wanted that offensive tackle, well, the top 4 guys all came off the board. And I will give EJ Snyder of the Bootleg Football podcast with my friend Brett Coleman some credit. He said there was going to be an early run on offensive tackles, and there was 4 guys in the top 14. So, listen, I think it's interesting because we talked, Luke, before about that 2020 class, and I'll be honest with you, I think that any of those 4 guys from 2020 would be tackle 1 in this class, and that's nothing against these guys. I don't think this is that great of an offensive tackle class. So it kind of really shows you the difference in the 2 classes.
Scott, I just got a text from my friend saying gross. I have no idea who the Jets took, but I'm not looking forward to hearing it.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, that's not good. That's why I don't look at my phone, but I wonder if that means it's Nolan Smith. Because
I can live with that. That's all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying just because they showed him in the green room. I don't know, but I don't know what your friend.
Very milquetoast name that somebody could just be like, I don't know who that is. Nolan Smith. What? Like, I went to second grade with that guy.
Arkansas? Wasn't he the coach for Arkansas?
Well, it could also
Nolan somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, it could also be that they think it's a bad idea to pick a certain position. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who your friend is.
Wow. All right. Interesting.
Well, I'm about to find out. I guess
they've gone.
I guess I'm on a bit of a delay here. I guess I'm on a bit of a delay, but
I have no idea.
Apparently, the Jets.
I have not looked at my phone.
Apparently, the Jets are very excited because they did show them in the war room, like practically, wrestling each other. So I don't know what happened, but apparently Douglas and those guys are very excited about it. Let's see who it ends up being.
Yeah, they do that when they pick punters too, Scott. So let's let's chill it out.
This is true. So let's see what they do here. Like I said, they did show Nolan Smith in the green room, so I don't know what they're thinking here. As it looks like, okay, so they're gonna make the announcement here. Somebody's trying to pump up the crowd. This is kind of funny.
A little kid.
Yeah, that's their Make-A-Wish kid whose wish was to announce the Jets pick.
Oh,
yes.
Right. That was cool. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
He should have made the wish that he wanted to make the Jets pick. That would have been a cool wish.
All right.
I select
What's
me.
the worst case scenario here, guys? What's your worst case scenario? Throw out a couple of names.
Ooh.
I'm not going to say anything because he's about to say who it is. And the answer is, let's see. Who do they? Oh, he's like trying to pump up the crowd. All right. Keeping us in suspense here.
Who? Give us one name, Luke. One name that you don't like.
Oh, I know who it is, so I'm going to hold on.
Oh, okay.
Now he's pumping up the JETS chant. And it is
a tight end. Any tight end. I would not be happy about any tight end in the first round.
Wow, Will McDonald. That's wow. Okay. I don't like that at all.
Left field.
Wow, that one. Wow. Okay. Well. All right.
It's interesting. I mean, there are guys out there who love Will McDonald's tape. He was miscast. Matt Campbell's one of my favorite college coaches. have wanted him for the Jets for the longest time, but he did not use Will McDonald well in college. He was used as a 4-tech head over the tackle. He's a guy who's going to win as a weak side rusher in the NFL. He's going to come from the wide 9 in Salah's scheme. He's a guy that's got plenty of bend. You just didn't see the best of him. I thought he was a bit of a tweener between a 3-4 outside linebacker and a 4-3 weak side.
Kind of on the small side too, Luke. 235 pounds.
Yeah, he's got a frame. He's a tall,
Ooh,
linear.
boy. Well, just got a text. Just got a text from a friend of mine that says, "This is just weird. You just went out and you made all these Aaron Rodgers. Like shouldn't they have done something on the offensive side of the ball? No, wasn't Rodgers like all mad because the Packers never invested in the offense and all that, and then you go and you pick an undersized pass rusher? This is kind of weird. I don't know."
Well, yeah, I think once you get past the tackle,
this is a weird pick. This is kind of taking the wind out.
Yeah. But like once you get past the tackles, it's hard. I think they feel pretty confident in their receiver room, whether you agree with that or not. And so yeah, they're moving on, and I guess no one was willing to move up for JSN. If he dropped from all the way down to 15, he'll probably go to 19 or something now. I don't know, maybe he goes here at 16, but I don't think so. So like, yeah, it's definitely not what you want, but like, is that like what does that tell us about like a Jeremiah Johnson kind of players that, I mean, he play the opposite side, right? But like, or Clemens, or what do we think about that?
I think it's going to have to be.
I think
but here's the thing, Luke. Didn't they say? I'm sorry, Brian, but didn't they say that like they're definitely keeping Lawson? So you've got Lawson, you've got Huff coming back. Now Will McDonald. You invested a first rounder in Jermaine Johnson. You also had Michael Clemens. Like, this just seems like a weird one to me. Like
if
a very strange
deal with Q. You lop Carl Lawson out of the organization because what's his cap number? It's pretty big, as I recall.
It's pretty big,
like 14 million.
Yeah, exactly. So like maybe this obviates Lawson, and then you can do your Q deal, and kind of push stuff into future years. I don't know.
Hey, maybe they get DeAndre.
I'm getting nothing but text messages, by the way, from people that just hate this pick. So for whatever that's worth.
Well, the description was kind of like when a female coworker is trying to talk you into going on a blind date with her friend, and they're trying to dance around the not great attributes.
It's got great personality.
Kind of what I got out of Luke in his rundown, and I'm not thrilled.
Yeah,
Travis,
but I think it's also hard.
Travis, I'll tell you what.
I was just gonna say, like you want them to make 3 picks with 1 pick. Like I always I want JSN, I want this guy, I want that guy, and like they can't do that. And then so like if it's like, well, it's just JSN, okay, like whatever. But like there's this, I don't know, it's this weird brain trick that I do. And then so when it's none of the 3 guys you want, now you're like rip shit, right? Like so
yeah,
it's not easy. Hey,
well, it's also weird because last year
I gotta go pay the bar tab, so I'm gonna say bye.
Okay,
thanks, Luke.
Go pay the bar tab.
Scott, we'll do a podcast next week. Yeah, Travis.
I'm on board.
Okay, bring your cigarettes.
All right.
Later, guys.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye.
Yeah. Well, listen, look, it's so different from last year because last year it felt like this team was cooking in the draft. Like they went and they got all the guys you would have wanted. And then this is a strange one. And like, look, you could have gone with Jackson Smith and Jigba and I think potentially put together an elite receiving core. You could have traded out. I wonder if maybe they just looked at this and they said, well, we're kind of stuck. Nobody wants this pick. And they just, I don't know. But I mean, the way they were celebrating in the draft room, it almost feels like they thought Will McDonald, I don't know. It's just this is a strange one. Look, Luke, I will say this. You and I are fond of saying you can never have enough good pass rushers. But to Travis's point, it does kind of remind me of, I remember I had a friend of mine, this is many years ago, and he was trying to set me up with some friend of his wife. And he says to me, yeah, whatever. and I asked him, like, describe her, and he tells me she's very sturdy. I'm like, what does that mean? So
that's not a great example.
That was
Scott. Will McDonaldson's very lean.
Yes,
yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, okay, very sturdy. I mean, sure, I suppose. It's funny too because I feel like nobody thought. I thought maybe Will McDonald was like a late first rounder. This is just very odd. I mean, but look,
why not go for Nolan Smith here? I mean, he's very versatile in coverage. Got good quickness off of the edge. I mean, if you're looking for more edge, go with an edge linebacker. We've had troubles at safety. Like the Nolan Smith pick, if you were going defensively, that made sense to me right here. The Will McDonald pick, I really can't talk myself into this making sense.
I'm hoping this is like Rashawn Gary to the Packers a few years ago. It was a pick where I actually thought maybe even Chase Winovich might have been a better football player coming out. You hadn't seen the best out of Rashawn Gary. He was a younger prospect than Will McDonald, but that's what you got to hope for here. You got to hope for the breakout after college because the production wasn't quite there at Iowa State. The Jets are collecting Iowa State assets like they're going out of fashion with Breece Hall last year and all the guys they've got. But it's hard not to feel a little bit flat. It's hard to feel like you haven't been let down, but I guess Twitter would say you have to trust Joe Douglas, right? He knows everything. He's the best GM of all time. So we'll see how it pans out.
Do you read Twitter?
By the way,
what Twitter would say.
I don't read Twitter.
Emmanuel Forbes just went off the board here. So the Patriots could still get Christian Gonzalez at 17 if they want to. That to me is one of the more surprising drops here for players, Christian Gonzalez. This is weird, man.
I don't know what to think about it, Scott. It's a very safe. He's a safe pick. He's got great film. He plays a high value position. Yes, he has some zone traits that are extremely good, maybe rather than that lockdown man coverage like a Banks type quarterback coming out of college. But I am very surprised that he's dropped this late into the teens. You haven't even got the Steelers there to pick him anymore. They've already obviously moved up and taken Broderick Jones. I think if he gets past the Packers, that slide could continue a little, but that one's definitely a move that surprised me. Nolan Smith is undersized. He doesn't fit all schemes, so I'm not super surprised that he's fallen, but another really good player. JSN and Kincaid, what are one of them going to end up with the Ravens? Could you imagine if they said, you know what, Lamar, we've just got you Odell Beckham. We've signed you this big deal. Let's give you JSN or let's pair Mark Andrews with Dalton Kincaid and roll out in some 22. I think they're starting to slide these guys, and it's kind of scary because they're getting towards the really good teams in the AFC that you don't want to see those players on.
Yeah.
The Patriots are on the board, and then the Detroit and Tampa Bay are after that. Detroit's interesting. Detroit's at 18. I mean, if the Patriots don't pick Gonzalez, maybe they go there, or they pick Joey Porter Jr. You know Detroit needs some help with their pass defense. So it would kind of stand to reason. But, man, I'll tell you, it's funny because what you kept hearing was, man, the Patriots or the Packers or the Texans are going to pick JSN ahead of the Jets. They don't. Then the Jets don't pick them anyway. And then you figure the Jets would pick an offensive lineman, and they didn't do that either. They picked Will McDonald. There's Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. That, to me, is the clear steal right now. And I'm not going to say Jalen Carter because there's stuff off the field that obviously we may not know about. But to me, Christian Gonzalez is a guy that could walk in and immediately be a difference maker in that secondary. You got to love it if you're the Patriots. You get a 4th round pick and you still get arguably the best cornerback in this draft, or at least somebody who's right up there. You heard Mark Ross on the show. The strength of this draft was the cornerbacks and the tight ends. And so to get a guy in this class who, look, he's big, he's strong, he's quick. Like you said, he has some elite coverage abilities, and you're seeing it now if you watch the highlights on ESPN, but you've seen it if you watch the tape. This is a great pick for the Patriots.
It's a great pick. It's a home run fit. It's a great player that's fallen down the board. The rich just get richer. Bill Belichick's going to have an absolute field day with the corners. He's stacking up that room after he lost Stephon Gilmore and all these guys, and you think, wow, they're going to take a dip, and they just keep on recycling the talent and drafting really well here in this instance with Christian Gonzalez. But Scott, I wanted to give you an update from our man behind the curtain, Chris Walker. He sent a message in the group chat that said, cancel the Super Bowl. Eagles, we got edge 6. He's asked, we should have taken someone else. So I might have cleaned that up a little bit, but disappointed.
When Walker says, I just want everybody to know this. When Walker says somebody is ass, that is the ultimate insult for him. There's like no bigger insult than when Chris Walker calls somebody ass. If he says dude, he was literally saying Zach Wilson is ass. So that tells you what you need to know. But yeah, wow, I don't. This is a strange one.
Ass is another man's dog shit.
Yeah, well, it's true. But here's the question now, right? Everybody was saying, oh, the Jets, they've got to go with an offensive tackle. They got to go with an offensive tackle. Do they feel the heat now to take one at 42? Like, all right, let's just say one of these receivers, because it's weird. No one's picked a receiver yet. Let's say one of these receivers that they think can make a difference is there at 42 or somewhere close. Like, do they do something there? Kalijah Kancey, what do you do? Do you have to take an offensive tackle? I mean, I guess how confident are they in what they have right now? They can't be that confident, right? I mean, right now, as of this moment, they've got Cedric Ogbuehi, they've got Max Mitchell. No one knows the status of him. Becton, who's missed last 2 years, and you've got on the other side Dwayne Brown, who just had shoulder surgery, and he's going to turn 38 years old. So, what's the story here, right? It's a weird thing.
It's going to be interesting, Scott, because Anton Harrison's going to go between now and then. I don't think Jones out of OSU is a great fit. He's another huge human being. I think he's better in a gap scheme like you'd see in New England, for example. So there's not a lot of talent. You've talked a couple of times about some different swing tackles. I think they might even kick at guard at the NFL level. It's going to be an interesting dilemma because the best players on the board are likely going to be interior defensive line with a guy like Maisie Smith or Keanu Benton or someone like that. They're likely going to be on the board. You could have a tight end like Sam Laporta, who I absolutely love and think he would be a great fit in this scheme. And then you might get a guy like a Jordan Addison or a Zay Flowers fall. The best player is not going to be at tackle. It's not even going to be close. So for me, it's do the Jets even look to move up a little bit, because we talk about the window, and I'm kind of sick of talking about the window for the Jets, but they want to win right now. I don't really care if they burn a fourth rounder. They've got 2 of them this year to move up from the second to the back end of the first and get a guy they like. I'm kind of holding out hope for that and trying not to get too down about the McDonald pick.
It's a good point.
Travis, what do you think about the offensive line situation? Like, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not sure what to think about this. Like, are they also potentially thinking, with Connor McGovern? See, this is where the Connor McGovern signing really comes in handy, because, man, could you imagine what this? I don't know. This offensive line would really look pretty sad if they hadn't signed Connor McGovern. At least they have functional starters at the 5 positions, but this is crazy. Like, I know you're a big offensive line guy, so what are your thoughts?
I mean, it's pretty rough, to be honest, and that's why I am a complete tub thumper for the offensive line constantly. Like, it, we did nothing in the offseason other than sign depth. That's all we did, and that's great, because our depth got beyond tested last year, and we haven't addressed shit with starters. I mean, I really was hoping for Ben Jones over Connor McGovern. I would still like for that pick to happen. I mean, McGovern can kick out to guard. He's got experience doing it. He's played solid at guard. He does have that little bit of versatility. If we did get somebody like Ben Jones, kicked him out to the side, I think that would improve a lot of things. I've got a bad feeling that they're really kind of taking advantage of or trying to take advantage of the versatility that AVT has shown, and just taking what they can get. Because, to be honest, like, the entire line is very underwhelming outside of AVT. I do love Max Mitchell. He's got a lot of potential. I love him. I loved him in the scheme that we were running. I don't know how he's going to be in a Hackett scheme. Like, he is a great zone blocker in a West Coast scheme that's very crap. What's his name? I haven't even had anything to drink. Maybe that's why I can't think. Style offense, but Hackett's offense doesn't seem to really, it doesn't seem like as good of a fit. So I don't know how Max Mitchell, even if he does come off the injury great, is really going to fit into that line. He might actually be the better fit of the two, to be honest. So I really think it just depends on where ABT slots out. If Becton can come back, like we've said, it's a lot of hopes. It's a lot of and my grandmother always told me, hope in one hand, shit in the other. See what piles up quicker.
You know what the scary thing
Here's
is,
a
Scott? We
question.
haven't even talked about Lake and Tomlinson in that group. And Lake and Tomlinson I came in feeling great about, and he was the worst lineman on the Jets last year.
I won't even say his freaking name. Brian and I sat by his mother in Green Bay when we went to the game.
Oh yeah,
I couldn't even
that's
look
right.
at her because I had to get up and move to a different section to start screaming.
It's really funny because now I remember you guys talking about that on the podcast, and like you know it's funny. So like we're talking about the offensive line and stuff, and that's really what everybody's thinking. If say JSM were to dip, like I don't know. I mean, I guess they didn't like him enough to pick him at number 15, but is that a situation where maybe, remember last year they didn't pick Jermaine Johnson at number 10. Is it maybe something where like last year, if they see somebody like JSN or an Anton Harrison or whoever, and that guy slides and then they come up and pick him? I don't know. I mean, Luke, you kind of brought up that possibility. I guess it depends how the rest of this first round goes. Is that something that you think they might do?
I'm worried they won't, because if you're taking your edge, 4 you reckon? Probably behind Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, Lucas Van Ness is off the board. You're taking Will McDonald now. You're taking edge 4 over wide receiver 1. I'm not sure if that means you necessarily love wide receiver 1, if that even is JSN. It's a little bit concerning. I think they have to get up before 24, I think the Vikings are. Could you just imagine JSN running from the slot with Justin Jefferson and the chaos those two could cause? Everyone was saying Jordan Addison because they didn't think that JSN would fall that far. If you get JSN replacing Thielen as a much more athletic player in the slot, you may as well call it quits, I think, in the NFC North this year. So I think that's kind of the flaw for JSN slide. If Joe Douglas wants to move, I don't think I'm going to see it for JSN, because I think he would have picked him, but the Lions are on the clock, and here they go.
And it looks like they're picking – it's Jack Campbell. Well, that makes sense. He's definitely he's a Campbell kind of guy, Dan Campbell kind of guy.
Could you imagine, though, they've picked the guy from the cornfields, the big white inside linebacker from Iowa who has only white dudes on the team? He picked the running back at 8. Like, Dan Campbell. What a Dan Campbell
Bill Belichick pick to me.
Man, he loves just hard-nosed positions. He's taken a running back and a linebacker in the first round of the NFL draft, which is a throwback. But look, I love his leadership style. I think he's a fantastic guy. When he was talking about biting kneecaps and stuff and people were laughing at him, I thought, although not the most eloquent, I thought he's a great fit for that city and the steeliness in Detroit. And I think, look, I don't love the picks and the value, but independently, I think Gibbs and Campbell are both great players. I just think they're not great value when you're spending the money and the draft capital they have on them.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. This is really kind of crazy.
Who's going to be first off the board for the skill position players? Is it going to be Kincaid? Is it going to be JSN, Flowers? Who's going to go first?
Yeah, I to be honest, forgot about Zay Flowers and all this. Holy crap, I forgot he's still on the board.
Yeah, this is man, I don't know. Like what happens here with what happens with the wide receivers? Like who's on the board now? We've got Seattle on the board, right?
No,
Seattle
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's on the clock. They've already locked in their pick. And look, they've already got a couple of really good receivers. So do they want to keep that and replenish it, or do they just go for need? I can't even see them taking a receiver here.
Yeah,
tight end, maybe tight end.
Yeah, I mean,
they could go Will Levis. You never know.
Yeah, they certainly could. I mean, they've said that they like Trask, but like, does anyone really believe that?
Yeah, like you always like the girl you're seeing until you meet the right one, though, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's something, man. This draft has just had way too many curveballs already, Luke.
What about Nolan Smith here for Todd Bowles? We think that'd be a good fit?
I think it'd be a great fit for Todd Bowles and his defense.
Will Levis
Hot Toddy has been known to do some things.
He might pick a timeout here instead. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. What does Hot Toddy do here at this spot?
I don't know. They have so many needs right now. They're just not a particularly good roster. I think their offensive line's okay. They've got some good receivers, but they got holes at tight end and at quarterback. They haven't got great running back depth. What do they got on the other side? Corner is pretty good. They got Jamil Dean and those dogs over there on the back end, but they could definitely use more help on the defense. So we'll see. Maybe they go Nolan Smith and they stop his slide, but it's interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, still no wide receivers. I doubt they're going to do that here. They've got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, so I wouldn't think they're going to pick a receiver. Let's see. Good old Raj with his full head of hair. Ooh, Kalijah Cansey. That makes sense for Todd.
Man, I hate it when Todd Bowles does smart things. That's frustrating.
Why couldn't he do it with the Jets?
Look, it's a great scheme. Why couldn't he just do this with the Jets?
Yeah.
It's a great scheme. I just love Kalijah Cansey in that Todd Bowles system. He's going to be allowed to just get absolutely unleashed from the 3-tech spot. They're going to say to him, we don't care if you pick a gap wrong in the run game and you shoot and you come up empty-handed and they get 15 yards. We've got good linebackers with Levante David on the back end to clean up after you. You just go and create absolute havoc and F the play up. And that's what he's going to do. As I said off the top, he was one of my top 10 non-quarterbacks in this class. This is great fit for him. And I'm a little bit envious because I would have liked Kalijah Cansey on the Jets.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I would have liked to have seen that too. I still think this is crazy that this tells you what you need to know about the wide receiver class. We're sitting at number 20 here with Seattle. Now, Seattle, what do they do here? So Seattle at number 5 went with who was it they went with again?
They went with
Witherspoon.
Yeah,
they went with the corner. So do they now go with another? Who's on the board? Is there a do they go Nolan Smith? Is that somebody that could
they need a pass rusher? They're always looking to recruit on the edge. They went bookends at tackle last year offensively. Do they keep building through the trenches like they've been known to? Heck, I think this would be an incredible spot for one of those slot speed guys. I'm not a huge fan of Zay Flowers, but my comp for him was Tyler Lockett with more yards after catch short. But could you imagine Zay Flowers going vertical in that scheme? Geno Smith with his vertical throwing ability. I think a guy like he or Jordan Addison could be a fit there on the inside. I know they have 2 good receivers, but Lockett's getting up there in age. That's probably an option. I think they're another team that could go a lot of different areas. They're not going to go tackle. They're not going to go safety because they've got about 17 safeties on their roster. But yeah, we'll see.
What about Will Levis?
I don't think so. Personally, I just think they're selling the Geno Smith. I think they're the kind of organization that goes, you've earned it. We're going to give you all of our focus and we're not going to muddy the waters by taking Levis. I don't think they like him anyway, but I just think they want Geno to have a clean shot at this. I don't know what Travis thinks.
Here's a thought, by the way, guys. You got the Chargers and the Ravens coming up. Could the Ravens at number 22, they just re-signed Lamar Jackson, do they go wide receiver?
I would not be surprised.
I reckon 100%.
Yeah.
But who would it be? If they're going receiver, who's the best fit in that scheme?
They've got Bateman, who's an inside outside. What did you say, Travis?
I was saying their receiver core is below. They would be fine going either JSN or Flowers. They've really got to start from scratch after losing Hollywood.
Yeah. Look, to be honest, the way they pick, they'll probably take Quentin Johnson and take some useless big body that doesn't particularly fit what Lamar does. He's got good stuff after the catch. I don't want to be overly critical of Quentin Johnston, excuse me. But they could definitely take a receiver. I thought you were going to say maybe they'll take Levis and Trey Jackson, but
no. Let's not go down that road.
I thought that's where you were going with it when you said, I wonder if they could. But look, they could do with some offensive line help. They're still retooling there a little bit on the inside if they like a guy like Steve Avila. Their cornerback situation, we know how much this tree of GMs love taking corners, and they just keep piling them even though they don't like them. Maybe they take a guy like Banks or like Porter still on the board, right? Porter Jr. still on the board, I'm pretty sure. So there's some options there. Look, there's some exciting picks. I think there's better talent on the board right now than I thought there would be. Unfortunately, we're still not picking for another 23 picks.
Yeah.
Man, this is kind of crazy.
Sorry.
Travis, thank you for joining us, man. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, dude, I got to go cook breakfast for a buttload of people in the morning.
Travis, remember, you still owe me collard greens.
I do. Hey, don't forget, I'm on Taste the Nation with Padma Lakshmi next Friday, May 5th. Watch it.
Oh, nice.
I'd say a lot less cuss words.
Definitely will. Awesome.
Right.
Thanks, Travis. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Thanks, Luke. Good hanging.
See you, man. Oh, man, Scott. I feel a bit flat. You can't help it, can you?
No, it's definitely there's some disappointment. And I mean, honestly, I thought, I wasn't high on the tackles like you. I thought Johnson would be gone. I figured Scronson would be gone, and I thought they'd be settling. But then, you saw, Kalijah Cansey was there, and Jackson Smith and Jigba was there, and you thought maybe, and it's crazy too, because how many times did we hear the Packers, they've got to get these picks because they've got to do something for Jordan Love. And I mean, they may do that in the second round, but I don't know. This is wild. I feel like, I don't know. I just don't want the Jets to feel like they're pressured to get a tackle because, like you said, I don't think it's likely. And there we see Will Levis sitting there waiting to get drafted. Yeah. I don't think it's likely that the best player on the board at 43 is going to be an offensive tackle at this point. And I'm still kind of gobsmacked by this Will McDonald thing. I'm tempted to go watch Travis do his his chef show here. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that this is where the Jets chose to go. I don't really know what else to say about it. Will McDonald is, I don't know. I mean, look, Walker said it well. He's what, edge? Would you say edge 6? Is that what you would have him as? I mean, obviously the Jets
are edge 5. That was Walker's special rankings, but I had him as edge 5. Look, I liked him over a player like the kid from Clemson. What's his name, man? Murphy. I liked him better than Murphy, right. So I'm not down on Will McDonald. I think he's a top 25 player in the draft. So I'm not sitting here going, the Jets took a terrible player. They've made a Cleveland Farrell mistake of taking him super high. I just thought there was more meat on the bone with the pick. And I think this is my bet, Scott. I reckon in the next 4 picks, we're going to see 2 skill position players. I think between Seattle, the Chargers, Baltimore, and Minnesota, you're going to see 2 of Kincaid, JSN, Addison go.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think Dalton Kincaid's a possibility here for the Seahawks, or maybe they go Nolan Smith?
Yeah, I think if you made me guess 3 people, I'll say Nolan Smith, I'll say Dalton Kincaid, and I will say Murphy out of Clemson. I think he's a big body. He can set that edge, and I thought he played a lot better in 2021 than he did last year. I thought he lost some of the push-pull, in his pass rush. I didn't think he went to that one-arm stab as much or as effectively, but he's a player that has great tools. Seattle love tools on the edge, but they always have. If you look at the Legion of Boom, that team was still built around a really elite front 4. I think people forget that sometimes, just the talent they had up front. So I think it could be in that direction, but yeah, we'll see. They've had a pretty good draft so far. Took a surprise taking Witherspoon early. Really good player, but probably wasn't what a lot of people were expecting for a multitude of reasons that kind of threw the first spanner in the draft process. But yeah, I think there's a good chance of edge or possibly a tight end or weapon here.
Yeah, I mean, pick 21 is in now as we wait for pick 20 is in as we wait for pick 21 now, which would be the Chargers. We're waiting to see what the Seahawks do. Baltimore is after that. Yeah, I mean, you have to figure that Baltimore, after just investing all that money in Lamar Jackson, we know that he's complained. I mean, unless Baltimore makes the trade for DeAndre Hopkins, which obviously at one point was rumored. It looks like
all that money to
yeah, I mean, it sounds like the Cardinals are like basically in a position where they're gonna have to try to give him away. And that's kind of a shame, but that's the reality of these contracts, man. They're about to announce this pick. I wonder, are they going to go, like you said, skill position? Are they going to go with a pass rusher? Or, I mean, are they going to stun some people? And look, there had been talk about Anthony Richardson at number 5. So if they
Yeah.
like Levis, this isn't a terrible spot to get him, I suppose. Levis,
I'm gonna make
it's
us
funny.
feel a bit better. I'm gonna make us feel a bit better here. Sorry to interrupt before we get this pick in. Chris Sims has put on Twitter, Jets take Will McDonald the 4th at 15. Top 5 defense in football, and they add this guy. He's as long as it gets. Maybe the best pound for pound strength in the draft. He's Leonard Floyd with better pass rush ability. And ironically, that was my comp, was Leonard Floyd. So look, it's not all gloom and doom, but I think it's, we'll see what Seattle do. But yeah, that was just a little brighten up for the chat.
Yeah, I think it's, you know what it is, Luke. Sometimes you just really like certain players, and then they don't pick them, and you kind of get dejected. We'll see what happens with McDonald. I mean, I suppose you could say trust Robert Saleh when it comes to these things, as we're about to find out what the Seahawks did. Levis is interesting here because if you like him, this is sort of, you know what this reminds me of? There's Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Seahawks, by the way.
I knew it. Had to be a weapon.
Boy, do I love that. I love that pick. I wish the Jets would have done that. What's kind of interesting about this is that the Seahawks now are loading up on weapons on the offense with Metcalf and Jigba, and obviously Tyler Lockett is kind of getting up there in age. But I wonder. The Seahawks, were a team that people talked about for Will Levis. This sort of reminds me of Geno Smith because as they show these highlights of JSN on the screen to break my heart, it does sort of remind me of the Geno Smith drop, right? So you wonder if somebody gets Levis late or they even get him in the second round. Look, I don't think he's going to be there, and I'm not a big fan of his, but if you are the Jets and you do like him, I mean, this is sort of like Geno again, right? Where it's like you'd almost have to think about it, wouldn't you? But I don't know. I think somebody will take him toward the end of the first round. I would suspect there's got to be a team here toward the back end that needs a quarterback. I'd have to look and see at take a look at the rankings here. Maybe somebody jumps up, maybe like Tennessee or somebody like that jumps up, get him from the second round. But man, this is wild. Remember, he was the betting favorite. It almost feels like a prank, but he was the betting favorite to be the number 2 overall pick yesterday. The betting favorite. It's crazy.
And number 6, I think, like he was just scattered. There was money scattered all over the draft board for Will Levis, and the slide continues for him. Look, it's probably warranted based on the tape. Let's be honest. This isn't an Aaron Rodgers style slide from back in 2005 or whatever year that was that Aaron Rodgers came out. But look, just seeing the screen, watching JSN, this is what good teams do and good front offices do. They have a strength. Yeah. They see that they're losing. You're getting up in age with Tyler Lockett and they add to it. And now you're 3 deep at receiver and you've got the best wide receiver core almost in the NFL. So what good front offices do, they've given Geno every chance to be successful. They got bookend tackles for him last year. I can't believe I'm saying Geno Smith is a potential franchise quarterback, but they've given him every chance and we're going to see if he can play or not.
Luke, how many receiving cores, I mean, assuming Jackson Smith-Njigba turns into the player we think he is, how many receiving cores are better? I mean, what, maybe, the Bengals, maybe the Eagles? Is there any besides that, who's better? Who's got a better group?
I would agree on the Bengals. I don't think the Eagles roll anywhere near as deep as the Seahawks do. Like their number 3 receiver is who I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head who it is.
Quez Watkins.
Yeah, we'll see who the Chargers take here if they take a pick. If they go and take an Addison or someone like that to pair with Allen and with Williams, that could be a really good core. Same with the next pick. When you look at Baltimore, can they get that? Sorry, not Baltimore. With Minnesota 2 picks later, can they get that one guy to pair with my guy, Justin Jefferson? But yeah, right now I think Seattle has one of the best 5 receiving cores in the NFL. They've got a budding line and they've got great corners now. So they're in a pretty good spot. And that NFC West just keeps getting more and more interesting.
Man, these teams are so many of them are going to regret passing on Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think. But yeah, I mean, I would say, hey, this puts the Jets in line for Marvin Harrison Jr. next year, but they're not going to have a first-round pick. So
Yeah, and it would be pretty low anyway, I think. You'd hope that the Jets are picking after 24 next year. Whether you think we're going to, be one of the best 3 or 4 teams or not, you'd hope they make the playoffs, hopefully win one round in the playoffs, and you're not going to miss out on Harrison either, hopefully. So we'll see how it plays out.
Luke, I will say this, though, and I know you and I have talked about this. Like, the Jet offense, on paper, I don't really see. So you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and that's nice, but this offense really wasn't that good last year. It was okay. You didn't really do anything. What did you do? You brought in Al Lazard, who's like okay. I mean, maybe he's at best, he's a slight upgrade over Davis. Maybe Davis stays, but that kind of seems weird. Mecole Hardman, I mean, he's really more of a like jet sweep guy and a speed guy, and I guess he's a slight improvement over Braxton Berrios, but I would argue that losing Elijah Moore hurts. Or, I think Elijah Moore would have been really good with Aaron Rodgers. And then, like, what else have they done? I mean, they haven't improved the offensive line. At the very best, they've held the fort. And Breece Hall is really good, but when's he coming back? And what's his status? Is he going to be on a pitch count? You would assume he will be. It's like, I'm confused. And then you also have the situation where, like, the Jets' big weakness on defense was covering the middle of the field, right? And they haven't done anything really to address that. I mean, who have they added on defense in the offseason? Chuck Clark's a decent player, I guess. And Quentin Jefferson's like a nice situational pass rusher on the interior. But they also lost Rankins and they lost Shepard. Has this roster improved? I mean, yeah, obviously the Rodgers thing is the big one. But beyond just bringing in Rodgers, has this roster improved? And I mean, look, we've talked about this, man. That defense is a major regression candidate. The team in general has to be careful because they've got a much tougher schedule this year. So it's just strange to me. You would think that they would have tried to go for a weapon or somebody to help Rodgers on offense, or I don't know. It's just it's weird, especially after investing so much the last 2 years in pass rushers. I mean, they gave Carl Lawson a big contract. Quentin Johnson goes off the board of the Chargers, by the way. That's an interesting.
What did I say? A run on offensive skill position players was going to happen in these 4 picks. You could just see it.
Yeah. I wonder. I'll be honest, man. I wonder if Anton Harrison drops a little bit here if the Jets do something. I mean, I don't think I would, but maybe. Look, I don't know. I think. Are the Jets too happy with what they had, right, is the question. Because you heard all these things about how they're going to go all in, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Like, I suppose they could go and get a DeAndre Hopkins, right? I mean, now with Rodgers counting, what was it, $1 million against the cap this year?
Yeah.
I suppose that opens up the possibility of going and getting, especially, look, if they can get Hopkins and not give up anything, then you could say, all right, who cares if they pay him $16 million or whatever it is. But it's just it's weird. Like I said, you're gonna tell me that you're going all in. You're gonna tell me that you're doing all these things, and all you've done. And granted, I mean, obviously Rodgers is the big move, but this roster outside of Rodgers is basically like a hold steady. And I mean, look. Is this really an elite? I don't know. It's weird because people get mad when you even ask that question, but is it an elite roster?
No. I mean, they're a middle-of-the-pack roster hoping to be brought up by elite quarterback play right now. Effectively, the Jets have relied this offseason on regression to the mean with injuries. They believe they're going to be healthier at tackle. They believe that they're going to be better with Breece Hall healthy, whatever healthy Breece Hall looks like to start 2023. And that's effectively what they've done. They are weaker at linebacker right now with Quan Alexander still on the roster. They are about the same at safety when you consider that Chuck Clark isn't going to be on the field with Whitehead all the time, I don't think, because neither of them is a true free safety. So realistically, you haven't improved your biggest weaknesses. The thing that gives me hope with the Will McDonald, the 4th pick, is that might help some of the regression to the mean for the defense and the pass rushing. The Jets don't like to blitz. They like to bring 4. That's the Robert Saleh staple. And I think he is going to be an every down player compared to a Bryce Huff, who's more, you can't have him out there in obvious running situations. We've seen Will McDonald do it before tech. So look, they've gotten better at edge. That's great. I like that. But it just wasn't the position that was screaming out for help. They might be marginally better at receiver, but right now I think they're still a move away. And what makes it strange, Scott, is they flashed the want-to. They went after Fletcher Cox. They went after Orlando Brown, and there's been nothing since. And that's what really confused me about this offseason is you've gone from these big-time moves and trying to get even a guy like Calais Campbell to nothing, to bringing in Connor McGovern on $1 million, which is great deal, don't get me wrong, but it's financially nowhere near the same. So where to now for Joe Douglas? He obviously felt this roster wasn't ready. He felt like it needed another piece, regardless of what they did in the draft and independent of that, but they still haven't. It's gone quiet. DeAndre Hopkins did not look like he wanted to join the Jets when he was on that little segment and he was doing body language. Do I want to go to this team? He's not coming here, I don't think. I'm pretty sure we can kind of cross that off. So I'm not sure what the big move is, but right now you've got to get a difference maker in the second, and maybe that's a guy like Kincaid who drops. Maybe it's a Sam Laporta, an Addison, whoever it might be. But it's tough to ask your second round pick to come in and be a difference maker when that's really never been Rodgers' game either.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. It's like, everybody came into this saying that the Jets, the main thing they had to do was you remember the people that were saying the Jets have to use all these picks on the offensive line, right? And I would tell people no, they don't, and they don't. They really don't. Like the people that are like they have to use all these picks on the offensive line, they don't.
No.
But it feels like I hope they don't feel pressured into picking a line. Like you talked about DeJuan Jones, and there's been a lot of questions about his work ethic. You heard Rick Spielman, the former general manager of the Vikings, talk about how at the Ohio State Pro Day, DeJuan Jones has been known for being lazy. And at the Ohio State Pro Day, when Jackson Smith-Njigba and Paris Johnson were overdoing extra drills, it was DeJuan Jones who walked off the field by himself.
Yeah.
And he's still wearing his tracksuit or whatever. And look, when you hear a guy like Spielman talk about that, these guys notice those things.
Yeah.
And so, is that a guy the Jets would pick, especially at that size when they were Becton? I don't think so.
No.
Then from there you've got Anton Harrison still on the board, Matthew Bergeron still on the board. Now, I like Bergeron, but like you said, there are some teams, and maybe the Jets are one of them, I don't know, who seem to think that Bergeron is better off kicking inside in the pros. Now, again, the Jets may or may not see it that way, but that is the way that that some see it. So it's a big question mark.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot more talent that's going to be there on the interior. And that's good because I don't think they haven't improved the interior either. McGovern and Tomlinson both left a lot to be desired last year, and the Jets can definitely stand to improve there. You've still got JMS on the board. You've got Steve Avila. So it's easy to find really good players in the second round on the interior. You just don't get that coming around at tackle very often. Occasionally, a guy like Jordan Mailata drops from the clouds in the 6th round, but traditionally, you get a lot of these tackles going early and playing pretty productive football. I don't think the Jets can rely on that right now, but I'm not sure where else they can pivot to other than AVT to tackle to cover for Max Mitchell, because a team's not going to trade away one of their starting tackles right now after the draft in April. I just can't see that happening. I don't see a tackle on the market. So we talked about it with Travis and Brian. I'm interested to see if the Jets feel like they're trapped to go offensive line now. Certainly not at 13, now 15, but are they going to feel that heat at 43, sorry? And
well, here's a question for you, Luke. Here's a question. Yep. I mean, Osiris Torrance, is he a scheme fit? And if he is and he's there, do you pick him and then move Vera Tucker to tackle? I mean, I guess you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a bit of him, and I don't think he's an ideal scheme fit. He's not going to be great out in space. This offense isn't going to be as movement-based as a Mike LaFleur offense. Let me start by saying that. It's not going to be. But it's still a West Coast offense, first and foremost. I saw him more as a gap blocker, a lean on you. He is good against the bull rush. He can anchor really well, but he didn't have great foot speed, which you get at 340 pounds, however big he is. And I thought he was a little bit slow to adjust to stunts and loops, which just concerned me a little bit. I like Steve Avila as a pure guard much better than I like Osiris Torrance. I just think Steve Avila is the best pass protector. He looks like a tackle playing center and then playing left guard for TCU. He's that good a player. So he's a guy I'd probably look at playing guard if you want to kick AVT out. He gives you the option. But yeah, it sounded from their pressers like that isn't what the Jets' intention was with AVT. But as we know, all good, plans are great until you get out there and there's live bullets and you have to change and adapt.
Yeah, what did Mike Tyson say? Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's what I was looking for. I'm so deflated I couldn't even get it. But no, we'll see. We'll see how it
By the way, there
unfolds.
goes Zay Flowers to the Ravens, by the way. So,
Yeah.
like you said, a run on position players here. You had 3 receivers go from all 3 in a row. At 20, you had Jackson Smith-Njigba. 21, it was Quentin Johnston, and then here goes Zay Flowers. It is kind of funny, man, and I'm not saying this doesn't mean Zay Flowers can't be good, but I'm watching Zay Flowers walk across the room now. That is a small man.
Oh, he's tiny.
That's
He
man.
is like 5'8". Like you're almost looking at Darren Sproles there. Like seriously, he's a very small receiver, and he's going to be a gadget guy who stretches the field from the slot. He's the exact opposite of what the Ravens have gone for, which is a big body, a guy like Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews and those guys they've put around him. They finally got Jackson some speed, maybe shorten up his depth per target and see if they can get him some easier completions to not have to scramble as much. So, look, I think it's quite a good pick. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if another wide receiver goes next and we see Jordan Addison slide straight into the slot here with Minnesota. So there's a chance, I think, at a 4 back-to-back wide receivers, but I quite like the pick. But yeah, he's a very small man. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you just watch him walking across and you're just like, wow, this guy is just so small. It really is. That doesn't mean he can't be good, by the way. I'm just saying,
Right.
like, he just looks, even his weight, they list him at 180 and he doesn't look anything close to that.
No, I don't think so.
So,
I don't think he's coming in.
I mean, look at him on the screen right now. So, but yeah, it could very well be Jordan Addison here. I mean, it could also look, I've brought him up feels like almost every pick, but Kirk Cousins is going into the final year of his contract. It's worth remembering that. So, if they do like Will Levis or Hendon Hooker,
correct,
could be. Now, here's a question. You're the Jets. All right, they're not going to do it, but would you consider, if you liked Hooker or Levis, would you consider it at 43 if one of them's there?
Oh, man, this team has so many needs right now. I know we talked off the top with Dylan about not drafting for needs, but it is so difficult to sit there and have the steadfast to draft a quarterback behind Aaron Rodgers after the Packers had just done it. Admittedly, we're further on in his career now. Not give him any weapons, not fix the O-line, not fix the wide receiver position, but not push yourself over the edge at the skill position. I don't think you can. Like, I don't like Hooker as much as most anyway. I feel like a lot of what Hooker did was, I am locking on my deep route. It's one read. If it's not there, I'm going to look to break the pocket. I feel like that's how he played quarterback at Tennessee. He was looking at Jalen Hyatt on the go, or he was watching Tillman run a corner route, and he struggled to get off it. So I thought his ability to get from 1 to 2 was kind of his biggest weakness, which isn't the best fit in this offense. But I just don't think the Jets are in a position to do it. I think they've handcuffed themselves for now, not just because they took McDonald, but because they haven't added an impact offensive lineman or skill position player through free agency either.
And now we wait to see what the Vikings do. Who's on the board after the Vikings? Oh, it's the Jaguars after that, and then the Giants.
Yeah.
Giants are interesting. So Giants traded for Darren Waller. So I guess that means they're probably not taking a tight end. They could certainly use a wide receiver. I mean, is it Jordan Addison if Addison's still there?
Yeah, I think it's wide receiver or center for them. I would not at all be surprised to see a guy like Daboll say, I'm going to go and draft JMS. He's going to be my center for 10 years, and we will just not have to worry about that position ever again in my regime and my reign here with the club. I think they're the two positions that stand out most to me. Look, the Giants could add a pass rusher too. They've obviously got Leonard Williams on the inside. They've got Kayvon Thibodeau on the outside. Do they want another guy to just add in the mix and cause carnage there, kind of like what the Jets are trying to do? Nolan Smith continues to slide. So I guess he's a name that you could throw there as well. Look, to be honest, I'd love if they went and got another tight end to pair with Darren Waller. They won't do it. But if you put Darren Waller next to Dalton Kincaid, or even Meyer would be a great fit and pairing with Waller, a bit more of the inline type, can do some blocking, but also has underrated yards after catch skills. they'd be really great picks. I just don't think they're at that position to give it away. They're pretty, in my opinion, they're weak at safety. There's no safety on the board here. I think, so yeah, center and wide receiver make the most sense. I'll say that Addison or JSM with an outside chance of Nolan Smith if I'm really hedging my bets.
Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board, by the way. You know what's crazy?
Sure.
We have not seen, this is supposedly a great tight end class. We've not seen a single tight end go off the board yet.
You know what? I think that part of it is Kincaid's back injury, and I think him sliding down because of that. And I think a lot of it is because teams are saying, I can go and get Laporta in the second. Oh, I can get Schoonmaker in the third round from Michigan, who I think is a Jeremy Ruckett. But there's so much depth that sometimes it pushes down those non-valuable positions. I think that's what's happening here with the tight end room. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Dallas took one. I know that's been mocked a million times. Mayer is pretty much a carbon copy of Jason Witten. As soon as I watched him, I went, that's exactly who he is. So I think that's where we'll kind of see them come off the board. But man, if Kincaid's got a back injury and they want to let him keep sliding, I'm more than happy with that. I think we've lost Scott. That's okay. We'll pick him back up later. But we're here in the NFL draft, day 1, 2023. The New York Jets took Will McDonald IV. That was a big surprise for most people. Certainly didn't have him on my wish list, but he's a good football player who was underutilized and utilized probably incorrectly by Matt Campbell at Iowa State. He's more a guy who's going to be a 9 technique, wide 9, 7 tech here for Robert Saleh on the weak side of their defensive line. He was playing head over the tackle 4 tech at Iowa State. So older prospect, 24 years of age, but he's got really nice bend and ability to flatten around the edge. That's one of the things I loved about him. Since then, though, since the Jets have picked, we've seen a run on those skill position players. I predicted it between Seattle and Minnesota. I said we'd have at least 2, if not 3 skill position players. Wide receiver went back to back to back. We saw, starting off with JSM, which was a great pick by the Seattle Seahawks. We then had Quentin Johnson go next, and then obviously just had Zay Flowers then. And it could be 4 in a row here with Minnesota if they take Jordan Addison, as I mentioned with Scott, who is about to join us again now. Minnesota Vikings still on the clock with 1:50 left. Scott, welcome back. We're going to see what the Vikings do, but yeah, I'm intrigued to see, do they go corner? They need help. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I almost sort of want all the good receivers and tight ends to go off the board to screw the Packers here. I don't want to see them get anything with that Jets pick in the second round. I will say, I mean, look, I think, you know, I like Lucas Van Ness. I think he has a chance to be a really good player. But I am kind of relieved in a way that the Jets didn't give them the pick that got them that offensive weapon that was going to help Jordan Love, you know? There was all kinds of chatter about them getting a receiver or a tight end at that spot. They brought in a ton of those tight ends, and I assume they may take one at number 42. There's a good chance there, but yeah, this is such a weird. This draft has been wild, absolutely wild. This draft. Well. By the way, here's Mel Kiper Jr.'s top guys left: Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Dalton Kincaid, Deion Banks, Jordan Addison.
It's an interesting list. It just shows you how quickly it thins out. There's not a lot of difference makers there. I think tight end, or if you said to me, where do you want the Jets to go? I'd say tight end or interior offensive line. I think they're the deepest positions that you can get a first round type of talent at 43. But I can just see it now. Dalton Kincaid will go 42. The Packers will take him. He'll be an all-pro. Aaron Rodgers will play 70% of the snaps, and the rest will be history.
You're right. It's always the worst case scenario with the Jets. We know that.
Yeah. But if we want to lift it up a bit, I'm on Will McDonald's page over at PFF to give people a bit of context of how he played. Remember, this is a 240-pound athlete. That in mind, out of the 500 snaps he played defensively in 2021, he played 170 of those at the 4-tech spot or inside. And last year, again, over 200 of his snaps on the inside. He's going to be outside the tackle position a ton more, which is going to lead to more production, you'd imagine. He had 25 pressures on 250 rushing snaps, or over 10% pressure rate, which is that mark you want to see if you're a pass rusher coming out. He's a good player. And other than the age, which is a little scary being 24 years old, I think...
Which is kind of funny, Luke, because they did that with Jermaine Johnson last year. Jermaine is 23.
It's what we always say, though, Scott. Everyone goes, Joe Douglas is taking an offensive lineman because we know him. Joe Douglas is taking young players because we know him.
Right.
Players have been old guys. Right. But look, I mean, I think there's a lot of talent here. And look, I'm kind of excited to see him in the scheme, and I'll go back and watch the film if I can get more of him. I only had about 3 or 4 games of all 22 of Will Anderson, man. This is going to be a tough couple of weeks. Will McDonald. But look, there's reasons to be optimistic. I think we're just all a bit flat because, as you said, when you have a guy in mind, it's sad. When you have a list of 3 guys in mind.
There goes Jordan Addison, by the way, Luke. So there you go. All in a row.
That was the most mocked pick, I think, in the history of mock drafts. Jordan Addison in the slot there, replacing Adam Thielen. Like I talked about earlier if JSN fell, but this was it. And this is what I talked about. This was going to be the stretch where you saw 2 or 3 offensive skill position players go. You had 4 go back to back to back to back with the wide receivers. Now I think you're going to start seeing tight ends and the interior offensive line. They're going to start coming off because they're not great value positions, but you get the talent. And that's why they're forced down. But eventually teams start going, I got to get a bona fide starter, and I can do that right now. He's a plug-and-play guy, so we'll see.
But by the way, Jordan Addison is wearing the craziest-looking pink suit I've ever seen. I don't know what that is, but he's certainly dressed. These guys are all so small, by the way. I mean, not JSN and not Quentin Johnson, obviously. Yeah. But, like, even though Addison isn't, like, short, he's 170 pounds. It's kind of wild at how small these receivers in this draft are.
If I lined up next to every receiver in the draft, I'm pretty sure I'd be the tallest one there, which is concerning.
Well, you're 6'4", dude. I mean,
I'm 6'3". You know, I'm tall enough, but I mean, I haven't got the frame to play wide receiver in the NFL. I think I'm better on the water. So, look, I think now the question is, do the Jets like a Josh Downs at 43 because he's still there? He's a slot-only guy. They're kind of profiled really similarly to me for JSN. I think they have very similar skill profiles. He just isn't as explosive or quite as dynamic in any area, but he's still a really good player. Do they want to take a guy who's going to open up the offense like a Jalen Hyatt, who I comp to Robbie or Chosen Anderson? I don't think they're going to go that route. So I think you can kind of scratch off.
Oh, hold on. The Giants just traded up. They now have 2 picks in a row here.
Interesting. So they didn't even trade their existing pick. You know what? I'm going to guess here they go Nolan Smith.
Oh, wait. No. I'm sorry. I thought that's what it said. It's Giants, then Jaguars, and then Cowboys. So I guess the Giants. The Giants jumped up, right? Is that they had the 20? What, they had the 26th pick, and the Cowboys were 20. So I'm confused on the order here, but they did jump up, didn't they? Or am I losing my mind?
I'm pretty sure they've jumped in front of Jacksonville here. I'm trying to think if the Cowboys lost the first round of the playoffs this year because Dallas had a win.
Well, they lost to the 49ers. I know that.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, they beat the Bucks, right? The Cowboys beat the Bucks.
Yeah, they did too. Yeah, so they've definitely jumped the Jags here. I'm pretty sure. What do the Giants want? We've already talked about it. Why are they? If they have traded up, if we're not mistaken, why are they doing so? That's always the question. I don't think Jacksonville would have taken an interior offensive lineman. I don't think Jacksonville would have taken a tight end. I don't believe. I'm thinking maybe it's a defensive end. I know Giants fans aren't probably going to like that because they already have Thibodeau. They have Leonard Williams on the inside. But I'm just trying to think what kind of commodity.
Could it be a corner? Could it be for Joey Porter?
It could be for Joey Porter. Banks is also on there. He plays.
Yeah, that's right. Banks is still there too.
Though. Well, actually, that makes a ton of sense. You think about the scheme they're playing over there now with Wink Martindale. Let's go blitz the quarterback and play man defense on the back. I think Banks might be a pretty good fit. Actually, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would make some sense. The Jaguars certainly could use that. Yeah, I mean, wow, this is going to be kind of interesting.
You got to hope. I don't know. Falling now, Scott. Though you got to hope that your Dalton Kincaids, your JMS, your Avila, they all keep falling. I was going to say Nolan Smith, but the Jets don't need any more edges. You got to hope those kind of players keep falling and you can get some value at 43 because you got to remember we don't pick in the 3rd round either. So this is really our last ditch effort to get a bona fide 1st round, 2nd round talent that you can rely on. Other than that, the Jets may not be able to rely on a rookie next year outside of their first 2 picks unless they get kind of lucky. So this is kind of it. This is their last roll of the dice. You kind of think as far as getting an impact starter.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. So you look at this. By the way, I had a friend of mine, Winston, who just texted me. He's a big Cowboys fan. He says, I'm getting scared, so I don't know. I know he really likes John Michael Schmitz, so maybe the Cowboys go that direction at 26. I mean, I'm just thinking based on, like you said, Luke, always think about who they jumped, right? It made so much sense when the Steelers jumped the Jets that they were doing it to get Broderick Jones because they were afraid that's what the Jets we're going to do, right? And so you look at what would the Jaguars want? Maybe a corner, and that's why you think Banks or maybe Porter would make some sense here. I don't imagine it would be a tight end. I don't think there's a receiver. I mean, is there a receiver I'm not thinking of? I think all the ones that you would think could go in the first round are probably done now.
Yeah, my top 4 are all gone as well, so I don't think so. I mean, it could be a center, though, because the Cowboys need a center. It's an important part of their identity with Frederick and what they've kind of done there in the past. So it could be for that. It could be the Giants saying, no, we need to go and get our guy. We want the pick of the centers. Not really sure, but time will tell. The pick's in, and we'll see who the Giants come up with.
I'm going to say it's Banks. I think Banks is going to be the guy here. We'll see, but that makes a lot of sense to me. I know they really need a cornerback, and it seems like the Jaguars would be. So what's the trade here? They traded up to the 24th pick. I'm trying to see what the terms of this deal are. Yeah, here it is. Okay. They gave so they gave up. Oh, they went up 1 pick ahead of the Jaguars. That's weird. They gave up a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder to go up 1 pick, which is crazy if you think about it, because the Patriots only got a 4th to move down from 14 to 17. So clearly there's someone the Giants really wanted. I mean, I got to think if they're jumping the Jaguars, it's got to be, you would think Banks, right? You would think a defensive back?
Possibly. I mean, I think in that when you're trading up one spot, you're more worried about someone jumping you than you are about the team in front of you picking them. I think that's probably the concern. Right. So they have someone. I mean, I thought about it. I don't even think they go Ojulari. I don't think they go Nolan Smith because they already have Ojulari as an undersized edge on the other side. So he doesn't make a ton of sense.
It could be John Michael Schmitz. I mean, that's certainly possible.
That's kind of what I keep thinking, but who's trading up to get him? Unless they got a tap on their shoulder saying the Cowboys are trying to jump you to get him. Do you want to come up and take our spot? And it was good gamesmanship from Jacksonville. But honestly, I'm pretty stumped. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. This has been such a weird draft. And by the way, like the wide receiver class, I mean, think about how weak this was overall, right? This is a really weak wide receiver class, but then you had all these guys go in a row, right? You had JSN and Johnston, and then you had Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison all in a row. I don't think there's another receiver to pick here, right? There wouldn't be a 5th guy. I think those are the 4, right? There wouldn't be a 5th guy that could be in contention for this.
There are some people who have Jalen Hyatt as wide receiver number 1 in this class, which is incredible. But look, I don't see the Giants. I mean, do they really want a straight line speed guy? I don't think so. I couldn't anticipate it being that. Unless, look, hey, maybe they love a Mingo or a Mims or a Tillman, but that's not a move that I would make.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna guess Banks. Let's see what happens here, though.
All right.
And the answer is Banks. Yup, it's Deontay Banks. That made sense. I mean, look, they needed a corner. And like you said, I mean, it felt like the Jaguars might go that route. So Deontay Banks, he fits perfectly into that Wink Martindale defense, and that's who the Giants go with. Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. All the tight ends are still on the board. Nolan Smith is on the board. Who are we missing here, Luke? Who else is a worthwhile person that we could talk about?
The interior offensive line, obviously, we've talked about JSM and Avila. You still got Murphy and also the other kid out of Clemson I didn't like, Brian Brissy. Wasn't a huge fan of his, but people thought he could go top 15, top 20.
Miles Murphy at one point was talked about as a top 10 pick.
Yeah, look, I think his tape just really took a big step back this year. I mean, he had a pressure rate of 9.6% in 2022, Scott. I'm just pulling that up now. I always say you want that number to be north of 12 to 15% if you're playing on the outside a ton. Kind of bump it down for Will McDonald, who's playing inside more at that 4-tech. But Miles Murphy was coming off the edge predominantly there, had an elite talent inside him in Brian Brzee when he was healthy. So I think that kind of had some cause for pause with his draft stock and definitely had him fall. Flicking through, you've got Anton Harrison still on the board. I think it's still too early for the rest of Torrance. I think it's too early to get into Keanu Benton and Maisie Smith at this point. So I wouldn't think there's going to be too many more defensive interiors coming off the board. Maybe someone takes a takes a run on a guy like Felix and Duke Ozama out of Kansas State, another freaky guy who had 6 sacks against TCU in 2021. Maybe someone thinks they can fix him, or a Keon White, who's a very raw prospect. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another couple of edges go to, maybe not Buffalo. They do it every year, but someone like that. They're kind of the players on the board I think we might see. And
what about Jalen Hyatt? What about Jalen Hyatt to Buffalo? Give them a real burner, almost like a new John Brown, like the younger John Brown.
I mean, it's a good fit. He would stretch the field. Josh Allen's got the arm strength to hit him, which makes it incredibly scary. You've still got Stephon Diggs to be your X with flexibility to play all over the formation. That's a really nice fit. Trying to think if Buffalo need an interior offensive lineman again. That might be a fit for them. I mean, who's going to take the tight ends? There are 3 tight ends here who I'd say would be the Jets tight end day one when they walk in Kincaid, Mayer, and also Sam Laporta. I think all 3 of those guys would be the best tight ends. So did Dallas take one? Do Buffalo go, maybe we can pair one with Knox and we want to run the ball more and have an identity, but then we can be so explosive out of our 20, 22 or 12 personnel, however they want to play it. There's plenty of good players there, so we'll see how it unfolds. But I think Hyatt's definitely not the worst fit there. They definitely would be a complementary skill set and really stretch the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you put him there with Diggs and Davis and Dawson Knox, because, I mean, it feels like if you ask Bills fans, what do you really need? It's that they need another weapon. I mean, I guess they could go and trade for DeAndre Hopkins, but I feel like Hyatt would be an interesting move for them. I think he would fit well, and it would complete that run on the wide receivers, I suppose. Trying to think of who else. I mean, maybe an offensive lineman here.
Interesting to see them trade up. I'm surprised. Again, there's obviously someone that stood out to them. The fact that they went above Dallas says, maybe they could be getting an offensive lineman because Dallas is in the market for that and a tight end. So that's kind of where I'm at. Do they think that Tre'Davious White is getting long in the tooth and they want to bring in Porter and think he's an option at corner? They love to, stack secondary picks with, what's his name, man, the coach there. I can't even think of their head coach's name, but the bald guy. They love to stack those defensive players. So, we'll see. I mean, I don't know who it's going to be, but either way, they're getting a good footballer here. And I think
Sean McDermott, is that who you're talking about?
Sean McDermott, thank you. My brain's just absolutely fried. So, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, if you think the Cowboys were going to go with a center, it could be John Michael Schmitz, I guess.
Because they had Mitch Moore playing there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Jalen Hyatt would make a lot of sense here.
It'd be,
because the 2 running backs are gone. You're not getting Jahmyr Gibbs and you're not getting Bijan Robinson. So if you're going to give Josh Allen a toy to play with, sort of feels like, because I mean, unless you're going to go with a 2 tight end set with Dawson Knox, you could do that, I guess. Maybe Dalton Kincaid.
They could get bigger. I think, you'd go for Kincaid. He's a pretty good complement to what Knox already is.
What about Will Levis? This Josh Allen guy he's a flash in the pan. He can't last.
Unsustainably, runs too much. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, he's going to get hurt.
Then you got Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and New Orleans and Philly. I think that's where you're going to start seeing interior offensive linemen come off the board. I think that's the place and Pittsburgh is the first pick in round 2 as well. So we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left, I think, tonight. So obviously with the Dolphins forfeiting their pick, we're getting close to some of these players making it on day 2. Closer than I kind of thought. I kind of lost track of how quickly this round was going. If we can get some of those tight ends there, I'm starting to feel a little bit better, but we'll see.
Man, I don't see where Will Levis goes. I don't think there's a spot for him here, is there?
It's going to be a tight end here, I reckon. I reckon it's going to be a tight end leaping the Cowboys. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I think either that or maybe Jalen Hyatt.
Could you imagine Kincaid with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs? I don't want to. Like, again, you're getting this guy in your division. This is a concerning pick for me.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, agreed. I think, like I said, I think Jalen Hyatt could be kind of scary too because you put him with Davis and Diggs and Dawson Knox. That's potentially what's his Shakir in the slot, who seemed to kind of do well at the end of the season.
Yep.
I'm looking at this dude. I don't think Levis or Hooker. There's no spot for them here. Where do they go?
Yeah. I mean,
Levis is going to go in the second round, man.
New Orleans, maybe.
maybe, but I mean, they did just pay Derek Carr a lot of money.
I know. I mean, when's they're out in the contract? Is it a 3-year deal? That's probably too long to sit him, so probably not.
Yeah, it's 3 years, and he's only 32.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, look, Chris Collinsworth actually mocked Hendon Hooker to Kansas City at pick 31. So that would be the most unlikely hit of any draft.
I mean, if we're being fair, I think he was just doing that to get people annoyed at him. But,
Well, I mean, he makes a good point. What's the only thing that's going to stop Kansas City from making the Super Bowl? And that's really if Patrick Mahomes gets injured. I mean,
it's Kincaid, by the way. The Bills just took Dalton Kincaid.
It was always going to be. I mean, it's frustrating. They get the best tight end in the class. They get a top 15 player in the class. They get someone to pair with Dawson Knox. They get Josh Allen, another weapon. Like it pisses me off, to be honest. But look, we got to keep going. They got a better roster than us now. I'm definitely envious of their offensive infrastructure there in Buffalo.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen now. So you go to the Cowboys at 26, and the Jaguars, and then Cincinnati. So
yeah.
What are the Jaguars looking to do? Do they go with Porter? The Cowboys, are they going with John Michael Schmitz here? Somebody like that, an interior offensive lineman.
I wonder if Jacksonville take a defensive lineman. I know they've put a fair few assets in there back from Josh Allen, obviously Trayvon Walker. I wonder if they give a guy on the inside of that defense, a guy like Maisie Smith maybe, if they think that he is a difference maker who can improve as a pass rusher coming out of Michigan. He left me a little bit underwhelmed. Obviously, he's a nose tackle type, but possibly they want a guy like that. Cincinnati, not really sure. They've already got that guy on the inside like DJ Reader. Do they want to go a tight end? I mean, they've already got Hayden Hurst there, I'm pretty sure, so maybe not the best fit for a Meyer or someone like that. They might want to go an offensive lineman to keep building there. They already got Orlando Brown in the offseason. So these next few picks are kind of difficult to pick. I'm not really sure. If I bet New Orleans, I'm going to say they'll take Osiris Torrens. I think he's a pretty good fit there, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, yeah, the Cowboys, John Michael Schmitz is a definite possibility here, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think Cincinnati, I mean, Jonah Williams requesting a trade. What about Cincinnati taking Osiris Torrance?
They could do to play on the inside there. Look, their offensive line play has never been a huge strength for them. I think it's definitely an option. They could keep trying to build that wall in front of Joe Burrow. The Cowboys next. I would be shocked, Scott, if this pick isn't even Michael Mayer or John Michael Schmitz. I think they're the two guys that I would be floored if the Cowboys don't take one of them. But yeah, the Bengals, I feel less confident about. I really don't know where they're going to go.
They're talking about Michael Mayer here for the Cowboys, and it makes sense because he's been compared favorably to Jason Witten, and I mean, it would make a lot of sense. This is what people seem to think may be the case here.
I mean,
look, it would be a good weapon for them. I like Ferguson though. But he would replace if they drafted Mayer, he would replace Dalton Schultz. Remember? It feels like a million years ago, but when Jets fans wanted the Jets to give Dalton Schultz $25 million a year.
Even though he couldn't block and everyone thought he was a blocking tight end. Yeah, I remember. It was good times. But look, Michael Mayer is that guy, and that's why I think he's a really good compliment. I'm going to chuck up my scouting report for him on the screen, kind of preempting what I think is going to happen here. But you can see it. I comped him to Jason Witten. He is that guy who can win on a stick route, who can run those tight end specialist routes from an inline position. But he's got a little more flexibility than people think. He was out as an X sometimes, and he was asked to do things after the catch. He's a really good blocker in space. He's just very well-rounded. He's athletic. He's got that 6'5", or what is he, 6'4", 250, that kind of frame. Had a 36% target share at Notre Dame. So he was the guy. He was the guy that they threw the ball to. If you go to Dallas, you're not the guy. You've got CeeDee Lamb on the outside. You can be a complimentary 2 or 3 with Michael Gallup. That's a really good core of offensive skill position players.
Yeah, I mean, they're comparing them right now on the screen. Mayer and Witten, they really are an interesting comp. And I think there's a reason why so many people look, if he can be Jason Witten, who wouldn't want that, right? And especially the Cowboys, where Jason Witten is a legend. So if he is the pick, then it makes a lot of sense. And then you go from there to the Jaguars. What are the Jaguars looking at? What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to do something on defense?
I'm going to say interior interior defensive line or interior offensive line for the Jaguars. That's kind of where I think they might go. I don't think they'll go receiver now that they've been so depleted off the board.
Maybe
It's
the guy, keep the guy in Florida, go with Cyrus Torrance.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they could pick him in front of the Saints as well. I think that'd be a pretty good move. I'm frustrated, Scott, because you look at how the way this draft was going to go, and we called it. There was going to be a run of receivers, and then what did we say? The back half or the back kind of 10 picks, there was going to be a run on tight ends, kind of assuming Mayer goes here. But a lot of the things the Jets would have liked at pick number 43 are coming off the board very, very quickly. And it's not ideal for Joe Douglas when you're gearing up for day 2, having only one pick and probably having a depleted market at both wide receiver and at tight end.
You know, it's funny. When I was talking to Walter the other day on the show, he said it's not that common or that a lot of teams like to not go with the same position back-to-back years because they don't want to have to pay the same guy at the same position. Meanwhile, the Jets just drafted Jermaine Johnson last year.
Yeah, true.
And now they're picking Will McDonald. I mean, do you think that says something about what they think about Jermaine Johnson? Or is this just Will McDonald is a guy that they saw him and they think he was, look, we said this before. Is it the too good to pass up kind of thing? Is that where they were at? Like, are we going to find out that Will McDonald was a top 10 player on their board or something?
I'm pretty sure they'll say it anyway, but look, he has the
right,
tools.
but you know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has the tools to be, and I get why a team would love him. And most people are going to watch his tape and not know what they're looking at. Even myself included at first, I had to check the weight and go, what the heck? This guy weighs 237 pounds. Why is he head up over the tackle every single snap? So look, we haven't seen the best of him, but I think it's more of a reflection of Carl Lawson. I think they're worried about Carl Lawson. They can free up cap space as well. I'm not saying they'll cut him, but I think there's a bit more of a tap on the shoulder and, hey, we need you to take a deal here, Carl. Maybe restructure a little bit and not kick too much down the road still. I don't think it says it about Jermaine
does it kind of feel like it would make sense to cut Lawson? I mean, He was okay last year, but if you now have McDonald, you're bringing back Bryce Huff, you've got Jermaine Johnson, who's a good run stopper, by the way, and obviously Lawson doesn't give you much in the run game. Yeah, and then you have Michael Clemens. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not bad to have Carl Lawson, but it's $16-17 million a year. It seems a little much, no?
Yeah, I think that's what it says. And I think Johnson's a guy who's going to play the strong side. He's going to play kind of that way JSM. There's so many abbreviations with J this draft season, where John Franklin Myers, JFM, plays on that strong side of the Jets formation on the outside on running downs. That's going to be a lot more of Jermaine Johnson, I'd imagine. And I think Will McDonald is complete opposite, playing on the weak side where Bryce Huff is and where Carl Lawson's deployed from as well. So I think it says more about Lawson than JJ, but the picks in here for the Cowboys, we'll see who they go. But as we said, I'd be pretty shocked if it wasn't either John Michael Schmitz or Michael Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. It sounds like everybody's expecting it to be Mayer. And I mean, if they think he's going to be another Witten and they just lost Dalton Schultz, it would make a lot of sense. Keep that offense humming. A little mini run on tight ends here, perhaps, as Roger Goodell announces the pick. And it's Mazi Smith. Wow, so it's not Mayer.
You know what? Great player, though. Not great player. I'm probably overselling it a bit, but he's a very good player. I'm not surprised to see him go in this range. He's already an elite stand-up kind of two-gapping nose tackle. He weighs 330 pounds. So I think that's what the Cowboys are going to love, stopping the run. It makes a lot of sense for them. What kind of doesn't make sense is they've invested, a fair bit on defense the last couple of years. They took Trayvon Diggs early. They obviously paid DeMarcus Lawrence. So I personally would have liked to see them back Dak Prescott and just kind of tip themselves over the edge. But in saying that, you got to be able to stop the San Francisco 49ers running game and that wide zone scheme and the Rams and everyone else over there in the NFC. So look, I get it. I think he has some upside as a pass rusher. He just hasn't really found it yet. But overall, he was my defensive tackle number 4, just behind Keanu Benton. You can see him on the screen there. Mazi Smith, 6'3", 323 out of Michigan. But yeah, only had 2 career sacks in over 650 pass rushing reps. That wasn't his role, but you want to see a guy fall into the quarterback a little more time than 2 times in 650 reps. So we'll see. But yeah, a bit of a surprise pick there for sure. But I think the range is right. I just was surprised that Dallas was the team to pick him. a little off topic, Scott, but I just got a text from one of my friends, David, who helped me put together the draft guide and the formatting of that. And he texted me, would you rather have Broderick Jones or Will McDonald? So that was a kick in the guts to have that question asked. It kind of sums up the day, but yeah, still recovering.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I guess the one thing I'll say is, okay, I'm going to say something that's, how do I put this? I guess I would trust Robert Saleh with pass rushers more than I would trust Joe Douglas with offensive linemen at this point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think he's got more runs on the board. He's had a really good history of finding good defensive linemen and edge players. Obviously, Nick Bosa was a freebie. Everyone knew he was going to be a fantastic player, but he's still got a lot out of almost everyone he's put on the edge. You feel like they've had production, so he knows what skill set he wants. I think the Joe Douglas love is a bit overblown by Jets Twitter. Let's be frank right now. Joe Douglas had 2 bad drafts, 3 bad free agency classes, and knocked it out of the park in 2022. That's the God's honest truth, and you can skin it as many ways as you like. That's how Joe Douglas' tenure's gone so far. The Jets haven't made the playoffs. Yes, they're a so much better roster than 2019, but he's had all the draft capital in the world to do it. Joe Douglas, this is a make or break season for him. I agree with you. I think I have more buy-in over Robert Saleh's eye for a defensive end than I do Joe taking an offensive tackle, because I would have taken Tristan Wirfs at number 11 or 12, wherever the Jets were picking in 2020, and that would have worked out just okay. So, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, look, Becton was pretty damn good too before he got hurt, and you couldn't have possibly predicted those injuries. Both of those injuries were weird injuries. I mean, one of them was Greg Van Roten falling on his knee, and the other one was him getting his foot caught in the turf. So it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like when you have guys that keep getting these weird freak injuries, those were not foreseeable. It's not like he had a history of injuries at Louisville, right? So I can't really kill Douglas on that. And Elijah Tucker's obviously a blue chipper, but it feels like for a guy who is supposed to be this offensive line guru, he should have been able to find some gems somewhere, you know?
And look, Max Mitchell's he did a really good job. I know. Look, I think people got a little bit over the top with their Max Mitchell love, but he looked like a capable starting tackle after the Cleveland game. He got a bit of trouble from Myles Garrett. That's going to happen. But I think outside of that, he showed some really nice flashes to be a right tackle in the NFL. So that was a good little pick. But outside of that, you're right. On the interior, he's had to keep bringing in guys like your Dan Feeney's and that caliber of kind of vet to plug a hole there, even Connor McGovern this year. So we'll see. I mean, look, this would be a good year to dip into that and to go, an easy pick like a Steve Avila, who I absolutely love as a player. I had him above Broderick Jones on my big board. But yeah, we'll see. Joe Douglas he's got a little bit to prove still. This is a big season for him, as I said. And yeah, he got a bit unlucky with Becton. And look, I feel sorry for Mackay because, as you said, GVR getting thrown into his knee, and then the medical staff, which was terrible for the Jets, misdiagnosing that. It felt like they were doing that every 6 months. They had a serious misdiagnosis. But at the same time, when you draft a 370-pound man, you just kind of open yourself up to that risk. So it's a little bit of, you're hoping for the best, and they didn't get that outcome. But hopefully Mackay can turn it around this year. We'll see.
I agree. I think the thing is, right, like, you hope that a guy like Douglas, if he's supposed to be this offensive line guy, like, I mean, I hate to say this, we both kind of liked him, but, by all accounts, Joe Douglas was very much the point man in wanting Andre Dillard in Philly, and that really didn't work out, right?
It didn't. No.
And then, look, we'll see with Max Mitchell, I guess, but it just feels like if you have that good of an eye for offensive line. I mean, I know supposedly he had a big part in the drafting of Marshall Yanda, so obviously that's a big one. But it feels like he should be able to find competent offensive linemen past the top of the first round, and we haven't really seen him do that yet. By the way, here, according to Mel Kiper, Levis, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy, Anton Harrison. Those are his top 5 remaining, for what that's worth. Jacksonville's on the board right now, and then Cincinnati, New Orleans, and then I believe it's the Eagles and the Chiefs, right? Because there's only 31 picks. They took away the Dolphins pick, and then tomorrow would begin with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who got the Bears. That was I still can't believe the Bears gave up their second-round pick for Chase Claypool.
I know,
so,
right?
the Steelers could, the Steelers at this point, man, they could go grab Joey Porter's son maybe in round 2 if he's still there. It'd be crazy.
Yep. And there's a good chance he will be. But look, there's still a lot of good talent on the board. Unfortunately for the Jets, 2 of those players are edges, and they're not going to take one of those.
Anton Harrison to the Jaguars, by the way.
Who was that, sorry?
Anton Harrison to the Jaguars.
There you go. So now there's even less chance for the Jets to get a tackle at 43. I thought they might go O-line or D-line. That was kind of my feeling on the Jags. Cam Robinson obviously had his news, but they're not going to be with. I actually neglected to mention that he's out with, I think it was a drug-related incident. So he's going to be out for the first 6 games of the season. So they're asking Harrison to come in and slide straight in, and he's going to start a left tackle for them, you'd think.
Yeah, this is something, man. Harrison's off the board. Who's left now? So we got Bergeron, DeJuan Jones, who I don't think the Jets are going to pick. Blake Freeland, who is very much a project.
Yep.
We're missing on the offensive line, a tackle.
I mean, outside of those guys, I don't think there's a ton. You've got the kid out of ND, North Dakota, who I think's a guard anyway. He's probably a guy that he may be able to play, but I don't think so. I don't see him as a tackle personally. For Cody Marsh, I'm pretty sure he's a guard.
Most people seem to think the interior. And like I said, with Bergeron, I like him. I think he can play tackle, but you wonder if there are teams that see him as a guard as well. So, yeah, it's weird. This is, I don't know. I mean, do you think the Jets wanted Broderick Jones, or do we think that the Steelers were just like nervous they might pick him? Because I don't know. I could be wrong, but the way the Jets were going nuts in the draft room, it almost feels like Will McDonald was always their guy.
It's weird, though. I couldn't imagine Joe Douglas coming into this draft and going, what's the ideal situation for me with all these tackles on the board, wide receivers, weapons for Rodgers? You know what? I want Will McDonald. That's the piece that we're missing. I just struggle to see that. And that's not a reflection.
I agree, but I wonder if like they just really love them. I mean, they might have just really loved him as a player, right?
I mean, Chris Sims did. And look, I know people give Chris Sims a hard time for some of his takes and stuff, but he's been really good at picking quarterbacks over the last 6-7 years. I know last year he got a little crazy with Kellen Mond and stuff, but he's a pretty good talent evaluator. And if you listen to his stuff, he's not out there just saying things for the sake of it. You can tell he cares about and values being right. He's a competitor. And Will McDonald was his second edge off the board behind Tyree Wilson. He had him well above Will Anderson and those guys. He thought he was in a tier of his own as edge too. So there are ways you can spin this.
Do you think he's got to be the only person on earth that had him above Will Anderson, right?
I saw a big board on Twitter. I can't remember who it was, but I saw a big board on Twitter that had the same thing. He had Will Anderson at number 2 today as well. We'll see. The Cincinnati Bengals have sprinted that pick in. They've been on the clock for a minute and they're already locked in their pick. So that's going to be interesting. They seem pretty happy. Not sure if they go.
I think that might be an offensive lineman. Maybe it's Osiris Torrance. I'll say this, man. Like, if maybe the Jets thought that too. Maybe the Jets thought they were legitimately getting like the best edge in this class. And like, dude, I don't know. Look, obviously, you never know. The cameras are on, whatever. But they were like, it almost felt like when they were celebrating when they traded up for Jermaine Johnson last year. I feel like they must have just really liked Will McDonald. I mean, I'm sure we're going to find out more, and I'll ask around and see what the vibe was around the building as the Bengals, by the way, make this pick here. But I would love to know because they really seem – it's Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy goes off the board here to the Bengals.
I love that next to Trey Hendrickson. That's a good move.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. Yeah, go ahead.
I think if you look at 2021 for Will McDonald, he had 13 sacks on 273 pass rushing snaps and was playing out of position. So there is a ton of talent inside this young man. There is upside that hasn't been untapped, even though he's an older prospect. The fact that I keep mentioning that he was played out of position and miscast as that 4-tech, and they knew he was that player, but Matt Campbell's trying to win football games, not pump up Will McDonald's draft stock. So his job is, I need him in this position. I'm going to play him there. So I'm not blaming Matt Campbell for that. All I'm saying is I think that you can get more out of him. And this is a guy that had an elite season of production where he had over 45 pressures, 13 sacks on only 273 pass rushing reps. So there is a player in here. And I'm sure there was a few front offices that had him over guys like Miles Murphy's and Lucas Van Ness and those bigger edges. He's just not a fit for everyone. To be honest, he's a bit of a questionable fit in Salah's defense because he's this really skinny, tall edge who only weighs 240 pounds, and Salah likes his 260-pound guys usually. So I'm
intrigued. That's why I
intrigued.
was confused, man. When I saw 235 pounds, that's a strange one. But I will say this, though. Look, we talk about this all the time. These coaches and scouts and general managers and assistants and all that, they don't look at these guys and say, okay, I watched this tape. This is what this guy is. They say, I watched this tape and this is what we think we can turn him into based on what we saw. And I guess that's what it is with Will McDonald. Like you said, they saw him play a lot inside, but when he played outside, we talked about this with Mekhi Becton, right? What was one thing that you heard over and over again? I know Mike Renner from PFF talked about this. There weren't a lot of true pass sets with Becton. So you were kind of projecting what would he do in true pass sets. And I guess that's sort of what you're doing. Like McDonald had a relatively small sample size outside compared to other guys his size. And so what you're doing is taking that sample size, extrapolating it, and projecting what it would be like if he were full-time in that role. And so that's really, I guess, what they're looking at. And Salah's thinking, look, like you said, in that small sample size, he had pretty damn good production, right? So maybe that's what they see. Maybe they look, because look, I like Jermaine Johnson. You like Jermaine Johnson. The question with Jermaine Johnson is he ever going to be more than like a really good, like an 8-sack, really good run stopper, overall good player kind of guy, right? And I think that might be, if we're being honest, why he dropped to 26 as opposed to going where we kind of thought he might go, like around 10. Maybe teams looked at him and said, this guy is a good player. I don't know that he's ever going to be an elite pass rusher. Like he's maybe just a try hard, as they say, right? Great motor, but he maybe doesn't. Because look, we saw his pass rush win rate at Florida State, and it wasn't awesome. It was like okay, it was nothing special, right?
And it was slow as well.
Right. So maybe they look at McDonald and see him like they see it as like a really good, the chance to put together a really good group, right? Because obviously you had to like what you saw from Clemens last year. Yeah, he was very good, especially for a 4th-round pick. I mean, you could make the case, and I mean it's pretty self-evident. He actually was a better pass rusher. Now, I'm not saying he was a better player, but a better pass rusher last year than Jermaine Johnson, right? So you have those two guys. You bring in Will McDonald. You know that for whatever his shortcomings are overall, not being able to stop the run, Bryce Huff is a really good situational pass rusher.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a long-term play because maybe they see McDonald as a guy that they can mold. He can make an impact now, but a year from now, he can really be a huge difference maker, at which point they will not clearly have brought back Lawson. So I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with rationales for this. But like I said, when you watch them in the draft room, like these guys, they'll shake hands, they'll hug, whatever. Dude, they were like having a party. So I wonder if they really just like they saw what Sims saw. Maybe that's what it is. They just saw they thought we're getting arguably the best pure pass rusher in the draft. Maybe this is what they thought. I'm not saying it's true. I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I mean, and I actually nearly put him over Lucas Van Ness in my ranking. So I guess that kind of gives you an idea of where I was at on Will McDonald. I was probably higher on him than most to have him over Miles Murphy, who just went there to Cincy. But if you said to me, who's got a better chance of being an NFL superstar, 12, 13 sack a guy a year, Miles Murphy, Lucas Van Ness, McDonald, or even Tyree Wilson, I'd probably say McDonald. So I don't think I can be too upset about the pick. Like he has that kind of physique and movement skills that you want. His RAS was through the roof coming out of the combine and the pro day. He's an elite athlete. I said it in my scouting report. I said he's a projection pick, but I'd be willing to bet on that. I said at the turn of the first round, but he's got more upside than Ojulari. He's a better, thicker player than that through his core, and I think he can be a 10-sack-a-year guy. So I'm almost happy that the Jets didn't get draft for need. I think this is a win because, like you've always said, Scott, since they started looking at Aaron Rodgers, even though this is a 2-year window with Rodgers, this should be a 4 to 6 year window for the New York Jets football team and organization. Right. And I think this speaks to that. The Jets didn't get fooled like maybe I have been with my evals into thinking, holy moly, we got to try and get this right in the next 2 years, and we need to throw Darnell Wright out there, and we need to give Rodgers all these weapons. If you think Will McDonald can be one of the 10 best edges and JSN's going to be a 600-yard, 800-yard slot guy who you feel like you can replace, then maybe they made an incredible decision, and we're all going to look back at this and go, thank goodness Joe Douglas was our GM. But they're kind of, I think, the positives. You look at the production 2021, you look at the misusage in college and what you can get out of him. And I think you look at the fact that the Jets were drafting long-term here, and that's a win for the organization.
I would love to see the Saints pick a lineman to help protect Derek Carr here. No, it's Brian Brees. Wow.
Not a guy I loved. I'm going to flash up my draft profile in a second, Scott, so people can get it. But Brian Brzee, I think that's how you say his name, was a guy who had a really tough last couple of years. He had some serious injuries. And then on top of that, he had the death of his sister, which is obviously tragic. And you can't even imagine, or most people can't even imagine, how that would affect a human. It's something huge to deal with. Brian Brzee, for me, took a big step back, like his teammate who was just drafted back to back. He took a step back last year on tape. I thought he was a guy who was very shoot the gap. I compared him to Jerry Tillery, but I'm hoping I've learnt my message, and maybe the New Orleans Saints haven't in this regard too. I love Jerry Tillery's ability to one gap and shoot, and he's 6'5", but he's out there running in there like he's, Kalijah Cansey type athlete. But I didn't see a lot of ability to stand up against the run for Brian Brzee. I saw very much a one-gap penetrate. I saw limited hand usage, and I just think that even though he had an elite athletic score, 9.69, as you see on the screen, the production wasn't there. And when you're projecting defensive linemen, this is a position where college production, PFF grade, translates better to the pros than any other position. You can be a receiver and get 8 million catches like the kid from Purdue this year, and that doesn't mean you're going to be a good NFL wide receiver, sorry. But when you're good and effective and producing on the field as a defensive lineman, it so often does translate. You can see it. Brzee only had 9 sacks and 15 tackles for loss in his 3 years starting in his collegiate career. So Jerry Tillery comp, I don't love the player. I don't love the value, to be honest. I'm probably lower on him the most, but we'll see. We've got a comment here from David as well, who said, I think we're trying to come up with some rationale for the busted move by JD. Better to reach for an OT or guard or JSN than draft an edge where we have such a crowded room. And look, he makes a good point.
Yeah, all right. I don't agree with that though. Like,
which
here's
part?
What I'll say. Say that again.
Which part did you disagree with?
I mean, I disagree with all of it. Like, so, okay, here's what I'll say. I would have taken Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think I was pretty clear about that. But I will say this, right? I don't like reaching. So if they really do believe, and look, I can't speak to this. I don't know. And in full disclosure, I didn't watch a ton of McDonald. I watched a little. I mean, I'm going to dig in now a lot more, obviously, and I'm going to talk to a couple of people that I know over at Iowa State and see what I can find out, right? I have some contacts over there, especially since, we spoke to them last year with what happened with Breece Hall. But the way I look at it is, if they really – look, we talked about this before. If they really believe that Will McDonald can be a difference maker at pass rusher, and they didn't love the available options at the other positions, then just you take Will McDonald, right? You don't worry about – look, you win in this league with talent. And if they think Will McDonald can make a big difference, you can never have enough guys that can get the quarterback, right? You win by moving the ball down the field and by stopping the other team's quarterback, right? And so that means obviously getting pressure and being able to lock down the receivers and such. And so if they feel that Will McDonald really is a difference maker and they didn't feel like those other guys at those other positions were difference makers, then I'm fine with the pick. I have a different opinion clearly than they do on Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at. But again, it really comes down to if they love McDonald, I'm okay. Because look, it is a premium position. And, and look, Lawson, it's like you said, the smart teams plan for 3 to 5 years or whatever. They don't plan for a year.
Yeah.
So Lawson will be gone at the end of this year. I mean, if not sooner, I assume at the end of this year.
Yeah.
But then McDonald and Jermaine Johnson and Michael Clemens and Bryce Huff will be the guys, right? And so if they feel like McDonald is a double-digit sack kind of guy, okay. Like who would you comp him to? Because you watched a lot more of him than I did.
I comped him to Leonard Floyd coming out of college. Leonard Floyd's a little taller. I think he's 6'6", but he's that very high cut waist athlete. He could probably hold a little more weight than 240. He can probably get to 250, but I think he's that type of athlete. He's going to win with bend around the edge. He's going to be, playing that weak side spot in this system. He's going to be a pass rushing specialist who can also stay in there against the run more than a Bryce Huff. He's got good enough hand usage without being, Will Anderson, for example, but he's definitely got more than enough capability. He can flatten to the quarterback. He's got good hip strength when he does it, but he's that long, tall edge who has a pretty slight frame, and that's why Leonard Floyd made the most sense for me. You got to remember, Leonard Floyd had some really good years playing with Aaron Donald. Hopefully he can do that Will McDonald playing with Quinnen Williams on the inside. But you said it right, Scott. Good teams draft thinking with a bigger window, and they draft valuable positions and they don't reach. And in saying that, I wouldn't be at all surprised right now if the Philadelphia Eagles pick their 1,000 millionth defensive lineman out of Georgia and they take Nolan Smith right now, even though in the last 2 draft picks, they've taken Jordan Davis and they've taken Jalen Carter, because this is what good teams do. Yes, they're in a better spot than the Jets with their roster. Yes, they're more loaded at wide receiver, but good teams make strengths an even greater strength, and they take elite positions.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, they could take Joey Porter here too.
They could.
There's a lot of directions they could go in. They could take Will Levis. I'm just kidding. But look, I think you're right. Nolan Smith, Brandon Graham is going to retire soon, right?
Right.
So, like you said, you have an eye on the long haul. And this is why the Eagles, everybody was saying, how are they going to keep this team together? But look at what they were able to do, right? So Fletcher Cox stays, whatever, but Javon Hargrave leaves, boom, Jordan Davis takes his spot. You're done. Perfect thing, right? Cam Jurgens, who they drafted last year, Kelsey will stay another year. Jurgens will play guard, and then, eventually he'll transition over to center. So what Howie Roseman's been able to do is stay a year ahead, right? And that's what the smartest general managers do. I have no doubt that if Howie Roseman was the one that wanted Aaron Rodgers, he'd have gotten him for a fraction of what the Jets got him for, because Howie Roseman is a guy who knows how to use his leverage and knows how to construct a roster and play the long game, right? So, like you said, it could be Nolan Smith, because in the long run, they're going to need another pass rusher, and the value is there at this point. And look, they're loading up on the Georgia guys, right? Like you said, they got Jordan Davis. They drafted Jalen Carter. They have Nakobe Dean coming back from injury, right?
Yep.
So it's certainly something that would make sense here.
It's funny, Scott. They always debate, how would Georgia go against the worst NFL team if they played against them in a college versus NFL game. We're about to see how they're going to go in year 2 of that defense against an NFL team.
It looks like, by the way, Jason Kelsey and his mom are there to make this pick. So that's kind of interesting.
Oh, they've got people everywhere. Look at them. They've got people holding coins and they're waving. What's going on? It's all happening.
Yeah, it's like a whole type of show. By the way, what do we think the Chiefs end up doing? Do they take Nolan Smith if he doesn't go here?
I mean, that would be incredible for them.
Because didn't they just release Frank Clark?
I believe so. If not, he will get released. I can't remember if he had or not, but I know that rumor had been kicking around for a while. They've already solidified their interior offensive line with a guy like Trey Smith, so they don't need a guard really, which is kind of good news for the Jets if they want that area. We've talked about taking positions and needs and turning them into the next level. What if they take a tight end? What if they think, you know what, we could have Travis Kelce and we could put Laporta next to him, or mine.
Right, and let's remember, Travis Kelce is what, 33 years old?
Yeah. I mean, this is what we keep saying. Good teams keep doing this. They take good players and they take players that don't look like a need right now, but in 12 months down the road, 18 months, they've got the foresight that they can help them.
It's Nolan Smith, by the way. Yeah, so there you go. Nolan Smith. Look, if you're an Eagles fan, how do you not love this? The Eagles just got two guys that can be real difference makers. Because look what happened on the defense last year, right? What ultimately cost the Eagles that Super Bowl? The fact that they could not get pressure on a hobbling Patrick Mahomes. And now you just added a premier interior pass rusher and a premier edge rusher. And look, Jalen Carter comes in there. It's going to be him and Jordan Davis, because this will be Fletcher Cox's last year.
Yeah, correct.
Nolan Smith comes in there, and look, he very well could be Brandon Graham's replacement. Brandon Graham may be done after this year, right? So you could see Graham and Cox go, and then you see them replaced by Carter and Nolan Smith. I mean, it's like a seamless transition. Again, the rich get richer, right?
And you've got Hassan Reddick, who Daniel Jeremiah comped him to. I'm trying to think if that was my comp as well. I can't actually remember who I had for him, but you've got this springy elite athlete in Nolan Smith who can learn from a guy who I had him next to Hassan Reddick, a guy who didn't have great production in college. He only had 9.5 career sacks at Georgia, but he was injured and he was leading the team in sacks before he got hurt this year against Florida, I believe. He had elite combine with that 4.39 40. And you're right, the rich get richer. It's like Howie Roseman's birthday. He's able to sit there and take my DT1 and best player in the draft at pick number 9, I think he traded up at. And then he gets my edge rusher number 2 in Nolan Smith. And he's just got so many pass rushes. And my mind straight went to, who did the Jets play this year? The Jets play the NFC East. Oh, good. We get to play the Eagles, and we get to see Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham and Hassan Reddick and Jordan Davis. And holy moly, that is a good group.
And I mean, let's not forget in the secondary, right? You have Slay still around. They brought back Bradbury, right?
Yep.
Nakobe Dean as a linebacker comes in after a redshirt year with an injury. And so, man, this team just keeps loading up and loading up. They're like we said, the rich get richer. It's amazing too, because if you think about it, right, that deal the Eagles made last year, if you would have said the Eagles make that deal and in the end it winds up with them getting arguably the best player in the draft as a result, I mean,
yeah.
You know, it's funny, Howie Roseman, this is a guy that once lost a power struggle to Chip Kelly. And at one point the Jets were legitimately discussing hiring him as the general manager. This was before they hired McCagnon. You wonder how things might be different. Although then again, maybe Will Johnson kneecaps him and he ends up not being able to do what he wanted to do. But it's wild. I mean, I don't see how you could make an argument that there's a better general manager in football right now than Howie Roseman.
No, you look at the cap hits that he got on the front end of the Jalen Hurts deal. You look at what he's done as a general manager, building that defensive line. The fact that I talked about it yesterday on Twitter, his team is so good that he's been able to add 3 receivers with his last 4 first-round picks, with Jalen Reagor, who was a complete miss. Then he came back and got Devonta Smith. And then he got the best first-round pick of anyone last year, and he got A.J. Brown, who took them to a Super Bowl. So he's in such a good position that he's just taking elite players, no matter what his philosophy is as far as building through the trenches or anything else, and they get a stud right now. I mean, he is the best GM in the league right now from a cap perspective and from a talent ID. Hopefully more of that rubs off on Joe, but you can see on the screen now, Nolan Smith is an explosive guy. He loves to win to the inside as a pass rusher. Always steps off that left foot when he comes from the left DE spot, tries to win to the inside and use that speed. He got a little swipe with his hands on the outside, had a really good game against Oregon. So Howie Roseman does it again. Fantastic pick.
And also, Luke, here's the other thing, right? Howie Roseman, even when he made mistakes, he's cleaned them up. So here's what I mean. Look at the Rager move. It was bad. So how does he atone for that? The very next year, he jumps the Giants to get Devonta Smith. And the year after that, he goes out and he makes that deal for A.J. Brown. And then even look at what happened at quarterback. He gives that massive contract to Carson Wentz. And not only does he end up getting Jalen Hurts, who winds up being the guy in the second round, when everybody, including me and you, thought it was a ridiculous move, he also finds a way to con the Colts into giving up a 1 and a 3 for the failure. So it's just, look, Roseman makes mistakes, but the thing that sets him apart above the high success rate is that even when he messes up, he finds a way to clean up his screw up. That's
amazingly said, Scott. Everyone makes mistakes in this industry. It's par for the course. But those who don't compound their mistakes are the elite ones, and that's Howie Roseman. Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, Roseman and obviously John Lynch is certainly a tremendous general manager. He's done a great job. John Lynch is one of those rare cases. He's like you very rarely see a guy who is an elite player who ends up being a really good executive or coach. And I mean, only other, there are very few. I mean, Jerry West sticks out as an example in basketball. I mean, one of the greatest basketball players of all time, and arguably the greatest front office guy ever, right? So he's a rare one. But most of the time, these great players do not succeed as coaches or in front offices. And a lot of it, I guess, is because they were so good. It's hard for them to really spot certain things because they never had to really work hard to be as good, But John Lynch, he's a Hall of Fame caliber player, and he's been outstanding front office guy. It is kind of funny though, because you could argue that the two best general managers in football right now, or at least two of the top guys, are John Lynch and Howie Roseman. Couldn't be any different. Howie Roseman never played a down of football. He was a tennis player, right? Yep. A numbers guy. John Lynch, one of the best safeties of all time. So it's just really funny how that works. It is. It's crazy. And you're right. When things come easy to athletes, sometimes it's difficult to get caught up in those nuanced details and things that you never had to rely on because you were just the most talented player in college and at your high school, and then in the NFL, you're a big dog there as well. So yeah, you're right. It's an interesting dynamic. The whole players making great coaches or analysts or general managers, it doesn't necessarily translate very often. So he's a great example of one that has stuck. Unlike the next head coach making his pick now, Andy Reid. I don't think he was running around in the NFL, but we'll see what the Chiefs do here at 31, last pick of the night. A team that doesn't really have a lot of needs. They could do anything here, and it wouldn't shock me. But we'll see what they end up doing.
It's gonna be Will Levis. No, I wouldn't be. I'll tell you, Darnell Washington would be interesting here, assuming that the medical checks out with him, because he's a guy that he's such a freak of an athlete, but he probably needs to be developed. And A, who better to develop him than Andy Reid? And B, again, we talked about before, Kelsey is one of the greatest tight ends of all time, but I think he's like 33 years old. So maybe Washington becomes his eventual long-term replacement. And if anybody's going to maximize what you could get out of Darnell Washington, it would be Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. And obviously Kelsey. Kelsey can help mentor him. So, and look, that doesn't mean you run Kelsey off. You can have two premier tight ends in the meantime until Kelsey decides he wants to go. So, that's a thought. I mean, Darnell Washington, look, somebody said he looks like a video game tight end, and it really is true. Athletically, it's ridiculous.
It's funny, though, because you look at his numbers at the combine, and he ran so fast, and then you watch him on tape, and honestly, I thought he could fall over with any step he takes. He just looks uncoordinated as a mover. Like, I looked at him and go, you touch his leg, he's going to fall over. He's a really strange case study, and I'm fascinated to see how he turns out in the NFL, because outside of Gronk, you don't see many people built like that. And Gronk wasn't 6'7", unless I'm mistaken. So He looks like Aaron
Oh
Judge.
no, Gronk is 6'7".
Is he 6'7", is he? I guess he's, I don't know. I guess he just didn't look the same on tape. He was a more fluid mover, even though he was a little bit robotic and he had the arm, the elbow guard on and stuff. He just was more fluid down the seam than Darnell Washington. I'd love Sam Laporta here if I'm a Chiefs fan. I think he'd be a fantastic pick for them. There's still some.
I'll tell you what about Darnell Washington, though. Again, I mean, obviously he's got some work to do, but from a physical standpoint, it's Felix and Dookie. I can't pronounce that name, but yeah. So there's your Frank Clark replacement.
Did they pick Felix or did they pick the other kid?
They picked Felix. Yep.
You know what? It's funny. I was going to say I wonder if they take him on the edge. Comped to Dante Fowler Jr. Another guy who had a bigger 2021 than 2022. I think I've mentioned a few times on the stream. He had 6 sacks in a game against TCU. He broke the college record a couple of years ago out of Kansas State, a team that's been on the rise, a program that's been getting better and better over the last 2 years. As I said, you're banking on the 2021 film being real. He's got good punch in his hands, good power. Can you get him a little bit like Will McDonald, aligned a little bit wider? He's going to have every chance to do that, replacing a guy like Frank Clark in Kansas City on that weak side. They can use Chris Jones inside, outside, but kick him inside a little bit more. Had a nice cross chop around the outside. I think it's a really good pick. And he was probably going to be my second guess. I didn't quite get to it with the pick coming out, but I think he's a fantastic player, and I think he's a very, very good fit here for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, Luke, I mean, I guess there's your Frank Clark replacement. We're going to have to take a deep look at who's going to be available in day number 2, but it's weird, man. I wonder, Bergeron's still there, so he's a possibility.
Yeah.
You could go with a center, but now obviously with John Michael Schmitz, it lessens the need. I don't think – I mean, you could go tight end. I mean, if Mayer's there at 40, man, it's weird because they just invested – in Jeremy Ruckert, who, neither one of us loved that in the first place, but they've got Conklin and they've got Uzama, so it's 3 tight ends. But if you think Mayer could be Jason Witten, how do you not take him, right? So I don't know. I mean, Bergeron's there potentially. We saw Anton Harrison go off the board. Jalen Hyatt's still there. I don't see the Jets doing that because, look, one thing that the Jets value big time is the ability to get off press, which is what Garrett Wilson does so well, and Jalen Hyatt can't do.
Yeah, look, it's I would have looked at a position like Keanu Benton to play the one tech next to Quinnen Williams, but can the Jets really go back-to-back defensive lines like Howie Roseman just did? Maybe not, but
yeah, no. Well, I was speaking of that. What about Brian Branch? He's still there. No safeties in the first round.
He is, but I mean, for me, he's the same player as Chuck Clark and as Jordan Whitehead. He has better man coverage skills than Jordan Whitehead.
Yeah,
he's a nickel flush, strong safety, just like both of the Illinois kids. I think they're both nickel strong safeties. So that's tough. Right. If you said to me who are my favorite players on the board, I'd say at defensive tackle it would be Keanu Benton. On the interior, it's John Michael Schmitz. And it's Steve Avila. At tight end, you're looking at Mayer and also at Sam Laporta, who I comped as Jonnu Smith, who was in New England and obviously Tennessee before that. That's kind of the profile I see out of him. But if you take a tight end, you better get a difference maker because, as you said, it's a very diluted group there and you don't really need another guy. You need the guy to tip you over the edge for Aaron Rodgers. I don't love any of the receivers left. I wouldn't take one of them. The tackles, realistically, I don't think there's a great one there at 43 for the Jets. What other positions are of need? Safety, there's no one there. Linebacker, they could take the kid that I know you're pretty high on. What's his name, man? I've forgotten his name. Oh, Campbell, and he's out of somewhere state. I can't even think what his name is.
Dan from Washington State.
Thank you. Then you've even got the kid out of Clemson's a pretty good linebacker, Simpson. I think he's out of Clemson, isn't he?
Yeah, Trent Simpson. Yeah.
So, maybe one of them's a pick. But again, you're not really helping a high-value position and you're not really helping your team win now. They're going to be sitting behind C.J. Mosley and behind Quincy Williams for the majority of time. So it's going to be intriguing. It's going to be value versus talent. Do you want a value player in a tackle and are you happy to scrape a little bit lower in the barrel? Or do you want a guy who could have been a first rounder in Mayer, in Benton, or in a guy like Laporta? So it's going to be fascinating, but that's an issue for tomorrow. We'll see how it unfolds. It's going to be a big week.
Well, the other thing is, if Levis and Hooker are still there at 43, is there a team that's tempted to move up and you can move back a little, maybe pick up a 4th rounder or something? I don't know. It's something to think about. But like you said, this is a discussion, I guess, for tomorrow. But Luke, it's been a pleasure. I'm glad that Travis and Brian and Miles and Glenn and Dylan were able to join us. Of course, unfortunately, Chris Walker could not join us and do his Charlie Casserly impression. Perhaps next time. I'm going to have Play Like a Jet tonight. Glenn Naughton and I will be back, so that'll be up not long from now. We're going to record as soon as we finish up here. And, listen, it was a surprising pick. I don't think anybody saw this coming. If it would have given you 20 possibilities for the Jets, I don't think you would have guessed Will McDonald. But that's what they wound up doing. And, it's going to be interesting. I haven't had a chance. Obviously, we've been doing this live. I haven't looked into what the Jets said during the presser. So, and I'm going to ask around and see what I can find out in terms of what they really thought. Because, like I said, last year I found out pretty quickly that they had Jermaine Johnson, Garrett Wilson, and Sauce in their top 8. And the plan was Sauce at 4, Garrett Wilson at 10. If they couldn't get Sauce at 4, then it would have been Garrett Wilson at 4. And if they couldn't get Garrett Wilson at 10, then it would have been Jermaine Johnson at 10. And the idea all along was to trade it back into the first round to get Breece Hall. They weren't able to get up into the first round, but they still were able to get Breece Hall by jumping out of the Texans. And while they didn't get Jermaine Johnson with one of those top 10 picks, they were able to move up and get him at the end of the first round. So I'm curious to hear what actually went down. And like I said, I mean, I could be wrong, but just judging from the reaction, it really felt like they must have been very high on Will McDonald. So I would like to find that out. But Luke, thanks for doing this with me. It's always fun. You and I could literally talk football all night, and tonight we did.
Yep. I've still got some time to go. It's only 2:00 here, so I might break down some McDonald and throw a video up on the YouTube channel. So appreciate those guys staying with us. Tyler, I agree. I wouldn't hate Steve Avila tomorrow either. So we'll see what it brings, but appreciate it, Scott, and let's do it all again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. I agree. I wouldn't hate Steve Avila either.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you in the next couple of days. As Scott said, head over to the podcast tonight for his take, breaking it all down. I'll have a video up on Will McDonald, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for joining in for the 2023 draft stream. See you next time.